Listen to this. On Sunday, two men tried to buy cocaine from a Hartford police officer at the police station.
If you're looking over here, you can see this yellow house right here behind me. Police say that is where the drug factory was being operated out of, the first floor there. Now, if you look up and down the street, people breathing a sigh of relief after all of those drugs taken off the street. Take a look at them.
Arrested after leaving behind drugs in her Airbnb in Barrie. Police there say they were called to the rental by the Airbnb's owner on Saturday after they reported finding drugs while cleaning the room.
Under arrest following a crash-turned-drug bust in Hartford's West End. Police say they arrested 23-year-old Ashad Pugh of Waterbury and 34-year-old Aaron Taylor of Windsor on Saturday. The Department of Correction website shows that Pugh was an escapee from prison. And in 2015...
During October, detectives got word that 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford was selling drugs. He was arrested, but police said he was back on the street and selling again yesterday.
Police SWAT teams raid a Hartford neighborhood this morning, arresting several people on drug charges.
They're working to bring down a drug gang. Police make a massive drug and weapons bust. 4 people under arrest. Police say among the haul, they found over a kilogram of cocaine, 1,300 bags of heroin, and 6 guns.
Bust on the shoreline, too. Norwich police and the FBI seized nearly 4.5 pounds of cocaine this morning, along with 2 handguns, marijuana, and some other drug-related stuff. Police arrested 21-year-old Javon Morse.
23-year-old Mauricio Castellano Rojas was arrested in Hartford last week. He's accused of entering the U.S. illegally.
In Connecticut are crediting some very cute canines with helping them make a significant drug bust. Here they are, posing for this picture on Twitter. Police say the narcotic detection dogs were brought in when officers became suspicious of a rental truck that they had pulled over on I-95 in Darien.
2 people from Newington now facing charges. They are there on your screen. They are Sonal Mamedovich and Claudia Avdiaj. Police believe both of them were selling drugs. And
it's this picture that's quickly going viral. 124 pounds of seized along I-95 and now in the hands of Maryland State Police.
It's rare that we get 100 pounds.
Just after 5 o'clock Saturday night, a state trooper spots a minivan speeding near White Marsh in Baltimore County.
State police say this is the van the 67-year-old was traveling in, and once troopers pulled him over, they immediately knew something was suspicious.
Down in Hartford, where police are waiting for lab reports to come back after 7 officers were exposed to a white powder. They came in contact with it during a raid at an apartment on Garden Street in the north end of the city yesterday afternoon.
A traffic stop in Norwalk turned into a drug arrest. The Norwalk PD said an officer tried to pull over 33-year-old Vladimir Ruales Espinoza last night near Sunset Hill Avenue because they said his motorcycle didn't have a registration plate.
From Connecticut in jail tonight after a drug bust in Brattleboro. Vermont State Police say 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Raitisha Hernandez, both of Hartford, were arrested as a result of a months-long drug investigation.
In all, 11 men arrested on federal narcotics trafficking offenses.
I just seen cops over there, surrounding my car.
This woman, who did not want to be identified, says she saw the whole thing while driving to work.
New Haven police say they went into 3 smoke shops unannounced on Wednesday, finding all of these illegal products from the stores.
Confidently say this is the largest seizure of counterfeit pills.
United States Attorney Vanessa Roberts Avery standing alongside federal partners to announce arrests in Connecticut's largest fake pill drug bust.
One of the pill presses seized was capable of producing 100,000 pills per hour.
Get money steppas. The suspects are being charged with corrupt organization and racketeering activity. The investigation dates back to May of 2023 when Hartford's Major Crimes Unit and numerous other organizations began looking into a series of crimes.
It says 43-year-old Tremaine Knight of Hartford was taken into custody last Tuesday. According to court records, police working with a confidential informant bought drugs from Knight in Massachusetts.
A total of 15 people were arrested this month. An FBI investigation found 15 members of a narcotics trafficking organization traveled to New York and Puerto Rico to get the drugs. Investigators said they shipped them to various addresses across our state.
Facing charges this afternoon after a drug bust, big one in Hartford. Cops got several complaints about drug sales going on in the area of Franklin Avenue.
Drug bust from a home here in our area. More than 90 pounds of drugs seized from a New Hartford home. 35-year-old William Hubbard of New Hartford has been charged in the case, but are more people involved? We checked in with Utica Police again today. They say A drug investigation that began in Utica led police to this home on Alexandria Road in the town of New Hartford.
Authorities arrested 2 men from Connecticut during a traffic stop on Fairfield Street, though these men had been under investigation for several months.
100 reputed drug dealers are cooling their heels in jail tonight.
They were picked up in cities and towns across Connecticut, especially southeastern part of the state. Investigators say the suspects are involved in trafficking.
They are investigating after a stolen car turned into a massive drug bust. They say it happened on C Street. A stolen car reportedly crashed into parked cars Saturday afternoon. Well, inside that vehicle, officers seized more than $500 in cash.
People were recently arrested in a major drug bust just across state lines in Hartford. 45-year-old Carla Flores and 30-year-old Christian Burgos Rodriguez are facing drug charges.
Connecticut may seem like a quiet New England state, but behind the suburbs and city streets, law enforcement has been uncovering a growing wave of drug trafficking operations ranging from small neighborhood dealers to large-scale networks moving narcotics across state lines and even internationally. From Fentanyl busts capable of causing mass casualties to multi-agency raids involving dozens of arrests, these cases reveal a hidden underworld fueled by organized crime, street to slash level distribution, and evolving trafficking methods. In this video, we break down some of the most shocking Connecticut drug busts, exposing how these operations work, who's behind them, and how authorities are working.
Like New York and Boston are taking advantage of the state's drug problem.
The same amount of a rock or a single dose of heroin, you can double or triple what you make here in the state of Maine.
It's a growing trend. Mainers driving to northern Massachusetts for heroin, driving back high.
I would do whatever it took to get drugs.
This Mainer in her 20s, who asked we not show her face for fear of arrest, drove from Maine to Mass with a dealer every day for a year.
Really any time of the day, but mostly night. We would park on the side of the street and just wait for him to get in the car, give us the stuff, and then we'd take off.
It's a theme among Maine drug trafficking cases. Agents call them source cities: Lawrence, Lowell, Haverhill, and Methuen, all conveniently located on the highway between New York City and a market in northern New England. Once it arrives in Maine, those dealers are making some big money.
They can sometimes quadruple their money.
What goes for $10 here on the streets of Lawrence can be worth $20 in Portland, $40 in Washington County. Targeting down East Maine is no coincidence.
Maine may be known for its quiet coastal towns, forests, and small communities, but behind that peaceful image, law enforcement officials say a dangerous drug trade has been expanding across the state. From Portland and Lewiston to Herman, Hancock, Skowhegan, and rural Somerset County, investigators have uncovered trafficking operations involving various drugs, illegal grow sites, and interstate suppliers. Some cases began with undercover purchases and months of surveillance, while others started with community tips, routine traffic stops, or something as simple as a handwritten license plate. These investigations have led to large seizures, federal prosecutions, repeat raids at the same properties, and arrests involving suspects allegedly traveling into Maine from other states. In this documentary, we break down some of Maine's most significant drug busts and examine how traffickers allegedly use homes, apartments, motels, vehicles, and businesses to distribute narcotics throughout the state.
Indictment accused in a drug smuggling operation at the Bristol County Jail in Dartmouth. Now, one of the accused is a former prison employee.
13 people now under arrest after a 2-year investigation, and officials say they uncovered drugs, cash, jewelry, even cars.
Police making an historic seizure last week. They seized almost $1.3 million in cash.
Thank you. Now that breaking news we just told you about, 36 people arrested in an alleged drug ring. Providence police telling us they rounded up suspects from the Providence area and several towns on the south coast of Massachusetts alleged to be dealing.
I seized more than 200 pounds of illegal drugs from a home in Lynn last week, making it one of the largest drug busts at a single location in New England. What's more concerning, the pills were made to look like candy.
Rich and Kate, all 8 suspects in a major drug bust right here in Holyoke are expected to be here in Holyoke District Court.
31-year-old Juan Antonio Arias Almonte is charged with aggravated trafficking of scheduled drugs.
Lisa and David, the U.S. attorney told me she believes the people here in Lawrence will see their city become safer. That's because over the last 2 years, 56 suspected members of this gang have now been arrested.
In North Adams, Massachusetts, were part of a significant drug bust on Friday, leading to the arrest of 4 people and the seizure of 88 grams of narcotics and cash.
A recent investigation in Greenfield involving numerous agencies resulted in the seizure of large amount of drugs, cash, and 1 arrest. The Greenfield Police Department posting on Facebook tonight that several court-authorized search warrants were issued for locations and vehicles within Greenfield.
JC, the case started with a home invasion up in Manchester, New Hampshire, and it ended with a raid on the right side of this duplex here in Lawrence, Massachusetts.
Hey, Jessica, this is the home in Grafton. We are on Kessel Road. That is 8 Kessel Road behind us. And this is where Mass State Police and Grafton Police executed a search warrant a short time ago, all part of an organized crime investigation.
Police say Nicholas Stephen Donardo ran a major drug dealing operation out of his home. Yesterday, Fall River detectives and federal agents raided Donardo's Cherry Street apartment. Detectives announced their presence, but no one inside would open the door.
Also in Holyoke, a man with a prior drug conviction was arrested again Tuesday for being in possession of illegal narcotics. Police say officers were conducting a property check at Gramps Park.
A drug ring bust in Hartford, Connecticut led to the arrest of 3 people from Massachusetts. Investigators say these photos were taken from inside of the Hot Mama's restaurant.
The DEA announced today they seized 50 kilos of a chemical called NPP. It's used to create the powerful synthetic opioid.
Erica and Randy, police seized more than $200,000 worth of drugs, and the DA's office says that was a small part of what was a big operation targeting Metro West.
5 people have been arrested in a series of drug busts as part of a joint operation between Rhode Island and Massachusetts State Police.
2 years, 3 police departments and 2 federal law enforcement agencies, but tonight they say they have pulled off one of the biggest drug busts in Massachusetts history. Attorney General Maura Healey announced the huge opioid bust.
Wednesday morning, Massachusetts State Police and federal agents seized 734 grams of suspected.
3 people were charged with trafficking after a traffic stop in Pittsfield Monday night.
The Bay State, Plymouth Rock and Bunker Hill, Harvard and MIT, the state where the American Revolution started, and where for the past decade one of the country's worst overdose crises has played out block by block. But the geography of that crisis isn't what most people picture. It isn't centered in Boston. Look at the case files, and the same handful of cities surface again and again. Springfield, Holyoke, and Chicopee in the Pioneer Valley out west, and Lawrence, Lowell, and Lynn along the Merrimack and the North Shore. Old mill towns and paper cities, built on industry that left, now sitting at the junction of interstates that carry product north into New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine, and south toward Rhode Island and Connecticut. Federal investigators have said it plainly for years. Lawrence and Lowell are source cities for all of New England. What gets seized in a Vermont traffic stop was very often bought here first. Tonight, case by case, a wiretap operation named for pink Fentanyl pills that ended with 28 arrests, 17 kilos of coke hidden in a car, and 2 New Bedford apartments, the largest seizure in that city's history. 47,000 Fentanyl pills, 20,000 bags of H found on 1 Springfield street. Counterfeit Adderall pressed to look like the real thing. A drug lab operating inside a Massachusetts house. And a 2-year federal investigation that put 56 alleged members of a transnational gang in custody. A gang prosecutors say recruited children out of high school hallways. Everything here comes from court records, federal announcements, and law enforcement statements. These are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Let's get into it.
Police say 23-year-old Dylan Maliska was already in jail for drug and parole violations, but officials say they listened to phone calls earlier this month that Maliska made to his grandmother.
26-year-old Angelica Olivo faces 6 charges that include being a drug enterprise leader. She was arrested earlier this week in Laconia after a local and state police investigation.
5 years. 5 very long, sad years.
Pam Willis wears a picture of her grandson, 22-year-old Thomas Drake, who died of a overdose in September 2014. His best friend, Nicholas Austin, pleaded guilty to supplying the drug 2 years later. But now, finally in court, 44-year-old Felix Aguilar, the suspected dealer who fled to the Dominican Republic 4 years ago.
Monica, Marissa, the amount of that was in with that dealer could have killed 250,000 people. That number is just so significant. And this operation by the Attorney General's office, this investigation, was really massive.
28-year-old Shania Tripp and 42-year-old Krista Robinson, both of St. Albans, were inside the car. Deputies say Tripp was on probation and was subject to random
Today,
searches.
the Trinitarios' reign of terror in Massachusetts has come to an end.
Nearly 24 alleged members of what prosecutors call a violent transnational criminal street gang.
Starting at 5 a.m., members of the Manchester Police Special Enforcement Division and SWAT team stormed into this home on Maplehurst Avenue. Police say the raid stems from an investigation into the distribution of illegal drugs and illegal possession of firearms.
Police in Somersworth say a hit-and-run crash led to a large seizure.
Arresting two men from Massachusetts, 28-year-old Ricardo Antonio Lara Guerrero and 24-year-old Jason Checo Severino, who investigators say were illegally trafficking the drugs into New Hampshire.
Tonight, police in New Hampshire investigating the death of a woman. Police tell us they responded to Sunapee Street on Tuesday for an unconscious woman in Newport. And when they got there, they found 33-year-old Mary Ann Baldoff had passed away. Her body has been taken to the chief medical examiner's office to determine the cause of death. The police investigation led them to get a search warrant of a home on Prospect Street in Claremont.
Go anywhere in the state to target those individuals that are pushing poison in our communities.
The DEA and Franklin Police Department worked together to arrest 27 people this week, all with alleged ties to drug trafficking in the city.
New Hampshire man is facing charges after police in Maine say nearly 4 pounds of meth was found in his car.
Hudson police say 2 people face charges in connection to an ongoing drug investigation. Jacob Mitchell and Alyssa Gutierrez were arrested yesterday.
New Hampshire, the Granite State, white mountains, covered bridges, lakes full of tourists every summer, and 4 words stamped on every license plate: live free or die. It ranks among the safest states in America. Low crime, high income, small towns where people still know their neighbors. It has also been one of the hardest hit states in the country by the opioid epidemic. The reason is geography. New Hampshire sits at the end of a pipeline. Fentanyl and meth move north out of Lawrence and Lowell, Massachusetts, 2 cities federal investigators name over and over as New England's distribution hubs, running up Interstate 93 and Interstate 95 into Manchester, Nashua, Concord, Salem, and out into the small towns beyond. The drugs don't start here. They arrive here. And according to the DEA's own public statements, the supply chain behind them traces back to the Sinaloa cartel in Mexico. Tonight, we're walking through New Hampshire's drug busts, case by case, and watching the problem evolve in real time. It starts with an all-day sweep in Portsmouth in 2009. It moves through the bath salts panic of 2012, the largest seizure in Manchester's history in 2013, and into the Fenty era that changed everything. Then it gets stranger and darker. A woman allegedly running a narcotics and firearms enterprise from inside a prison cell. A co-conspirator accused of operating a gun factory, with 94 firearms recovered. 12 defendants convicted for running a drug operation over encrypted apps and text messages, like ordering takeout. 17 people arrested in the rural North Country, described by the state's own top law enforcement officer as responsible for the majority of fentanyl and meth in the entire county. A day when 88 agencies made 151 arrests across the state at once. And a dealer extradited from the Dominican Republic to answer for a death in a small New Hampshire town. Everything here comes from court records, federal press releases, and law enforcement statements. These are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This is New Hampshire's drug war. Let's get into it.
Tell you about a big drug bust that has nearly 24 people facing charges today. News 4's Pat Battle live in Wayne with the bust and why many involved are already back out on the streets.
Continue on with a major bust in Newark, a $1 million illegal drug delivery service operating out of a social club.
31 people arrested, more than a dozen still at large.
Yeah, that illegal social club was right across the street from where we're standing on the second floor. And cops said they got some tips from folks that live out here in this neighborhood, and that led to the end of this operation.
23 people busted during one of the largest drug stings in New Jersey state history. Here are the people police say they caught in a nationwide sting. One California man in this poster is still on the loose. Investigators say the group was taking popular legitimate candy and turning them into illegal THC edibles.
Deadly drugs and several gang members now off the streets of New Jersey.
The group and drugs targeted in an early morning takedown in Newark. More than a dozen people were arrested, several more face charges, and the manhunt continues for even more suspects.
Hackensack police have arrested 10 people for what they say was a, quote, open-air drug market run out of this house on Burden Place.
A major drug raid in Plainfield, New Jersey, targeting what the feds say were members of a significant Bloods gang crew. Heavily armed Homeland Security investigation agents, along with Plainfield police, were seen entering this house near Grant Avenue and West 3rd Street.
4 people are behind bars after police say they found more than $500,000 worth of in Mercer County following a months-long investigation.
19 alleged members of a Jersey City gang now face charges in a big drug trafficking conspiracy. Federal officials say the charges include conspiracy to distribute.
New Jersey's drug trade isn't just happening in back alleys, it's happening in housing complexes, motel rooms, social clubs, suburban warehouses, and highway-adjacent drive-through corners where buyers can pull up and disappear in minutes. In case after case, investigators describe the same playbook: organized crews, steady supply lines, heavy packaging operations, and the use of guns, intimidation, and even social media to protect territory and profits. This breakdown, New Jersey Gang Busts, follows the biggest takedowns you listed, from Atlantic City RICO charges tied to homicide allegations, to North Jersey's multi-county Coca-Cola pipeline, to Newark and Jersey City public housing cases where investigators say crews turned entire blocks into marketplaces. These aren't isolated arrests, they're snapshots of how modern trafficking networks actually move, hide, and expand.
A police source says authorities took at least one man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple
30 federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years.
You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million.
CBS News New York exclusive. A rainbow variety of deadly pills and trap doors to keep the stash a secret. It was all part of a multi-million-dollar drug bust that went down inside a Manhattan residential building, and neighbors say they had no idea.
Down of a massive drug ring. It involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling across 7 counties.
And we are charging 48 people for their roles in operating this ring.
Several men were arrested following a year-and-a-half-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County.
Connected to Washington Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
All right, Fox 5.
New York's drug trade doesn't operate like a street hustle anymore. It operates like a supply chain. What looks normal on the surface can be a cover story. A tractor trailer that appears to be delivering papayas turns into one of the city's biggest meth seizures. A luxury high-rise in Hell's Kitchen becomes a stash point for bulk narcotics. And a Bronx investigation turns urgent when authorities say fentanyl is being stored in a building that also houses daycares. From hidden compartments in furniture to secret chutes in smoke shops, from pill press operations to park-based open-air markets that allegedly run all day, every day. The pattern is the same. These networks adapt, camouflage, and expand. And the map is bigger than the 5 boroughs. Federal and local task forces describe pipelines that stretch from the West Coast into NYC, then out toward Long Island and upstate. while other cases focus on hotspots like Washington Square Park, East Harlem, and Rufus King Park places investigators say were treated like territory, managed in teams, and protected with warnings and counter surveillance. This video pulls those cases together into one story. Not just who got arrested, but how the shipments move, where the markets operate, and why the methods keep getting more sophisticated.
4 men from California were busted in Bensalem with more than $1 million in drugs.
Authorities arrested the organization's alleged 5 leaders: 29-year-old Tyrone Baker of East Lansdowne, 27-year-old Shaquem Johnson of Philadelphia, 31-year-old Joshua Quiles of King of Prussia, 21-year-old Jameer Winans of Exton, and 28-year-old Ricky Evans of Los Angeles.
For a year and shared this photo of the players allegedly involved in the ring. Sunday says there were several drug packaging sites in the city. Jimmy Torres is the alleged ringleader. He's not yet in custody.
Well, new at noon, a traffic stop on I-95 in Ridley Township turns into a drug bust. Take a look here. Pennsylvania State Police say they found 40 pounds of...
According to the Attorney General's office, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling are facing separate charges for their roles. The investigation started when officers pulled over a car in Clearfield County and arrested the driver under suspicion of DUI.
County, state, and federal officials announced the arrest of 17 people during Operation Postal Storm.
The Attorney General Dave Sunday has announced that law enforcement has seized 41 pounds of fentanyl.
Well, Sean, several local officials joined Attorney General Dave Sunday and his staff at the Johnstown Police Department for the announcement today. The AG calls this drug ring, quote, sophisticated, but says after about 4 years of investigation, 10 people are being charged for their alleged involvement, 7 of those with felony drug charges.
In our state of addiction coverage, the Pennsylvania State Police says that it seized nearly $14 million in illegal drugs during the second quarter of 2023.
State and federal officials say they've broken up a major drug dealing ring in western PA and across the country. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the years-long investigation started with a simple drug buy and led to several raids on suspected drug houses.
Pennsylvania has become a major hotspot in the fight against drug trafficking, where routine investigations often uncover much larger criminal networks operating behind the scenes. From major cities like Philadelphia to smaller communities across the state, authorities are seizing large amounts of drugs, often tied to organized groups moving drugs across state lines. What starts as a traffic stop or local case can quickly turn into a multi-agency investigation involving dozens of suspects, firearms, and millions of dollars in narcotics. In today's video, we're breaking down some of the most significant Pennsylvania drug busts, showing how these operations were uncovered and what they reveal about the growing reach of drug trafficking networks. In Bensalem, Pennsylvania, authorities arrested 4 men from California after uncovering a significant drug operation involving large quantities of narcotics. The suspects are Toro Avila, Alex Zaragoza, Anthony Gonzalez, and Ramon Carl were taken into custody with approximately 40,000 Fentanyl pills, 11 pounds of meth, and 5,000 in cash. Investigators say the group was involved in drug distribution activities, with the quantity of seized substances indicating intent to supply rather than personal use. Each of the men now faces multiple drug-related charges, including possession with intent to deliver. The case highlights ongoing concerns about interstate trafficking networks bringing large volumes of dangerous drugs into Pennsylvania communities.
The AG's office says their investigation...
A rookie police officer in Providence is now off the force because she was arrested in a drug bust in Pawtucket, say police.
Prosecutors say he is a large-scale fentanyl dealer, pumping the deadly narcotic onto the streets of Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New York, and Tennessee.
But we've learned he has strong ties to the Providence Police Department.
Did you know your nephew was a drug dealer?
Listen, my nephew had a very difficult upbringing.
The accused is the nephew of 2 top cops, there including the colonel. And now the department itself is under the FBI's microscope.
I have no comment that he's an idiot. That's my comment. Moron.
Custodian taken into custody. A local school janitor arrested after he allegedly had fentanyl on school property. The arrest of this janitor is caught on police body cam.
Rows of faces, 36 in all, 30 now in custody. Providence police say these 6 were at the top of the trafficking organization. 26-year-old Johan Jimenez of Providence.
A sweeping drug bust in Kennedy Plaza over several months, leading to 25 people charged for the possession and sale of illicit drugs.
Sweeping police bust that was first breaking in Eyewitness News at noon.
Yeah, nearly 24 people arrested in connection with a firearms and drug ring that police say was directly linked to multiple shootings in Providence this year.
And here they are, 21 suspects in all.
Federal agents are calling this a significant drug bust. The alone has a street value of more than $1 million. And we're told all of the people arrested are suspected of being involved in a Dominican organization that has ties to Mexican drug cartels.
Major drug bust. Federal agents say 2 brothers were caught in Providence last night with pounds of crystal meth hidden under the hood of their car.
Inside 6971 Bellevue Avenue, police seizing 9 kilos of firearm, and they arrested 2 individuals at the scene who they say are part of this operation, but they're not the ringleader. They identify him as Juan Martinez, who goes by Angel Zapata, currently in jail in New Jersey.
And a Providence man was also arrested on gun and drug charges in Fall River. Police say they arrested 27-year-old Ronnie Llenas Picardo yesterday during an apparent drug dealing.
Now on the night team, drugs, guns, and alleged child endangerment. West Warwick police arrest these 2 people after a lengthy investigation.
11, we are tracking breaking news out of Providence. Eyewitness News first on the scene of a drug bust at a local bar.
Police raiding the Tel Aviv bar tonight, taking 2 men into custody after a month-long investigation.
Top story this noontime, 3 people hauled into court today in Providence after several Providence college students were found having overdosed on drugs over the weekend. Besides the drug charges, these 3 suspects also facing firearms charges.
First tonight, a Providence College senior is now in jail after Cranston police officers found 11 kilos during a traffic stop.
State police say they've busted a drug and gun trafficking operation spanning the state. State police say they arrested 6 suspects last week, 3 from Providence, 2 from North Providence, and 1 from Johnston.
Providence man now sentenced to 7 years in federal prison for preparing to deal more than 24 kilos.
6-year-old Jorge Pimentel, a.k.a. Big Head, admitted to running a massive drug lab in Pawtucket. 19-year-old Orlando Orlena, 19-year-old Charles Smith, and 20-year-old Gary Maddox were arrested. All 3 are charged with possession of a stolen firearm and a large-capacity feeding device. Smith is facing additional charges, and Maddox is facing additional gun and drug charges.
Rhode Island may be the smallest state in the country, but when it comes to drug investigations, the cases coming out of Providence, Pawtucket, Cranston, and beyond show a network that stretches far beyond city limits. From probationary police officers arrested in trafficking probes, to 141,000 Fentanyl pills seized in multi-state operations, to underground pill press labs pumping out counterfeit opioids. This isn't just street-level dealing, it's supply chains, cross-state pipelines, gang ties, and federal task forces stepping in. In this breakdown, we're tracking the patterns behind the headlines. Overdoses that turn into arrests within hours, school zone charges that escalate cases instantly, hidden investigations built over months, and coordinated sweeps designed to dismantle entire networks instead of just one suspect.
Lancaster Sheriff Terry Wagner says the vehicle was searched and $18,000 was found. The money was found in several locations. It was tested for narcotics, and trace amounts of marijuana were allegedly present. Now, some of that currency was also rubber banded and sorted out in different amounts. notes consistent with narcotic sales were also allegedly found.
Searched homes on Lower Gilman Street in St. Albans and Marie Drive in Highgate. They found narcotics, guns, and drug packaging materials. 5 people were arrested on drug charges. 2 are from Vermont, Christopher Kirby and Courtney Burns. 2 others are from New York.
Drugs, ghost guns, and even a grenade launcher seized here in Vermont. Thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Kat Villianzoni.
And I'm Darren Perrin. Officials made the big bust in East Bethel, where 9 people were arrested on a host of charges.
In all, 29 people were arrested.
Investigators are still looking for 9 others. NBC 5's Renee Wunderlich joins us live in the newsroom with details on the investigation. Renee.
This could be yours.
30 acres of land in Hardwick, Vermont, looking out at farms and mountains. A large home, complete with fountain, swimming pool, and room for animals, all being sold to punish a criminal.
Two Western Massachusetts women were arrested for heroin possession over the weekend in Vermont. Vermont State Police said 23-year-old Melissa Rojos of Springfield and 24-year-old Shelby Sear of Chicopee.
City police, along with state police narcotics investigators, executed a search warrant Friday at Sheldon Towers on Sheldon Place. The warrant covered 3 units and stemmed from an ongoing investigation into narcotics distribution.
Arrested in Rutland after a drug bust months in the making. Vermont State Police say it happened today at a home on South Main Street. 33-year-old Elizabeth Capon and 38-year-old Daniel Robtoy were arrested.
Identified 6 people arrested after a drug raid Friday. It happened around 6 a.m. at 160 Moses Lane in Royalton. Police say they found a felony amount of cocaine.
Weekend. Berry City Police say they executed the search warrant on Saturday at houses on Averill Street and Hooker Avenue. 10 people were arrested and are facing drug-related charges.
Firearms and ammunition during the search. Police initially detained 18 people, but ultimately made 6 arrests.
A Colchester man sentenced to 4 years in prison on drug charges. 37-year-old Carl Martin was convicted last summer.
24-year-old Jesse Morey was arrested after police pulled over a vehicle in the parking lot of the 99 restaurant in Brattleboro. During the stop, police observed drug paraphernalia in the car, and after searching the vehicle,
this man locked up in Rutland, Vermont on drug trafficking charges. Police say they had a warrant for Ishani Williams of Worcester, Massachusetts. According to police, he had 94 grams of crack.
Vermont State Police say these 12 Vermont men and women were arrested between September and December this year. It follows investigations into heroin.
37-year-old Reverend Jones of Barry, Vermont was pulled over on I-91 North Friday after numerous marked lane violations and driving without a vehicle registration.
During a raid prompted by suspected drug activity at this home in Rutland, Vermont State Police say they and a special team from Homeland Security made another discovery, that people might have been held captive inside.
2 men from Springfield were taken into custody after police in Vermont found narcotics inside a South Burlington home.
Daphne Moore and her daughter and 6 others were part of an organization that was trafficking from Springfield to Vermont, where drug prices are much higher. Moore is employed as an assistant clerk magistrate and Superior Court. All 8 defendants are charged with conspiracy to distribute heroin, cocaine, and crack cocaine. 6 of the defendants are charged with money laundering. 2 were allegedly dealing illegal firearms. Springfield were arrested in Vermont after police allegedly found 400 bags of marked poison during a car search. 24-year-old Michael Sinquel-Gainey and 28-year-old David Vaz are charged with possessing and trafficking drugs.
Vermont man is waking up in jail after the DEA and local police found 10,000 bags of heroin in his home. Milton police say they found the drugs and nearly $200,000 in Stephen Bowles' home.
Chicopee police officer Mike Wilk told 22 News Colleen Rodriguez, Monique LaPointe, and James Bradley, all from Vermont, were in a car in the parking lot. Wilk said an officer ran the plates on that car and found the registration belonged to a different car in Vermont.
A Brattleboro man is in jail tonight accused of drug dealing. Vermont State Police say 55-year-old Shane Farrell was selling out of a residence on Garfield Drive in Brattleboro. Vermont's Drug Task Force used confidential informants to buy from Farrell 6 different times over the course of a month.
A woman from Vermont is facing multiple charges after police allegedly found drugs and cash during a traffic stop in Greenfield. State police told 22 News that a trooper pulled over a car on 91 just before 9 Tuesday night. The trooper noticed that the driver, 28-year-old Jessica Speed, had a small child in the back.
According to Vermont State Police, around 12:30 p.m. Thursday, a trooper observed a motor vehicle violation on I-91 in Westminster and conducted a traffic stop. They found the passenger, identified as 48-year-old Kenneth Pillar of Los Angeles, California.
The arrest operation was conducted by the Vermont Drug Task Force in conjunction with federal and local partners and arrested 19 people on a variety of state-level criminal charges and an additional 10 on federal-level charges.
Shelly Sutra is one of the latest people to be charged with trafficking in Vermont.
We have to plead not guilty on all 4 counts.
She pled not guilty, but state police say they seized more than 500 bags of dope at the time of the 37-year-old's arrest in Colchester, just off I-89.
On an over $100,000 bond after he was found to be in possession of large amounts of drugs, money, and firearms.
Last night, hundreds of bags of heroin were kept from being sold on the streets in Vermont thanks to a very large bust. 42-year-old Scott Racine of Middlebury and 36-year-old Jonathan Gallagher of Rutland were arrested and charged with trafficking and importing 1,400 bags of
Vermont,
heroin.
the Green Mountain State, and for 14 years, from 1777 to 1791, not a state at all, but the independent Vermont Republic, with its own currency and a constitution that was the first in America to prohibit adult slavery. It joined the Union as the 14th state, the first admitted after the original 13. This is the land of Ethan Allen and the Green Mountain Boys, the birthplace of two presidents, Chester Arthur and Calvin Coolidge, sworn in by his own father by lamplight on a Plymouth Notch farm with no electricity. Ben and Jerry started in a converted Burlington gas station. Norman Rockwell painted here. Robert Frost farmed and wrote in these hills. Bernie Sanders was mayor of Burlington before he went to Washington. Roughly 650,000 people live in the entire state. No billboards, by law. Covered bridges on every postcard. It also has a drug crisis that doesn't fit any of that, because Vermont sits at the top of a highway. Interstate 91 runs up from Massachusetts through the length of this state, and federal court documents explain the whole thing in one sentence. Drug prices in Vermont are much higher than in Springfield. Buy low in the Pioneer Valley. Sell high in Barr or Rutland or Burlington. Pocket the difference. Tonight, case by case, a grenade launcher and a puppy mill in the same farmhouse. 10,000 bags of H in one home. Bags stamped poison. 29 arrests in a single Northeast Kingdom sweep. 3 women found locked in a room during a Brattleboro raid. And an 80-year-old couple who told Nebraska deputies the 60 pounds of Mary in their pickup were Christmas presents, whose son happened to be one of Vermont's top prosecutors. Everything here comes from court records and law enforcement statements. These are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. This is the other side of the Green Mountain State. Let's get in the Northeast. 11 states packed into the smallest corner of the country, from the coast of Maine down through New England, across New York and New Jersey, into Pennsylvania. Some of the oldest cities in America, some of the wealthiest counties, and some of the safest small towns you'll find anywhere. And running straight through all of it, the corridor. Interstate 95 climbs the entire eastern seaboard. I-91 runs north out of Connecticut through Massachusetts and into Vermont. I-93 carries traffic from Boston up into New Hampshire. And what moves along those highways isn't just commuters. Federal investigators have said it plainly, case after case. New York City, Lawrence, Lowell, Springfield, Philadelphia, these are the source cities. And everything north and east of them is the market. In Vermont, prosecutors put the reason in a federal indictment. Drug prices there are simply higher than in Springfield. Buy low, drive north, keep the difference. Tonight we're following that corridor state by state. Papaya trucks and hidden pallets in Brooklyn. A pill press lab in Pawtucket. 10,000 bags of H inside a single Vermont home. Cash buried by dog kennels. A grenade launcher in a farmhouse. A 2-year federal case that put 56 alleged gang members in custody. Counterfeit pills pressed to look like Adderall. And more than 100,000 bags of H sold to drivers pulling off a New Jersey interstate. Everything here comes from court records, federal announcements, and law enforcement statements. These are allegations unless a conviction is noted, and everyone is presumed innocent until proven guilty. Let's get into it.
In all, 11 men arrested on federal narcotics trafficking offenses.
I just seen cops over there, surrounding my car.
This woman, who did not want to be identified, says she saw the whole thing while driving to work. Police say the arrests are the result of a 7-month joint investigation by the FBI, ATF, and the Waterbury Police Department into a drug ring. Interim Chief Fernando Spagnolo says all of the men now behind bars are affiliated with the ATM gang, a gang police say is responsible for violent acts throughout the city. The investigation included purchases of drugs by law enforcement confidential sources, seizures of drugs during motor vehicle stops, surveillance and court-authorized wiretaps on cell phones. This woman says she's seen several police raids out here in the last few years.
Federal agents carried out an early morning drug raid in Waterbury, Connecticut, surprising residents as law enforcement descended on a neighborhood as part of a coordinated narcotics investigation. Authorities say the operation involved federal agents working alongside local police, executing search warrants tied to suspected drug trafficking activity in the area. During the raid, investigators reportedly seized illegal drugs, evidence connected to distribution, and other items linked to the operation, while multiple individuals were taken into custody.
On Sunday, two men tried to buy from a Hartford police officer at the police station. No kidding. According to Hartford police, the officer was leaving work when the two men approached him and asked him to sell them. The men then said they needed an ATM, so the officer sent them to the ATM in the police department lobby. They took out $60 and officers arrested.
Police say two individuals were arrested on drug charges after an unusual early morning encounter outside the Hartford Police Department, where they allegedly attempted to purchase Coca-Cola from an officer without realizing who he was. According to authorities, the suspects approached the officer and tried to arrange a drug transaction, but were quickly detained once the situation became clear. Police took both individuals into custody at the scene and charged them with attempted possession and other narcotics-related offenses.
Finding all of these illegal products from the stores, you're looking at illegal, including vapes and edibles, much of it, police say, clearly marketed to minors. No, officers didn't make any arrests on scene, but they say they will be following up with warrants and taking further action. The effort's now going on for a little while now, with New Haven police working with state police and other state agencies to crack down on this problem. Now, this after a series of complaints from neighbors, illegal activity reported at smoke shops, and criminal behavior connected back to them.
Police in New Haven, Connecticut said they carried out unannounced inspections at 3 smoke shops on May 7, 2025, seizing about 100 pounds of illegal Mary products including edibles, vape products, concentrates, and Mary flower in what officials described as part of a growing crackdown on unlicensed drug sales. City officials said the operation was driven by a mix of citizen complaints, alleged illegal sales, and related criminal activity, and they emphasized that the raids marked the beginning of increased inspections and enforcement efforts aimed at holding smoke shop owners and employees accountable under Connecticut Mary laws.
Now, investigators say they're linked to a local group known as the Get Money Steppas. The suspects are being charged with corrupt organization and racketeering activity. The investigation dates back to May of 2023, when Hartford's Major Crimes Unit and numerous other organizations began looking into a series of crimes, among them narcotic dealings, theft, and police say in many cases members of the group used altered weapons or ghost guns as well. Officials also tell us 8 of the 13 people were already in federal custody for criminal acts. The other 5 were taken into custody within the last 2 weeks.
Hartford police say 13 suspected members of a group linked to multiple violent crimes were arrested following a months-long investigation targeting both drug activity and serious offenses in the city, in what authorities described as a major coordinated crackdown. According to investigators, the group was allegedly involved in drug trafficking as well as violent acts including shootings and possibly homicide-related incidents, prompting a large-scale operation involving local and federal partners.
Here's the picture released by police. 3,000 bags of along with the material used for cutting it and packing it for they need to run the drug factory, as well as 2 loaded handguns. Now, police did arrest 2 people. Here are their mugshots. Edward Cruz, 28 years old. He's being held on $600,000 bail, as well as 26-year-old Dennis Murtick. He's being held on $500,000 bail. Both of those 2 tonight under arrest for multiple charges, including risk of injury to a minor because it was so close to a school, and people in the neighborhood saying the police did a good job on this one.
Hartford police say a drug bust on Roosevelt Street led to the seizure of more than 3,000 bags of H, in what authorities described as a significant street-level trafficking operation in the city. According to investigators, officers executed the operation after receiving information about ongoing narcotics activity at the location, where they recovered large quantities of H packaged for individual sale along with additional evidence tied to distribution.
Arrest following a crash-turned-drug bust in Hartford's West End. Police say they arrested 23-year-old Ashad Pugh of Waterbury and 34-year-old Aaron Taylor of Windsor on Saturday. The Department of Correction website shows that Pugh was an escapee from prison. And in 2015, we reported that Taylor was wanted for shooting a pastor. We're told the Acura they were traveling in crashed into a parked car on Kenyon Street, pushed it near a house.
Hartford police say 2 individuals were arrested after officers discovered drugs and firearms inside a vehicle during an investigation in the city, leading to multiple serious charges. According to authorities, officers conducted a stop that resulted in a search of the car, where they recovered illegal narcotics along with at least 1 firearm, raising concerns about the connection between drug activity and gun violence.
Here they are, posing for this picture on Twitter. Police say the narcotic detection dogs were brought in when officers became suspicious of a rental truck that they had pulled over on I-95 in Darien. And they were right. The dogs sniffed out 420 pounds of marijuana.
Connecticut State Police say a major interstate drug bust on Interstate 95 in Darien led to the seizure of roughly 420 pounds of marijuana after Narcotics K-9 units alerted officers during a traffic stop, uncovering a large shipment hidden inside a U-Haul truck. According to authorities, troopers initially stopped the vehicle for a motor vehicle violation around midday on October 25, 2019, but became suspicious and deployed multiple narcotics detection dogs, which signaled the presence of drugs in the cargo area. A subsequent search revealed the Mary, leading to the arrests of 2 suspects, both from Los Angeles.
A Connecticut woman arrested after leaving behind drugs in her Airbnb in Barrie. Police there say they were called to the rental by the Airbnb's owner on Saturday after they reported finding drugs while cleaning the room. Later that night, officers got a call that the renter had returned to try and get back what she'd left behind. Police arrived and identified her as 30-year-old Natasha Gonzalez of Hartford. Officers say they found more drugs on her and she was taken into custody. Now,
a Connecticut woman was arrested after police say she left a large quantity of drugs behind at an Airbnb rental in Bar, Vermont, triggering a police investigation. Authorities say Natasha Gonzalez of Hartford, Connecticut, had checked out early from an Airbnb on Railroad Street with her fiancé before the property owner discovered a significant stash of narcotics inside the rental and alerted police. Officers tested the substances and reportedly found more than 116 grams of drugs. Investigators say Gonzalez later returned to the property attempting to retrieve the drugs, but the door code had already been changed and police were called to the scene, where they found additional drugs and cash on her and placed her under arrest.
A total of 15 people were arrested this month. An FBI investigation found 15 members of a narcotics trafficking organization traveled to New York and Puerto Rico to get the drugs. Investigators said they shipped them to various addresses across our state. Authorities also seized several packages.
Federal prosecutors say 15 people were charged in a major southern Connecticut drug trafficking conspiracy after a grand jury in New Haven returned an indictment alleging the group distributed across the region. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, investigators identified the organization as being led by Damian Hazel, with members allegedly traveling to the Bronx to obtain kilogram quantities of fentanyl and to Puerto Rico to source Coca-Cola that was then mailed into Connecticut.
Now to more on one of the largest ever drug busts from a home here in our area. More than 90 pounds of drugs seized from a New Hartford home. A drug investigation that began in Utica led police to this home on Alexandria Road in the town of New Hartford. Police say on Friday they executed a search warrant. Hubbard is charged with an A1 felony of criminal possession of a controlled substance, which police say is equivalent to a charge of murder for the potential time in state prison he could face. So, despite it being a single charge for all that was seized, police say it is definitely a very serious charge he is facing.
Authorities say a major narcotics seizure took place on Alexandria Road in New Hartford, Connecticut, where investigators recovered large quantities of illegal drugs and cash during a targeted operation. According to police, the bust resulted in the seizure of more than 7.5 pounds of Coca-Cola, approximately 85 pounds of Mary, and around $20,000 in cash, along with other items believed to be connected to drug distribution activity.
A federal
federal grand jury returning an indictment charging 7 people in connection to the operation, including these alleged co-conspirators, with 45-year-old Keldon Hinton of New Haven as the alleged ringleader. The details uncovered in June of 2023 when law enforcement was informed of a counterfeit pill manufacturing and trafficking operation allegedly taking place in this rented East Haven garage on Tyler Street Extension. Our Fox 61 cameras capturing the collection of these drugs earlier this month as DEA agents found what we now know was more than 1 million counterfeit pills.
He would have those delivered to a number of co-conspirators who would catch the packages, for lack of a better term, and bring them to his lab, where then he would manufacture the pills using the pill press.
Then U.S. Attorney Lauren Clark says his helpers would either pick them up or the pills would be sold on the dark web, delivered here in Connecticut and across the country through the U.S. Postal Service.
Federal prosecutors say 7 individuals were charged in what authorities described as one of the largest counterfeit pill manufacturing operations uncovered in Connecticut, following a major investigation centered in East Haven. According to the U.S. Attorney's Office, investigators allege the group operated a clandestine pill manufacturing lab out of a rented garage, where federal agents discovered equipment used to press pills along with hundreds of thousands of counterfeit tablets designed to resemble legitimate prescription medications. Authorities said the fake pills were believed to contain fentanyl and other controlled substances, making them particularly dangerous because users often believe they are purchasing real pharmaceutical drugs.
Police said a traffic stop in Norwalk turned into a drug arrest. The Norwalk PD said an officer tried to pull over 33-year-old Vladimir Ruales Espinoza last night near Sunset Hill Avenue because they said his motorcycle didn't have a registration plate. However, they said Ruales Espinoza got off his bike and then ran away. Police said they stopped him with a stun gun and eventually...
Police in Norwalk, Connecticut say a 33-year-old Stamford man, Vladimir Ruales Espinoza, was arrested after allegedly fleeing from officers while carrying a large supply of narcotics during a late-night incident in October 2025. According to authorities, officers attempted to stop Ruales Espinoza before he tried to run from police, but he was quickly apprehended. During the arrest, investigators reported seizing 113 grams of Coca-Cola along with 15 Xanax bars and 17 Oxy pills. Quantities police say indicated potential distribution rather than personal use.
Police, working with a confidential informant, bought drugs from Knight in Massachusetts and later Brattleboro. During one of the buys, Knight asked the informant if he would be willing to kill a man, offering $10,000. Knight provided the informant with additional details on the man's identity, the plan for the and paid a $1,000 deposit. Knight was arrested shortly after.
Authorities say a Connecticut man was arrested after an interstate drug investigation uncovered an alleged deletion for hire plot tied to a trafficking operation, turning what began as a narcotics case into a far more serious criminal investigation. According to investigators, the suspect had been under scrutiny for drug trafficking activities that crossed state lines, but during the probe, authorities discovered evidence suggesting he had attempted to arrange the demise of an individual connected to the case, allegedly offering payment in exchange for carrying out.
2 people were recently arrested in a major drug bust just across state lines in Hartford. 45-year-old Carla Flores and 30-year-old Christian Burgos Rodriguez are facing drug charges. Police found more than 48 pounds of worth $600,000 at a shipping facility. Law enforcement repackaged the deliveries with a sham substance and staked out to see who accepted it. The bust was part of a long-term investigation into cocaine being shipped from Puerto Rico to several Connecticut cities.
Yet, authorities say 2 Hartford residents were arrested following a major Coca-Cola trafficking investigation that uncovered a large shipment of drugs sent through the mail, in what officials described as a coordinated, multi-agency operation. According to Connecticut State Police, investigators were alerted to suspicious packages shipped from Puerto Rico to a Hartford address, which were later found to contain more than 22,000 grams of Coca-Cola with an estimated street value of around $600,000. Detectives conducted a controlled delivery to the residents on Harvard Street, where 45-year-old Carla Flores accepted the package while 30-year-old Christian Burgo Rodriguez was seen monitoring the drop-off before attempting to flee, leading to both suspects being taken into custody. During a search of the home, officers also discovered drug packaging materials, a digital weight, and a small quantity of Fentanyl, along with a young child inside the residence, which led to additional charges.
It's this picture that's quickly going viral. 124 pounds of marijuana seized along I-95 and now in the hands of Maryland State Police. A state trooper spots a minivan speeding near White Marsh in Baltimore County. State police say this is the van the 67-year-old was traveling in. And once troopers pulled him over, they immediately knew something was suspicious. When multiple troopers arrive and the K-9 unit is brought out, inside the back of the van under blankets, troopers find 124 pounds, taking $620,000 worth of drugs off the streets. The driver, 67-year-old John Damaris of Waterbury, Connecticut, is now behind bars.
Laws. A Connecticut man was arrested in a large Mary bust in Maryland after state police say troopers stopped his vehicle on Interstate 95 and discovered 124 pounds of Mary inside, turning a routine traffic stop into a major drug seizure. According to reports, John Paul Demorest of Waterbury, Connecticut, was pulled over in the northbound lanes of I-95 near White Marsh, Maryland, on October 22, 2016, for speeding, and after a K-9 scan of the vehicle, troopers found the Mary and took him into custody on trafficking-related charges. Authorities said the quantity seized strongly suggested the drugs were intended for distribution rather than personal use, and the case stood out as a significant interstate marijuana trafficking arrest involving a Connecticut suspect.
Two people from Newington now facing charges. They are there on your screen. They are Sonal Mamedovich and Claudia Avdiaj. Police believe both of them were selling drugs. And
Hartford police say two Newington men were arrested after a narcotics investigation led officers to execute 5 search and seizure warrants tied to suspected drug dealing in the capital city, resulting in a major haul of drugs, guns, cash, and a vehicle. The seizure of 10 firearms, including assault rifles, 220 grams of Coca-Cola, $116,000 in cash, and a 2018 Dodge Ram.
Hartford man is facing federal charges after police conducted drug busts at 2 homes. The warrants were for houses on Amity Street in Florence. 38-year-old Kenny Laporte is under arrest. Police say they seized 9 firearms, nearly 600 grams.
Hartford police say a local man was arrested after investigators uncovered large quantities of drugs during coordinated searches of 2 homes in the city, following an ongoing narcotics investigation. According to authorities, officers executed search warrants at the properties and recovered significant amounts of illegal drugs along with packaging materials and other items consistent with distribution, leading them to believe the operation was tied to street-level trafficking rather than personal use.
2 people from Connecticut in jail tonight after a drug bust in Brattleboro. Vermont State Police say 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Raitisha Hernandez, both of Hartford, were arrested as a result of a months-long drug investigation into the distribution at a home on Central Street. Police used confidential informants to purchase drugs from Mapp and Hernandez multiple times.
Authorities say 2 Hartford, Connecticut residents were arrested after a drug bust in Brattleboro, Vermont, following a months-long investigation into narcotics trafficking across state lines. According to Vermont State Police, 38-year-old Rondale Mapp and 30-year-old Raitisha Hernandez were taken into custody after investigators uncovered an operation distributing Fentanyl and Coca-Cola from a home on Central Street. Investigators used confidential informants who made multiple controlled purchases from both suspects, helping build the case before arrests were made.
A massive drug bust in Hartford. 16 kilograms of fentanyl, 30,000 fentanyl pills, along with several other drugs and guns. 38-year-olds Erasmo Wally Rosario Hernandez and Wiley Arias de la Cruz, both of the Dominican Republic and living in Hartford, are accused of being involved in a massive drug trafficking network.
Federal authorities say 2 Hartford residents were charged after investigators seized more than 16 kilograms of Fentanyl in what prosecutors described as one of the largest one-time Fentanyl seizures ever seen in Connecticut, following a DEA-led investigation into a major trafficking operation. According to court documents, investigators first stopped a car on March 11, 2022, and recovered more than 1 kilogram of fentanyl from a passenger. Then searched a Magnolia Street home in Hartford and found another kilogram of fentanyl, about 16,000 counterfeit fentanyl pills disguised as 30 milligram oxy tablets, and high-capacity magazines. After a narcotics detection dog alerted to a Mercedes parked outside, agents searched the vehicle and recovered approximately 14 more kilograms of fentanyl, about 1,000 prepackaged bags of fentanyl, another 16,000 fake pills, a kilogram press, 4 assault-style rifles, 2 handguns, ammunition, false IDs, and about 66,000 in counterfeit cash.
Waterbury police make a massive drug and weapons bust. 4 people under arrest. Police say among the haul, they found over a kilogram, 1,300 bags of and 6 guns. One of the guns was reported stolen. State police and the DEA assisting with that arrest.
Waterbury police say multiple individuals were arrested following a targeted drug bust in the city as part of an ongoing investigation into local narcotics activity. According to authorities, officers executed search warrants tied to suspected drug distribution, leading to the seizure of illegal narcotics, cash, and other evidence associated with trafficking, while several suspects were taken into custody at the scene.
Operation No Escape started as a way to help keep Connecticut streets safer. It started just 3 weeks ago, and agents tell us the number of arrests made during that time represent a committed effort to stopping violent crime.
Our collective efforts resulted in 84 total fugitive apprehensions across 7 states and Puerto Rico.
Authorities say dozens of individuals were taken into custody across Connecticut as part of a large-scale summer crackdown known as Operation No Escape, targeting violent crime and drug-related activity statewide. According to investigators, the operation involved coordinated efforts between state police, local departments, and federal partners, focusing on suspects linked to narcotics trafficking, firearms offenses, and other violent crimes.
Authorities arrested 2 men from Connecticut during a traffic stop on Fairfield Street, though these men had been under investigation for several months. Agents say they found heroin.
Authorities say 2 Connecticut men were taken into custody following a major drug bust that uncovered a significant quantity of illegal narcotics as part of an investigation into suspected trafficking activity in the region. According to police, officers executed search warrants after gathering intelligence on the operation, leading to the seizure of large amounts of drugs along with evidence consistent with distribution, including packaging materials and other items tied to the sale of narcotics.
This man is one of more than 100 people arrested during the early morning raids, aimed at a problem residents are all too familiar with in New London and Norwich.
I'm thinking it's about time to take these drugs off the street because it's crazy. You see drug deals and kids and you find needles and stuff in the parks. It's out of control.
Agents from Homeland Security, along with federal, state, and local law enforcement, say they did take a major amount of drugs off the street during the sunrise searches. As children went to school, officers say they broke up 2 major drug smuggling rings, from street-level dealers to the heads of the 2 alleged drug rings. They are now behind bars. New London leaders say the joint effort, which started with New London police and led to the 2-year investigation, has ridded the city of more than 90% of its drug problem.
Authorities say more than 100 suspected drug dealers were arrested during a series of massive coordinated raids across eastern Connecticut, following a large-scale investigation targeting H and Coca-Cola trafficking networks operating in multiple cities and towns.
Police are waiting for lab reports to come back after 7 officers were exposed to a white powder. They came in contact with it during a raid at an apartment on Garden Street in the north end of the city yesterday afternoon. Again, they are still awaiting those lab results. 1 state trooper, 1 Hartford police officer had to be taken to hospitals. 5 others were treated on the scene.
Hartford police say 3 individuals were arrested after a drug bust turned hazardous when 7 officers were exposed to suspected fentanyl powder during the operation, highlighting the extreme dangers officers face when handling synthetic opioids. According to authorities, The incident occurred during a search tied to a narcotics investigation, where officers encountered what was believed to be fentanyl, a substance so potent that even small amounts can pose serious health risks. Several officers reported feeling ill and were treated as a precaution, while investigators secured the scene and took 3 suspects into custody on drug-related charges.
Sonia, 6 million. Connecticut State Police saying it is one of the largest, if not the largest, bust in the entire history of the state of Connecticut. Take a look at it. This is what it looks like. Over 100 kilos. It's all packed in bricks, just like in the movies. They caught it raw, pure right out of the trucking terminal. They said it was delivered with a forklift. It was so heavy. The dogs hit on it. They had information, intelligence. They did make one arrest, a man from the Bronx. He is being detained right now, and he is under arrest on a huge amount of drug charges.
Connecticut State Police say a major drug investigation led to the seizure of more than $6 million worth of Coca-Cola, marking one of the largest narcotics busts in the state's history at the time. According to authorities, the operation targeted a large-scale trafficking network moving significant quantities of Coca-Cola into Connecticut, with investigators executing search warrants after a lengthy probe into suspected distribution activity.
They said they pulled over 32-year-old Connecticut resident Tyler Junk on Leiden Road Sunday for not having a license plate light. They said a passenger was having a medical emergency and they searched the car and found the drugs.
Police in Greenfield, Massachusetts say a man from Windsor, Connecticut, was arrested on drug charges following a traffic stop that escalated after the passenger in the vehicle experienced a medical emergency early Sunday morning. According to authorities, officers stopped the car and soon discovered the passenger in distress, prompting emergency responders to the scene, where the situation led investigators to uncover illegal narcotics inside the vehicle. Hartford police say
are investigating after a stolen car turned into a massive drug bust. They say it happened on C Street. A stolen car reportedly crashed into parked cars Saturday afternoon. Well, inside that vehicle, officers seized more than $500 in cash.
New Haven police say a 26-year-old man, identified as Johnny Demps, was arrested after allegedly leading officers on a pursuit through the C Street area, turning a routine stop into a narcotics-related case. According to authorities, the incident began when officers attempted to stop Demps, but he allegedly fled, prompting a police pursuit before being taken into custody.
Facing charges this afternoon after a drug bust, big one in Hartford. Cops got several complaints about drug sales going on in the area of Franklin Avenue. Detectives identified buyers and sellers, leading to a search of an apartment there.
Hartford police say 9 people were arrested following an undercover narcotics operation in the city's South End, as officers targeted what they described as ongoing street-level drug activity in the area. According to authorities, the investigation led to a coordinated sweep where police seized illegal drugs, cash, and a vehicle, while taking multiple suspects into custody on a combination of new drug charges and outstanding warrants. Connecticut State Police.
On the shoreline too, Norwich police and the FBI seized nearly 4.5 pounds this morning, along with 2 handguns and some other drug-related stuff. Police arrested 21-year-old Javon Morse. Police say his arrest is part of a larger investigation into
Federal
trafficking.
authorities say a Norwich man was arrested after investigators identified him as a key figure in a Coca-Cola trafficking operation, bringing large quantities of drugs into Connecticut, as part of a broader federal probe into distribution networks across the southeastern region of the state. According to prosecutors, the suspect was accused of trafficking significant amounts of Coca-Cola while also facing firearms-related charges tied to the operation, raising the seriousness of the case. Officials said the investigation targeted supply lines feeding narcotics into local communities, and Morse ultimately pleaded guilty to the charges. In December 2017, he was sentenced to 5 years in federal prison, followed by 4 years of supervised release.
During October, detectives got word that 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford was selling drugs. He was arrested, but police said he was back on the street and selling again yesterday. Luna was arrested for a second time, and it led detectives to the home of 45-year-old Angel Masonette on Jefferson Street. Luna and Masonette were arrested on possession and sales-related charges.
Hartford police say a suspected drug dealer was arrested for the second time in just 1 month after investigators launched back-to-back narcotics operations targeting his alleged street-level activity. highlighting ongoing efforts to crack down on repeat offenders in the city. According to reports, the suspect, 22-year-old Angel Luna of East Hartford, was taken into custody again after police said he quickly returned to selling drugs following a prior arrest earlier that same month. Authorities moved in during a second operation and charged him with additional narcotics offenses, reinforcing concerns about repeat distribution activity.
Connecticut, 43-year-old Mauricio Castellano Rojas was arrested in Hartford last week. He's accused of entering the U.S. illegally for the first time in 2007. Officials say he was sent back to his home country of Mexico and then he returned.
Distribution activity. Authorities say an undocumented man from Mexico was arrested in Hartford as part of a case involving both drug trafficking and prosti work-related crimes, following a broader investigation into illegal activity operating out of a storefront in the city. According to officials, Mauricio Castellano Rojas was taken into custody by immigration agents after previously being arrested by Hartford police in connection to an alleged operation that functioned as a front for both narcotics distribution and a prostitution business. Investigators say a raid on the location uncovered cocaine, large amounts of cash, around $30,000, ammunition, and evidence of organized illegal activity, while authorities also identified multiple women working at the site, some of whom reported being involved in commercial sex.
But at dawn, SWAT teams broke the early morning silence, hitting nearly a dozen locations in and around Hartford. Police say they arrested 9 people at this location on Zion Street, seizing thousands and thousands of bags of heroin. In all, police are looking to arrest nearly 20 suspects. This is one of them in the blue hoodie just released from federal court. And because the FBI and ATF and the U.S. Attorney is involved, the charges will be federal. Charges that carry much stronger penalties with longer prison terms.
Narcotics-related offenses. Federal agents and Hartford police, including SWAT teams, carried out a large-scale early morning raid on a Hartford neighborhood, arresting several individuals as part of a coordinated drug trafficking investigation. Authorities say the operation involved executing multiple search warrants at homes believed to be tied to H and Coca-Cola distribution, with heavily armed officers securing the area while investigators collected evidence. During the raid, police reportedly seized illegal narcotics, cash, and items associated with drug packaging and sales, while taking multiple suspects into custody on drug-related charges. Federal agents distribution.
Everything's about supply and demand.
When you talk to David Marble, he sounds like a businessman.
It's like anything. If you can take a pair of sneakers from one place and charge, and from here you're charging it 50, and then you take it another place and you could charge it 150, and you're gonna do that.
That's why he says he moved from Rochester, New York to Maine. He saw a market here, one of epidemic proportions, killing more than a Mainer a day.
Seemed like I stayed in trouble a lot.
Marble says he grew up around drugs and was groomed as a teenager to sell crack cocaine and then heroin.
When you around the environment long enough and you seeing the outcome of what other people are doing, you're going to eventually slide into it.
But it wasn't until he lost his job as a coding technician that he turned to selling hard drugs, and he heard of a little place called Augusta.
Needed the money at the time, lost the job, still had kids to take care of.
And here in Maine, he says he could make 5 times more money.
Used to making $10 off it, now I'm making $50.
So in September 2015, he saw a change of income and a change of scenery.
Places where you got to walk miles just to see a store, you don't have to worry about the violence.
But it was in one of those places where you'd have to walk miles to see a store that put Marble here at the Maine State Prison. 3 months after arriving in Maine, he was arrested, later convicted. It started Christmas Eve 2015 when a group of people broke into his apartment.
The quicker you can get it off, the better. I mean, you don't want to be having a lot of stuff around you.
That stuff was cocaine and heroin, and someone knew it was just sitting there waiting to be stolen. Early the next morning, Eric Williams, Bonnie Royer, and Royer's unborn child were dead.
Now, the traffickers, these are people that take drugs.
A few weeks later, during a town hall meeting, Governor Paul LePage referred to Marble by his nickname, D-Money. That sparked a controversial debate about the drug epidemic.
These are guys that are named D-Money, Smoothie, Shifty, these type of guys that come from Connecticut, New York. They come up here, they sell their heroin, then they go back home. Incidentally, half the time they impregnate a young white girl before they leave.
I don't have any kids up here in Maine, so the one statement already was wrong.
More importantly, he says, you shouldn't blame him for Maine's drug problem.
The market was already here, the people was already here, they was already doing it before I came up here.
He did, however, hope to make some money and go back home, providing for a son and daughter.
I always say I still got two legacies that, will be able to live on for me.
But in the end, he's here for the rest of his life. 3 other legacies, 3 other lives, unable to live theirs.
David D-Money Marble Jr. didn't come to Maine to stay. He came to sell drugs and to commit immolation. In 2015, Marble traveled to Maine from out of state, establishing himself as a trafficker while orchestrating violence against those in his way. He deleted Bonnie Royer and Eric Williams, 2 people who stood between him and his profits. When Maine State Police and federal prosecutors caught up with him in 2018, the verdict was swift: life in prison with no possibility of parole. Marble's case became a stark warning about out-of-state traffickers bringing hardcore violence to Maine streets. He wanted to be a kingpin. Instead, he became a cautionary tale serving a life sentence in a Maine cell, miles away from the empire he tried to build.
For this individual's name to come up, I was shocked. He was not on anyone's radar screen of being anything but a good corrections officer.
On Tuesday night, Davis Glazener was booked into the Cumberland County Jail, the same jail he's worked at for the last 2 years. Sheriff Kevin Joyce says a tip led them to search Glazener's South Portland home. Inside, they found cocaine.
I want to show our employees and the public that we can take care of business, and that just because you're an employee, you don't get any free passes.
Glazener was stripped of his equipment and put on administrative leave without pay. Sheriff Joyce says there's a possibility of more charges.
October 2018. A corrections officer employed at a Cumberland County facility was arrested on drug trafficking charges. The officer had used his position, his access, his authority, his uniform to facilitate drug distribution. It was corruption at its most direct. Someone sworn to enforce the law was breaking it, smuggling product into prisons and managing distribution from the inside.
In the shadows of the iconic Lewiston Cathedral on 68.5 Howe Street, one of 20 locations in central Maine, raided. Within 15 minutes, police officers and drug agents arrested 24 people. The suspects, both men and women, from Maine, Massachusetts, New York, and Pennsylvania. The alleged drug dealers, as young as 19. The oldest, 66-year-old Lee Earsey, who lives on Howe Street. While most of the alleged drug dealers were sleeping, 6 a.m. Friday, agents came knocking and rounded up those 24 alleged drug dealers. Even though that sounds like a lot, Delahaney says it doesn't even make a dent in the drug trade.
January 2015. Maine law enforcement assembled an historic task force. 135 police officers and drug agents coordinated across the state in simultaneous raids. The result: 24 alleged drug dealers in custody, arrested in what was then the largest sting operation in Maine's recent memory. The scale was unprecedented. Departments that normally operated alone coordinated with federal agents. Information that had been siloed was shared. The operation sent a message. Maine wasn't going to tolerate distributed trafficking networks anymore.
Wyndham police officers and Cumberland County Sheriff's deputies arrived at 30 Snowy Ridge Road to execute what they called a high-risk search warrant. Wednesday, we saw windows blown out, trash and debris everywhere. Witnesses say when police raided the property, people retreated inside. A 2-hour standoff followed, a neighbor snapping these photos showing the armored vehicles that police used. Eventually, 7 suspects were arrested, including the property owner, 34-year-old Daniel Yates. Authorities say the raid followed a months-long investigation into suspected drug trafficking, human trafficking, and other criminal activities. Other neighbors afraid to go on camera but told us they've had it with being afraid and the comings and goings.
September 2025. Windham police surrounded a property after neighbors had complained for years. What they found inside shocked them. A multi-crime operation combining drug trafficking, prosti work, and human trafficking under one roof. 7 people were arrested following a 2-hour standoff. Victims were recovered from the property. This bust revealed a dark side of Maine's drug trade. The networks that move drugs often move people too, enslaving them through addiction and force while profiting from both substances and bodies.
Yeah, 7 people from Maine and Massachusetts will now answer to charges ranging from possession to drug trafficking to conspiracy. At a house on Gray Street, officers arrested Gloria Pressey, Martin Fernald, and Angela Hansen. She's not pictured. All 3 from Waterville. Police also arrested Jeremy Sanchez and William Botex from Massachusetts. At a house on Gray Avenue, police arrested Christopher Violette, and at an apartment on Summer Street, they caught Joshua Bilodeau. Both are from Waterville.
In June 2019, MDE agents and Waterville police executed a bust that highlighted just how dangerous Maine's opioid crisis had become. 7 people were arrested in a single operation, and what officers seized stopped them cold. More than 15,000 lethal doses of Fenty. 15,000. That's enough to delete every person in Waterville 3 times over. This wasn't H laced with Fenty. This was pure pharmaceutical weapon-grade Fenty, packaged for distribution across Main streets. The bust showed that traffickers weren't just selling drugs, they were stocking lethal firepower.
And other opioids are causing an incredible amount of damage, human suffering, as a result of the trafficking that's engaged.
In January 2017, Maine Drug Enforcement Agency agents arrested 2 people in what would become the state's largest H and Fenty seizure on record. 8 pounds of pure H valued at nearly $2 million on the street. Both suspects were held at York County Jail while federal prosecutors built their case. The haul was so massive that it demonstrated something previously unknown about Maine. Traffickers weren't just moving small quantities through the state. They were running industrial-scale operations, stockpiling enough product to supply the entire eastern seaboard.
Connecticut man charged in one of the largest heroin busts in Maine's history has been sentenced to 12 years in prison. 37-year-old James Jamison of Waterbury was arrested in 2016 with an estimated $500,000 worth of...
2018, 37-year-old James Jamison of Waterbury, Connecticut, was sentenced to 12 years in federal prison for his involvement in what officials described as one of the largest H seizures in Maine history. Jamison had been arrested in 2016 following a months-long investigation in Aroostook County, with authorities estimating that the heroin connected to the case was worth approximately $500,000. Agents initially attempted to arrest him in a South Portland parking lot, but prosecutors said he rammed a police vehicle and fled before becoming involved in a multi-vehicle crash in Scarborough. Jamison reportedly escaped from the crash scene, but was later located and arrested at a nearby hotel.
Police in Portland also teaming up with drug agents to get a suspected drug dealer off the streets. Heavily armed officers executed a search warrant this morning on Washington Ave near Veranda Street. Investigators arresting 29-year-old Kerwin Lamore, and they're charging him with aggravated trafficking. Police say Lamore was caught selling drugs within 1,000 feet of the Presumpscot School.
May 2025. Portland man Kerwin Lammer, age 29, was arrested by Portland police and MDEA agents for selling drugs within 1,000 feet of Presumpscot Elementary School. The proximity to kids walking to class was an aggravating factor in the charges. Lammer's choice to operate near a school marked him as someone willing to sacrifice children's safety for profit.
2 previously convicted gang members from Massachusetts who were arrested in Maine have been indicted by a federal grand jury on drug and firearm charges. 42-year-old Stanley Earl Jenkins and 22-year-old Xavier Puelo are charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute, as well as possessing a firearm in furtherance of a drug trafficking crime. Both federal charges could carry a sentence of up to life in prison.
According to the charging documents, officials searched a home in Moosehorn Road in Abbott last May. Prosecutors say Jenkins and Puelo were found with around $7,500 in cash.
2 previously convicted gang members arrested in Maine are now facing federal drug trafficking and firearm charges after prosecutors alleged they were running a drug distribution operation tied to a residence in Abbott, Maine. A federal grand jury indicted Stanley Earl Jenkins of Boston, Poolside Sticks, and Xavier Puello of Lawrence, Massachusetts, Bodega, on a conspiracy count involving 280-plus grams of Coca-Cola base and 40-plus grams of Fendi, plus a second count alleging a firearm was possessed in furtherance of drug trafficking. Both appeared in federal court in Boston. Court filings cited in reporting described Jenkins as tied to the Franklin Hill Street Gang and Puello as an alleged Trinitarios member, Lawrence chapter. Prosecutors also noted Jenkins was on supervised release from an earlier federal case, and Puello was on probation from a Massachusetts firearms case. Investigators say the case centered on a search at a home on Moosehorn Road, where they reported finding about $7,500 cash, a handwritten drug menu, and 2 loaded guns, a Ruger 9 and an Anderson Arms 5.56 rifle with a 60-round magazine, along with a scale and suspected drugs. Court documents also say the homeowners Christopher Salvucci and Brooke Salvucci were arrested, and investigators reviewed phones and messages they alleged showed drug sales activity.
Fontaine has been charged with conspiracy to violate federal firearms laws. Officials say he is a previously convicted felon and that he was working with a man from Old Orchard Beach to straw purchase guns using both money and drugs. That means someone else was buying the guns for them since they were not legally allowed to. Included in the evidence in this case is a string of text messages discussing which guns should be bought. And court documents say that the third man who did buy those guns was paid $100 and given drugs for each one.
Federal investigators say a suspected gun trafficking pipeline out of Biddeford ended with an early morning raid and the arrest of Dustin "Dizzy" Fontaine. Authorities said HSI and the FBI took him into custody at the Clifford Street apartment building where he lived, and prosecutors filed a criminal complaint accusing him of conspiracy to violate federal firearms laws, alleging the guns were being funneled from Maine to Massachusetts drug dealers and gang-linked buyers. According to an HSI affidavit, investigators say the scheme relied on straw purchases. They allege Fontaine, described as a convicted felon who couldn't legally buy or possess firearms, worked with Jonathan Bethune of Old Orchard Beach and a cooperating buyer who purchased guns from licensed dealers, including Kittery Trading Post. Agents said messages recovered from phones showed the group discussing what to buy, and the cooperating witness claimed they purchased roughly 100 guns for Fontaine and about 100 for Bethune from mid-2022 through late August 2023, receiving cash and/or drugs per gun. Investigators allege the firearms were then traded or sold into a Massachusetts drug trafficking operation for money and narcotics.
People in South Portland raising concerns over how hard drugs seized in a recent bust there were packaged.
On Saturday, police arrested 2 men from Massachusetts after they say they found a large amount of drugs in their car, concealed in what looked like packaging that was a legitimate cannabis vendor. However, South Portland Police Chief Dan Ahern says typically cannabis packaging that uses common name brands like Skittles or Welch's is not legal. Ahern also says it is likely the packages were not used to mislead people about the drugs, but more so to disguise them as legal goods and make illegal transport easier.
February 2025. South Portland police arrested 2 men from Massachusetts after discovering a large volume of suspected drugs in their vehicle. The bust alarmed residents a major shipment of narcotics transiting through town. The interstate connection was clear. Dealers from Massachusetts were using Maine as a distribution hub and retail market.
This cell phone video, taken by a neighbor and shared with us, shows police making arrests outside of 149 College Street. It's the 4th warrant at the same home in 9 months. The people arrested today were Stephanie Hallman, Gregory Simmons, Lucas Messer, Christina Allen, and Lilith Price. According to our previous reporting, Messer was arrested at the same location last month, and Hallman was arrested at the same location in December. Tax records show that the property is owned by Matthew Brissett. A criminal background check shows that Brissett has had run-ins with Lewiston police dating back to 2006, operating under the influence and multiple drug possession charges. Brissett often discharged with a fine of $300 to $400. We obtained an affidavit showing that back in February, Brissett was arrested for possession of Xanax and over 7 grams of methamphetamine. According to the Maine Department of Corrections inmate database, Brissett was sentenced to 364 days, all suspended, and 1-year probation.
In March 2026, the Somerset County Sheriff's Office arrested 6 people after executing a search warrant at a home in Norridgewock. Authorities reported seizing various drugs, more than $6,000 in cash and drug-related evidence valued at roughly $16,000. Ariel Hernandez Batista, Luis Mart Mateo, and Luke Sylvia were charged with aggravated drug trafficking after allegedly attempting to escape through a hole in the floor, while Randall Woods faced possession and conditional release charges. Denise Weber and Jeremy Ross were arrested on outstanding warrants. Hernandez Batista and Mart Mateo were also placed on federal immigration detainers after authorities alleged that they were unlawfully present in the United States.
That's right, Steve. Officials say that 2 of the children found living in this home here in Standish were also living in a home in New Sharon. That was the site of another meth lab that was busted just last month. Cumberland County Sheriff's deputies arrested 32-year-old Timothy Shubrook and his girlfriend Tressa Sprague on Saturday. Officials say Shubrook is the brother of Tabitha Shubrook, who was arrested in New Sharon last month. Shubrook and Sprague lived on the first floor of this home, and they've been charged with manufacturing meth and violating conditions of their release on a pending theft charge. Now, 5 children also lived on this property in the home on the 2nd floor with a grandmother. Additional charges may be filed against Shubrook and Sprague if those children were found to be in any danger.
April 2015, MDEA agents discovered a suspected meth lab in Standish. 2 people were arrested. Equipment and chemicals seized. The clandestine operation was shut down. But Standish's meth problem didn't end with this single bust. It reflected a statewide pattern of rural meth production.
33, 2 people believed to be in the U.S. illegally are among half a dozen arrested in connection with the drug bust in Somerset County. Officials say that they found drugs, money, other paraphernalia during a search as they executed a search warrant in Norridgewock. 6 people were arrested in all on various charges.
In March 2026, the Somerset County Sheriff's Office arrested 6 people after executing a search warrant at a home in Norridgewock. Authorities reported seizing approximately various drugs, more than $6,000 in cash and drug-related evidence valued at roughly $16,000. Ariel Hernandez Batista, Luis Mart Mateo, and Luke Sylvia were charged with aggravated drug trafficking after allegedly attempting to escape through a hole in the floor, while Randall Woods faced possession and conditional release charges. Denise Weber and Jeremy Ross were arrested on outstanding warrants. Hernandez Batista and Mart Mateo were also placed on federal immigration detainers after authorities alleged that they were unlawfully present in the United States.
On February 26th, police responded to shots fired between people in 2 vehicles as they were driving through residential Portland. 2 days later, police found one of those vehicles and arrested a 17-year-old boy, charged with reckless conduct with a dangerous weapon. He was taken to Long Creek Youth Development Center. When searching for the second vehicle involved, police uncovered a significant drug trafficking network, uncovering firearms, cash, and cocaine. Multiple high-risk search warrants were then conducted in Portland, Gray, and New Gloucester throughout March.
March 2024. Portland police uncovered something unexpected. A sophisticated drug trafficking network operated entirely by teenagers. The investigation began after a shooting in the city and expanded to reveal that young dealers, some still in school, were running supply chains and managing distribution. It was a marked shift in how Maine's drug markets were organizing. The arrest of multiple teenagers signaled that trafficking was no longer just an adult enterprise in Maine. It was recruiting kids to expand its reach.
2 women facing charges after a brief police chase in Bridgeton. Police say they tried to stop the car just after midnight on Tuesday because it had a handwritten license plate.
In May 2025, Bridgeton police arrested 35-year-old Naomi Vierick and 44-year-old Linda Pepin after an officer attempted to stop their vehicle because it displayed a handwritten license plate. Police said the driver continued for nearly a mile before stopping on Willis Park Road. A search of the vehicle allegedly uncovered approximately 4 grams of Fentanyl, 15.5 grams of meth, 14 grams of Coca-Cola, cash, drug paraphernalia, and other suspected trafficking evidence. Vierick was charged with multiple drug trafficking offenses, refusing to submit to arrest and providing a false name. while Pepin was arrested on an outstanding failure to appear
From
warrant.
the outside, Portland may seem to some as an escape, a place to get away. But it is not immune from societal problems like drugs. And that's why Maine's Drug Enforcement Agency has had to take a new approach, targeting those coming from the outside in.
These groups come to Maine. They use fake names and street names and take advantage of the demand that is here in the state of Maine for crack and heroin, and then they use that demand to make money. Unlikely that they have other locations.
On Monday, the MDEA seized 72 grams from this Portland apartment building. They arrested 4 people, 3 from New York City. Investigators believe the group had been dealing out of the apartment for several months.
October 2013,
for crack and heroin, and then they use
agents in
that
Portland
demand
police
to make
executed
money.
a bust in
Unlikely
an apartment building in
that
Portland,
they have other
resulting in
locations.
4 arrests.
On Monday, the MDEA
operation
seized
targeted a
72
location
grams
where
of crack
dealers were openly
cocaine and
operating,
125
selling
grams
from
of
units,
heroin
and
from
making
this
the
Portland
building a known
apartment
drug
building.
market.
They arrested
The bust
4
disrupted
people,
the
3
operation,
from New
but
York
didn't
City.
eliminate Portland's
Investigators
street-level
believe the group had been dealing
There was another bust in Somerset County where investigators seized nearly 1,300 plants.
Now it has the attention of Senator Susan Collins, who says she has serious concerns about the foreign-run entities in Maine's rural communities. Collins has pressed the U.S. Attorney General and the Director of the FBI on the issue, and she says more needs to be done at the federal level to shut them down. According to Collins, there is evidence the operations are tied to criminal organizations associated with the Chinese government.
May 2024. Maine law enforcement cracked down on illegal merry-grow operations. In Somerset County, investigators seized nearly 1,300 Mary plants from an unlicensed cultivation site. While Mary is legal in Maine under strict licensing, unlicensed operations, especially those running industrial-scale grows, continued to flourish, flooding the black market.
Agents with the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency are investigating a suspected methamphetamine lab here at 8 Omer Street in Lewiston. Officials say they've been working on this investigation for a long time. You can see agents in hazardous suits over there. They have masks on and hazardous gear. They've been going in and out of this apartment on Omer Street, pulling out some evidence, looking through materials, sorting through materials, and marking them in evidence bags and taking them back to the truck. Now, as you can see,
February 2010. Police and Maine Drug Enforcement Agency agents raided an apartment on Omer Street in Lewiston after intelligence pointed to a suspected meth lab. What they found: equipment and chemicals for manufacturing meth. 1 arrest. 1 lab dismantled. But for every Lewiston lab shut down, another was being set up elsewhere in the state.
In Rockland, 3 people face new drug charges after police say they found more than 50 grams of fentanyl and meth while investigating alleged dealing at a subsidized housing facility for older and handicapped people. Police arresting Mark Gagne, Michaela Batty, and Tiana Brancella yesterday afternoon. Gagne was released from jail just last week on an abuse of a corpse charge in connection with the Cushing death of Kyle McDougal. Police say all 3 people arrested yesterday had prior charges. And
in March 2026, Rockland police arrested 43-year-old Mark Gagne, 29-year-old Michaela Batty, and 30-year-old Tiana Brancella after responding to reports of suspected drug activity at a subsidized housing complex for older adults and people with disabilities. Officers said they recovered more than 50 grams of Fentanyl along with meth. Gagne was charged with felony drug possession and violating probation, while Batty faced drug possession and conditional release violations, and Brancella was charged with aggravated drug trafficking and violating her conditions of release. Gagne had reportedly been released from jail shortly before the bust and was on probation for previous drug trafficking and abuse of a corpse charges connected to a 2024 Cushing homicide investigation.
At approximately 7 p.m. last night, the Brewer Police Department, with the assistance of the Maine State Police Tactical Team, executed a search warrant at 54 State Street in Brewer. ABC 7 crews were on scene when detectives from Brewer Police questioned a number of individuals at the residence. During the search, illegal drugs and firearms were seized. Police say the incident triggers Brewer's disruptive property ordinance. At approximately 7 p.m. last night, the Brewer Police Department, with the assistance of the Maine State Police Tactical Team, executed a search warrant at 54 State Street in Brewer. ABC 7 crews were on scene.
The Scott County Sheriff's Office said they seized more than a pound
pound of illicit drugs in a search of a home on Krogan Road as part of a months-long investigation. 3 people were arrested at the home. This morning, the sheriff's office announced that further testing showed they actually seized more than 2 pounds of meth.
In March 2026, the Penobscot County Sheriff's Office announced that the amount of drugs seized during a raid on a Krogan Road residence in Herman had nearly doubled after investigators completed further testing. Deputies initially reported recovering various drugs, but later identified nearly more drugs, bringing the total seizure close to 1 kilogram. The new evidence led authorities to return to the residence and arrest 74-year-old Sherry Kluge, who was charged with unlawful trafficking of Schedule W drugs. Kluge became the 4th person charged in the investigation, joining Chad Langley, Daquan Moore, and Shelley Perry, who had been arrested during the original search.
Authorities say 39-year-old Jason Bolduc and 35-year-old Nicole Farrar are now behind bars following a massive drug bust that spans across 3 states. The 2 Maine residents were arrested on drug trafficking charges back on January 13th. Investigators say they were monitoring Bolduc over the past 4 months and believe he was selling heroin from his home in Maine. Agents seized more than 8 pounds and half from Maine and half from Massachusetts. The investigation also led authorities to a storage unit on Route 16 in Wakefield. Inside the unit, police found more than $170,000 in cash, a ledger detailing past drug sales, and several handguns.
The same month as the record H bust, MDEA agents arrested
Authorities say 39-year-old Jason Bolduc and 35-year-old Nicole Farrar are now behind bars following a massive drug bust that spans across 3 states. The 2 Maine residents were arrested on drug trafficking charges back on January 13th. Investigators say they were monitoring Bolduc over the past 4 months and believe he was selling heroin from his home in Maine. Agents seized
Cover police operation led to a drug bust inside a Westbrook apartment building just moments ago. Police arrested 1 man accused of possessing and obtaining fentanyl on the first floor. Maine Drug Enforcement Agency and Westbrook Police had been investigating this home. Undercover officers purchased the fentanyl ahead of the arrest. Officials say community concerns put this house on their radar.
In January 2025, Maine DEA agents arrested 41-year-old Christopher Cyprian after an undercover investigation into suspected Fendi sales from his first-floor apartment on Rochester Street in Westbrook. The investigation reportedly began after residents complained about frequent late-night traffic and disruptive activity around the building, and undercover agents allegedly purchased fentanyl from Cyprian several times. During a search of the apartment, investigators reported recovering various drugs, a loaded handgun, and other evidence associated with drug trafficking, with the narcotics valued at around $12,000. Cyprian was charged with felony Fendi trafficking and possession offenses, and was taken to the Cumberland County Jail with bail initially set at $10,000 cash.
Agents wearing protective suits with ventilation gear surrounded a pickup truck about 9 this morning. Maine Drug Enforcement agents, with the help from Maine State Police and the Oxford County Sheriff's Department, say they found evidence of a meth lab in this truck. State police say the truck is connected to this mobile home just down the street. Drug agents raided the home located at 209 Weber Brook Road. Agents slapped this warning label on the truck and then continued in their investigation, which took them to towns in northern Oxford County, where they said they did find evidence of a meth lab at a home located in the town of Gilead. Police say 5 people were detained and questioned. They wouldn't say exactly what kind of evidence was found or seized.
February 2014. MDEA agents executed a coordinated operation across Oxford County, targeting 2 suspected meth labs in a single sweep. Authorities searched 5 homes and 1 pickup truck. Multiple arrests. Multiple labs eliminated. The operation showed that meth production was spread across Maine's rural counties, requiring coordinated multi-site raids to effectively dismantle.
Multiple people were arrested at a Herman home yesterday afternoon after a months-long drug trafficking investigation. The Penobscot County Sheriff's Office has deputies searched a home on Krogan Road. They reportedly found half a kilogram of combined illegal drugs. 33-year-old Chad Langley of Herman and 30-year-old Daquan Moore of Brooklyn are charged with drug trafficking. Authorities say 54-year-old Shelley Perry was also arrested on warrants for failing to appear.
March 2026, The Penobscot County Sheriff's Office arrested 33-year-old Chad Langley of Herman, 30-year-old Daquan Moore of Brooklyn, New York, and 54-year-old Shelley Perry after executing a search warrant at a Croghan Road residence. The raid followed a months-long investigation into suspected drug trafficking from the property, and deputies reported seizing approximately half a kilogram, more than 1 pound of various drugs. Langley was charged with aggravated trafficking and possession of Schedule W drugs, while Moore faced aggravated trafficking and trafficking charges. Perry was arrested on an outstanding failure to appear warrant. The operation included the Sheriff's Special Response Team and K-9 Memphis, with assistance from the Maine DEA, Homeland Security Investigations, and the Herman Fire Department.
2 people were arrested after a drug trafficking investigation in Winthrop. The Maine DEA says they charged Stephen Lee Smith of Connecticut and Caitlin Dubois of Winthrop after executing search warrants at a motel and storage facility. Over 300 grams of 115 grams of fentanyl were seized.
In June 2025, Maine DEA agents arrested 32-year-old Caitlin Dubois of Winthrop and 34-year-old Stephen Lee Smith of Broadbrook, Connecticut, following a month-long investigation into suspected drug sales from a Kennebec County motel. Agents executed warrants at the motel and storage facilities in Winthrop and Gardner, allegedly recovering 116 grams of Fenty and 301 grams of Coca-Cola, along with nearly $7,000 in suspected drug proceeds. Authorities estimated the Fenty and Coca-Cola had a combined street value of approximately $44,500. Smith was charged with 2 counts of aggravated drug trafficking, while Dubois faced 2 aggravated trafficking counts and an additional unlawful trafficking charge.
2 people are behind bars tonight after a drug bust in Old Orchard Beach. The Maine Drug Enforcement Agency started this investigation 2 months ago. Dylan Wilcox and Amazia Sylvester, both of Old Orchard Beach, are charged with trafficking fentanyl throughout southern Maine. Anyone with information about this investigation or illegal drug sales in Maine is asked to contact the closest Maine Drug Enforcement Office.
March 2021, Maine DEA agents arrested 28-year-old Dylan Wilcox and 21-year-old Amazia Sylvester, accusing the Old Orchard Beach couple of trafficking Fenty throughout southern Maine. Undercover agents allegedly purchased Fenty from Wilcox before arresting him during a Portland area traffic stop, while Sylvester was stopped outside their apartment carrying approximately 285 grams of suspected Fenty. Investigators searched the residence and reported recovering evidence of drug trafficking along with approximately $51,000 in suspected drug proceeds. Officials estimated the seized Fenty was worth about $43,000. Wilcox faced 2 Fenty trafficking counts, while Sylvester was charged with aggravated trafficking, theft, and violating her conditions of release.
26-year-old Brianna Rennie of Auburn, 31-year-old Akil Charles of Brockton, Massachusetts, and 57-year-old William Tardif of New Gloucester were all arrested. Police served that warrant at the apartment of Rennie.
December 2025. After a month-long investigation triggered by community tips and local law enforcement intelligence, MDEA arrested 3 people on aggravated drug trafficking charges in Auburn. The community-led tips showed that residents were fighting back, reporting dealers and operations to police. The arrests proved those reports mattered. Agents responded and shut down the organization.
Egan's police chief says his department is at war with trafficking after a drug bust during a traffic stop over the weekend. Officials found nearly 175 grams cutting substance. 2 of the passengers in the car were arrested for trafficking. The driver also faces charges for driving with a suspended license.
In May 2026, a traffic stop on Middle Road in Skowhegan led police to arrest 30-year-old Sadie McDonald of Fairfield, 51-year-old Louis Lopez, and 38-year-old Michael Griffin of Farmingdale. An officer reportedly stopped Griffin's Toyota Camry because it had no license plate and a loud exhaust, later determining that none of the 4 occupants had a valid driver's license. With assistance from K-9 Reese, police searched the occupants and vehicle, allegedly recovering various drugs. McDonald and Lopez faced aggravated trafficking, and drug possession charges, while Griffin was charged with several driving violations, including operating after suspension.
3 people were arrested after a months-long drug and trafficking investigation in Hancock.
Maine Drug Enforcement Agency says 60-year-old Jack Crawford of Hancock, 29-year-old Jonathan Sprague of Millbridge, and 33-year-old Matthew Crabtree of Ellsworth were taken into custody. Agents searched a home on Franklin Road in Hancock and multiple camper trailers in Hancock Cycle.
In June 2026, the Maine Drug Enforcement Agency arrested 60-year-old John Crawford of Hancock, 29-year-old Jonathan Sprague of Millbridge, and 33-year-old Matthew Crabtree of Ellsworth following a months-long investigation into suspected drug trafficking. Agents searched a residence on Franklin Road, multiple camper trailers, and a business identified as Hancock Cycle. Investigators reported recovering various drugs with an estimated street value of approximately $30,000, along with 4 firearms. Crawford and Sprague were charged with drug trafficking offenses, while Crabtree was charged with violating conditions of release, and all 3 were taken to the Hancock County Jail.
2 people were arrested for suspected drug trafficking in Belfast. Maine DEA officials say they arrested 80-year-old Larry Metcalf of Swanville and a 21-year-old Boston man. Officials say the arrests come after a months-long investigation into Metcalf giving out-of-state drug traffickers rides to local drug houses. Officials say they pulled over Metcalf yesterday when they saw him leave a bus station with the 21-year-old who had just gotten off the bus from Massachusetts. Authorities searched the vehicle and both men.
In June 2026, Maine DEA agents arrested 80-year-old Larry Metcalf of Swanville and 21-year-old Edwin Chawla Ramirez of Boston following a traffic stop in Belfast. Authorities said the arrests resulted from a months-long investigation into allegations that Metcalf was transporting out-of-state traffickers from bus stations to suspected drug distribution locations in the area. Investigators stopped Metcalf after allegedly seeing him pick up Chawla Ramirez, who had arrived on a bus from Massachusetts, and reported finding Fentanyl and Coca-Cola during searches of the vehicle and suspects. Chawla Ramirez was taken to the Waldo County Jail and held on $25,000 cash bail, while Metcalf received a summons. Investigators said additional arrests were possible.
The Penobscot County Sheriff's Office says 5 people have been arrested after a drug trafficking investigation in Hermit. Deputies served a search warrant Wednesday at a home on Croghan Road.
In July 2026, the Penobscot County Sheriff's Office arrested 5 people after deputies and the Special Response Team executed another drug-related search warrant at 108 Croghan Road in Hermon, the same property searched approximately 4 months earlier. Investigators reported recovering fentanyl, methamphetamine, and a stolen vehicle. Karen Perkins, 63, was charged with trafficking and receiving stolen property. Anna Michelle Alzareca, 48, was charged with trafficking. Renee Miranda, 59, was charged with trafficking and receiving stolen property. James Williams, 64, was charged with receiving stolen property and violating conditional release. And Amanda Allard, 37, was charged with possession of Schedule W drugs. Authorities said the broader drug trafficking investigation remained active following.
They are the largest and most dangerous gang in Massachusetts, according to the U.S. Attorney. The international Trinitarios allegedly sent people running from gunshots in the bright sunshine, committed on public streets, and devastated local families for the last decade. In February 2025, the feds took down the Lynn chapter of the gang. Cooperating witnesses then recorded suspected gang members in Lawrence.
In another recorded call, the leader of the Lawrence chapter allegedly stated, "We will run this city. I choose violence."
Today, the feds say the Lawrence chapter is decimated, with 9 more arrests and now a total of 56 people charged in this conspiracy. They posted music videos online, worn by gang members, and kilos of deadly drugs. This was a 2-year investigation. The feds say with this dangerous group off the streets, the people...
This is the biggest case in the entire video, and it isn't close. On June 9, 2026, U.S. Attorney Leah Foley announced that the FBI's arrest of 9 suspected gang members and the indictment of 26 had, in her words, decimated the most dangerous and violent gang in Massachusetts. The gang is the Trinitarios, a transnational organization with Dominican roots, operating in Lynn and Lawrence. And the case didn't start in 2026. It came out of Operation Paper Machete, a 2-year investigation that has now produced the arrest of 56 suspected Trinitarios members, including the group's leadership in both cities. Foley told reporters they believe the entire leadership structure has been taken out. The alleged toll is staggering. Federal investigators tied the gang to 15 deletions and 30 attempted deletions across Essex County. Among the incidents named in the case, a mass shooting at a college send-off party in Lynn in 2023, an attempted deletion at a Pizza Hut, the demise of 2 teenagers in Lynn, the demise of a teenage boy in Lawrence in 2017, and the demise of a 25-year-old woman. The organizational detail is what makes it unforgettable. Prosecutors described a formal leadership hierarchy with a written code of membership rules. To get in, a recruit had to earn admission by committing a violent act on the leadership's orders. Once inducted, members received a signature string of beads, colored according to their status. The indictment runs more than 300 pages and includes videos of drugs, music videos about the gang, and surveillance footage of deletions. And they recruited in schools. Foley said the gang targeted teenagers at high schools in Lynn and Lawrence children, as she put it, drawn in through shared language and Dominican identity. At the press conference, investigators displayed what they'd seized: more than a dozen firearms, kilograms of Fentanyl and meth traffic from Mexico, and a wooden paddle allegedly used to beat members into submission. These are federal charges. Every defendant is presumed innocent unless proven guilty.
Rows of faces, 36 in all, 30 now in custody, accused mid-level heroin dealers in southeastern Massachusetts. Providence police say these 6 were at the top of the trafficking organization: 26-year-old Johan Jimenez of Providence, Mario Hernandez, 28, of Cranston, and Yosio Vargas, 19, of Providence. Providence police says its intelligence and organized crime unit worked the case for 10 months. Police say they seized over 1 kilo, $65,000 and drug and firearm paraphernalia. Colonel Hugh Clemens says others will surely step up in the wake of this significant drug ring disruption.
Colonel Clemens saying the Providence dealers were selling bricks, $120 a piece, 50 doses to a brick, to the mid-level dealers in Massachusetts. And then those dealers, by the way, the colonel's saying that is a very good bargain. Those dealers then selling, distributing in their area and almost tripling their money.
A coordinated investigation resulted in 36 arrests across the Providence and Massachusetts area in 2024. Multiple individuals involved in a large-scale trafficking operation were removed from the street. This scope, 36 arrests from one investigation, indicates a sophisticated criminal organization.
5 people are under indictment accused in a drug smuggling operation at the Bristol County Jail in Dartmouth. Now, one of the accused is a former prison employee. The sheriff says one of the inmates allegedly sold thousands of dollars worth of synthetic marijuana to other inmates and enlisted the help of 3 other people on the outside,
who were charged in a drug smuggling operation at the Bristol County Jail in Dartmouth. Jail smuggling cases follow a specific logic. Inside the walls, narcotics carry a value multiple many times the street price, which makes the risk worth it to whoever's moving them. 5 people charged means a chain: someone on the outside sourcing, someone bringing it in, someone distributing inside.
A drug bust in Hartford, Connecticut led to the arrest of 3 people from Massachusetts. Investigators say these photos were taken from inside of the Hot Mama's restaurant. Police say they seized $500,000 in drugs. They also found guns and $30,000 in cash. Investigators say operators charged a cover fee for
bust at Hot Mama's restaurant in Hartford led to the arrest of 3 Massachusetts residents. Police said they seized $500,000 in drugs, including 145 pounds of Mary and 160 bags of Fentanyl. Note for your script: Hartford is in Connecticut. The defendants are from Massachusetts, but the restaurant and the bust are out of state.
Today, police made the arrest on Thursday after they found 1,800 bags of heroin labeled "drop dead" inside 2 apartments here in the city. They also found coke and several other types of pills. Holyoke Police Lieutenant Jim Albert told 22 News police arrested these 8 individuals after executing a search warrant at 50 West Street. He said the investigation comes after a recent increase in heroin overdoses here in the city. Most of the 8 suspects are being charged with trafficking. There's one suspect whose charges have nothing to do with drugs at all. Juan Antonio Gonzalez was charged
with only with open and gross and disorderly conduct. Lieutenant Albert says that's because while detectives were carrying out the search warrant, Gonzalez was yelling and screaming on the sidewalk and then exposed himself to detectives and nearby residents.
Men and women arrested in a Holyoke drug bust in 2024 involving H and Fentanyl trafficking were scheduled for arraignment.
They seized almost $1.3 million in cash and other drug-related paraphernalia from multiple locations. Police allege that two men, Amado Mendez and Vinicio Arias, were running a massive drug distribution scheme.
They were known. This operation had kind of been in existence in New Bedford prior to this.
New Bedford police dismantled what functioned as a coke delivery service, a sophisticated operation where drugs were ordered and brought to customers. Police busted the network in May 2024 and discovered 17 kilograms of coke, over 35 pounds hidden inside a car and across two apartments on Dean Street and Farm Street. The street value, approximately $1 million. This represented the largest coke seizure in New Bedford's history, marking a major blow to the trafficking networks supplying New England. The dealers thought they were untouchable. Law enforcement proved otherwise.
31-year-old Juan Antonio Arias Almonte is charged with aggravated trafficking of scheduled drugs. The Maine Drug Enforcement Agency says they learned a man was traveling to the Belfast area and selling a substantial amount of illegal narcotics. Agents say they only had an alias the man was using and had not been able to positively identify him. Almonte was arrested yesterday after agents received credible information
A Massachusetts man was charged with drug trafficking following an investigation in the Belfast area. Important for your script. Belfast is in Maine, on the mid-coast. So this isn't a Massachusetts bust, it's a Massachusetts man arrested by Maine authorities. Frame it as the outbound side of the pipeline, or leave it out.
As part of a month-long anti-crime push in Holyoke called Operation Full Throttle 3. Easy for me to say. With mugshots of hundreds of suspects in the background, Holyoke Police Chief James Neiswanger held a news conference this morning to discuss the results of the operation, which was conducted between May 31st and June 29th. Chief Neiswanger said the effort targeted drug trafficking in the city as well as known high crime areas.
In 2024, a major multi-agency task force in the greater Lawrence area of Hampden County conducted a drugs and guns sweep that resulted in 32 arrests. Multiple firearms, Fendi, and H were seized. The 32-person takedown represents one of the largest coordinated operations in the county.
Chicopee police last week seized more than 1,600 bags of and $20,000 cash during a drug bust. Chicopee police officer Mike Wilk told 22 News the drugs and cash were found during a search of a home on Elmer Drive, December 17th. 26-year-old Michael Cruz has been charged with trafficking heroin.
In 2024, coordinated drug trafficking raids in Chicopee by local police and state police resulted in 20 arrests. The seizure, Fendi, coke, and weapons. Chicopee's location near Operation Pinky Promise shows how concentrated trafficking activity is in western Massachusetts.
People were arrested in Holyoke for possessing The DA laid out and showed us some of the drugs that were seized as part of this massive drug bust across Boston and Natick. District Attorney Marion Ryan says the drugs were part of a large-scale operation run out of Boston, where they trained and managed drug runners to deal in Natick, Framingham, and other parts of Metro West. Two Boston men were arrested in this bust. One of them, 26-year-old Johan Gonzalez, will be arraigned here in Framingham, the other suspect to be arraigned in Dorchester.
Two people were arrested in a massive Boston area drug sweep that produced approximately $200,000 worth of suspected H and coke, plus $60,000 in cash. Note the arithmetic. 2 arrests, $250,000 in drugs and money. That ratio points upward in a supply chain. These weren't street-level sellers.
Police say Nicholas Stephen Donardo ran a major drug dealing operation out of his home. Yesterday, Fall River detectives and federal agents raided Donardo's Cherry Street apartment. Detectives announced their presence, but no one inside would open the door. Investigators say the drugs were packaged for sale. Donardo, the primary target of the investigation, was not home, so detectives waited until he arrived. The man ran from the scene and was taken down by a patrol officer in Ruggles Park. In all, 4 people were arrested. Nicholas Donardo and Ashley Sierra Bright lived at 843 Cherry Street. Both were charged with trafficking in heroin, trafficking in Class A drugs in a school zone, and conspiracy to violate drug laws.
Police busted a major drug ring in Fall River, the oldest case in this video by 15 years, and useful for exactly that reason. It establishes that none of this is new. Fall River, a former textile city in the state's southeast corner, was dealing with organized trafficking well before fentanyl reshaped the landscape.
More doses than there are people in Massachusetts. That's how acting U.S. Attorney Joshua Levy described the magnitude of the drugs seized from a home in Lynn. They include hundreds of thousands of counterfeit Percocet and Adderall pills containing fentanyl and meth. Fake prescription pills laced with illicit opioids are not new, but he said these pink heart-shaped pills are a frightening development.
24. DEA and state police seized fentanyl pills shaped like Valentine's Day candy in a New England bust, including Massachusetts operations. The disguise as innocent candy highlights how traffickers deliberately target youth, making marketing a key part of fentanyl distribution strategy.
2 people were arrested in Holyoke for possessing 19-year-old Adiene Santana and 52-year-old Vincent Torres were both arrested on Friday. Police were called for a gun report where they found both suspects on South Bridge Street. Santana had 2 crossbody bags that had 250 vials of over $3,800 in cash. They are both facing multiple drug-related offenses.
10 people were arrested on a Wednesday as part of an ongoing crackdown on open-air drug dealing in Holyoke. That term is specific, and it matters. Open-air dealing means transactions happening on sidewalks and corners in plain view, the most visible, most disruptive form of the trade, and the one residents complain about most. It's also what drew federal attention. The FBI's Western Massachusetts Gang Task Force, working with the DEA, state police, and the Holyoke and Chicopee departments, has specifically targeted neighborhood-based gangs and open-air dealing in Holyoke.
JC, the case started with a home invasion up in Manchester, New Hampshire, and it ended with a raid on the right side of this duplex here in Lawrence, Massachusetts. This is a duplex known as a stash house, and police say they found several $1 million worth of drugs inside. At the stash house in Lawrence, a red sign on the side door warns that dangerous chemicals connected to the drug lab could still be inside.
A coordinated federal task force and state police operation across the Massachusetts-Connecticut border seized $2.2 million worth of H and fentanyl in 2024. The two-state coordination reflects how trafficking crosses state lines and requires federal response.
Authorities in North Adams, Massachusetts were part of a significant drug bust on Friday, leading to the arrest of 4 people and the seizure of 88 grams of narcotics and cash. During the search, police found one of the suspects allegedly trying to flush cocaine.
4 people were arrested after narcotics were seized in Massachusetts. The report doesn't specify a city. If you can pull the location off the video, send it and I'll research the details.
And this is where Mass State Police and Grafton Police executed a search warrant a short time ago, all part of an organized crime investigation. Now, there was a large police presence here this morning, some wearing hazmat uniforms. Mass State Police tell us this is all part of the Blackstone Valley Drug Task Force that raided this home and arrested an unidentified 27-year-old male suspect who will be charged with drug trafficking this afternoon. Now, police tell us this came in as a tip, and police acted on that tip, which resulted in today's arrest and seizure.
Grafton police discovered and seized an illegal Mary-Grow operation containing 50 to 100 plants in 2024. The homeowner was arrested. While not as deadly as fentanyl operations, grow operations tie up residential areas and feed black market distribution networks.
It's a drug bust that can't be contained on a single table. This is the end result of a 2-year investigation that spans 20 different agencies across multiple states. Began in Framingham and continued from there.
Specifically, the officers identified the sources of those drugs as coming from Worcester and Essex County, with the supplies originating in New York, New Jersey metropolitan areas.
April 2023, authorities rolled up a $2 million drug operation spanning 6 cities across central Massachusetts. 13 individuals were arrested and charged with distributing drugs across Worcester, Woburn, Lawrence, Framingham, Natick, and Ashland. The scale of this network shows how trafficking operations embed themselves across multiple communities, making single city enforcement insufficient. Federal and local coordination cracked the network and removed it from circulation.
The Greenfield Police Department posting on Facebook tonight that several court-authorized search warrants were issued for locations and vehicles within Greenfield. As a result, last night about 114 grams of suspected coke was seized, as well as approximately 650 bags of suspected heroin. Nearly $113,000 cash was also confiscated. Greenfield police say one person was taken into custody and charged with
A 2024 Fentanyl seizure in Greenfield led to one individual's arrest for trafficking.
The DEA announced today they seized 50 kilos of a chemical called NPP. It's used to create the powerful synthetic opioid fentanyl. Federal authorities say they discovered the chemical at a storage facility in Northborough, Massachusetts late last month. The DEA says there was enough NPP here to make 19 million fentanyl tablets. They say it's one of the largest seizures of its kind in New England in
2024, DEA announced a large-scale fentanyl seizure across Massachusetts, removing thousands of fentanyl doses from circulation. The agency highlighted how each seized dose represented one prevented overdose death. In a state averaging hundreds of overdose deaths yearly, major seizures are direct life-saving interventions.
And more than $250,000 in cash. The investigation started after neighbors complained about suspicious activity on Garfield Road at what they described as a drive-through drugstore.
Dedham police seized drugs and cash in a bust. Dedham is an affluent suburb southwest of Boston, home to the Norfolk County Courthouse. And a reminder that these cases don't confine themselves to the cities that dominate the headlines.
87 pounds of marijuana seized from a Massachusetts home. Take a look at this. The Massachusetts State Police gang unit raided the home of 44-year-old Hung Lee of Worcester after an extensive drug investigation. In addition to this large amount of marijuana, a .45 caliber pistol and more than $76,000 in cash was seized in the raid.
State police seized 87 pounds of Mary in Worcester in 2024, a significant quantity representing a sophisticated cultivation or distribution operation. The seizure demonstrates ongoing Mary trafficking despite legalization in Massachusetts.
New out of Berkshire County, a North Adams man was arrested last week after police allegedly found him with over $20,000 worth of narcotics. North Adams police say officers witnessed a supposed drug deal at an undisclosed location. A vehicle then reportedly drove off, which police stopped and searched. Jonathan Bump Sr. was found with around 395 grams of
Three individuals were arrested in a 2024 drug bust in North Adams after police seized quantities of illicit drugs during a property raid.
The North Adams Police Department says they executed a search warrant on a residence today that was linked to a narcotics investigation. On 221 Church Street, police say they found a loaded gun that was reportedly stolen out of Brimfield. 2,500 bags of suspected heroin, fentanyl, over 20 grams of crack cocaine, and over $5,000. Earlier this year in January, 4 suspects were arrested at the same place. At that time, police found over 4,400 bags of heroin and over $2,000.
4 people were arrested in North Adams following a months-long investigation into drug trafficking. North Adams sits in the far northwest corner of the state, tucked in the Berkshires against the Vermont border, population under 13,000, an old mill town. The phrase that matters here is months long. That's controlled buys and surveillance stacked up over half a year, in a place most people picture as a
The North Adams
drive.
Police Department
Wednesday morning, Massachusetts State Police and federal agents seized 734 grams of suspected from High Street apartments in Lawrence. Troopers working with the FBI and Homeland Security investigators found the drugs in a bedroom closet and a dresser. State police say they caught a 28-year-old man selling the drugs on the street. He's now charged with trafficking.
Others in Lawrence faced state police in February 2020 after an undercover buy triggered a search warrant. The brothers had 1,440 grams of fentanyl, more than 3 pounds of one of the deadliest drugs in America. During the undercover operation, 224 grams were seized. During warrant execution, 1,224 grams appeared. The packaging and quantities indicate preparation for distribution across multiple dealers. One family, 3 pounds of fentanyl, potentially thousands of overdose deaths prevented.
Police sent us this picture of some of the drugs they seized. They say they found at least 7 different types of narcotics.
We've also learned police arrested at least one person, and they say more charges are coming.
A property off Winthrop Street in Rehoboth crawling with police officers. Some carry guns, others take photos. Rehoboth police say they're executing a search warrant.
Rehoboth is a town of about 12,000 in Bristol County. near the Rhode Island line, the kind of place where a police presence gets noticed. On June 1, 2026, news crews watched officers search a property on Winthrop Street for several hours. A woman was left facing drug charges when it was over. Small-town searches like this rarely make air. This one did, because in a community that size, hours of police activity at a single address is the story.
It began in the pre-dawn hours, about 300 investigators making raids in communities throughout Greater Boston. The target, the Boston-based Mozart Street Gang. Prosecutors say Operation Wolfgang dismantled a violent drug trafficking organization at the top of the supply chain. And it's interesting to note that not all of these suspects are men. They include a 26-year-old woman from Hyde Park with no criminal record who investigators believe is responsible for bringing large quantities of heroin into the United States from the Dominican Republic.
In December 2016, Operation Wolfgang, a joint FBI, Boston Police, and Suffolk DA investigation took down a major Boston-based drug trafficking ring with ties to a violent gang feud. The probe initially focused on Johan Gomez, believed to be a member of the Mozart Street Gang in Jamaica Plain. The Mozart Street Gang had a long-running bloody rivalry with the nearby Boylston Street Gang, fueling numerous shootings and homicides in the late 2000s. Through court-authorized wiretaps on 17 phones, investigators tracked Gomez's drug activities starting in fall 2015 and soon identified a larger narcotics supply network spanning eastern Massachusetts. Gomez led them to Elizabeth La Diabla Comas of Hyde Park, an alleged high-level importer who was responsible for smuggling large quantities of H from the Dominican Republic. Comas, notably, had no prior criminal record and thus flew under the radar until the wiretap operation exposed her role as a supplier. On December 15, 2016, authorities executed sweeping raids in an operation whimsically code-named after Mozart that resulted in dozens of arrests across Boston and surrounding towns. The drug ring was tied to the Mozart Street Gang and had direct connections to Dominican and Mexican suppliers. It pumped large amounts of H and Fentanyl into Boston neighborhoods. Investigators seized about 5.5 kilograms, around 80,000 cash, and 10 firearms during the takedown. The gang's activities weren't limited to drugs. They were also believed to be responsible for shootings, armed robberies, and home invasions as far away as the suburbs, showing the gang's reach beyond city limits. In fact, during the wiretap period, Gomez and an associate allegedly attempted an armed home invasion/robbery of a rival dealer, and Gomez was linked to planning other acts of violence to protect the enterprise.
31 members and associates of Dorchester-based NOB Street Gang are now facing federal charges. Some were arrested this morning during raids in various parts of the state, including this scene in Attleboro. Others were already in custody for other offenses.
The charging documents unsealed this morning summarize a litany of gang violence, from shootings and beatings to robberies, drug dealing, and prostitution.
Now, according to the criminal complaint, this group is connected to at least 3 separate cases dating back to 2017. And at least one gang member not only participated in a lot of these violent crimes, but later rapped about it too.
Another major case unfolded in 2019-2020 against a violent Boston Street Gang known as NOB, which stands for Norton Olney Berry Streets, a Dorchester-based alliance also nicknamed the Wendover Street Gang or Head Shop Mafia. NOB had become one of Boston's most feared gangs, linked to multiple shootings and homicides in the city and beyond. In June 2020, a federal grand jury indicted 31 members and associates of NOB on a sweeping racketeering RICO conspiracy and related charges. According to court records, NOB functioned as a classic violent enterprise. Its members engaged in deletions, attempted deletions, armed robberies, shootings, drug trafficking, trafficking, and illegal gun dealing. They terrorized rivals and even innocent bystanders. Notably, NOB members allegedly carried out multiple deletions in early 2020, including coordinated hits in Boston and Brockton in February 2020. Those deletions were part of an ongoing feud with the Cameron Street Gang, another Dorchester gang. In one grim statistic, prosecutors said that NOB's rivals were dropping like flies, with 3 rival gang members deleted in a span of months. In July 2019, NOB members were involved in a high-profile incident where they stole a vehicle, not realizing a 5-year-old girl was in the back seat. She was later safely abandoned in Randolph. But the incident underscored the gang's reckless endangerment of the public. NOB also peddled a wide array of drugs across Massachusetts and into New England states like Rhode Island, Maine, and Connecticut. When Boston police pulled over 2 NOB members in July 2019, they found a stash of Fentanyl pills and a 9 handgun that was later tied to a New Bedford shooting. The gang was tech-savvy as well. Members used rap music videos and social media to brag about shootings and taunt enemies, helping prosecutors link them to crimes. 2 aspiring rappers in the gang, Michael G. Frito Brandau and Kelvin 7981 Cal Barrows, became notorious for boasting about gang hits in their lyrics.
After a 2-year-long investigation, authorities say 12 people have been charged for selling crack cocaine in Roxbury.
The federal investigation was launched in an effort to improve the quality of life for the residents of Orchard Park. The focus of the investigation was on street-level drug dealers who used the development as their base, even though many did not even live there.
All but one of those men charged in this investigation, authorities say, are in the Orchard Park Trailblazers or Vine Forest Street gangs.
And it was good to see a dozen of them taken off and another dozen guns taken off the streets.
The investigation zeroing in on crime taking place in the Orchard Gardens housing development. Authorities say one suspect, Diamond Brito, a member of the Orchard Park Trailblazers gang, sold investigators a dozen guns and
12 men, including 11 alleged members or associates of the Orchard Park Trailblazers and Vine/Forest Street gangs, have been charged in connection with selling drugs in and around Roxbury's Orchard Gardens housing development. Today, federal, state, and local law enforcement officers arrested 8 of the defendants who are accused of distributing within 1,000 feet of a school zone. Raul Williams, also known as Booby, a 26-year-old from Boston and a suspected member of the Orchard Park Trailblazers, was previously charged at the state level. Another individual, Jose Quinones, also known as Julio, a 24-year-old member of the same gang, had been charged with being an alien in possession of a firearm and distributing. He was later deported to the Dominican Republic. During an earlier phase of this ongoing investigation, another gang member, Diamond Brito, was sentenced to 8 years in prison after being charged with gun and drug offenses. Brito, identified as an Orchard Park Trailblazer, sold investigators 12 firearms and then various drugs. This investigation, spanning nearly 2 years, focused on the high levels of crime centered around the Orchard Park development, the largest public housing complex in Roxbury, which sits next to the Orchard Gardens K Pilot School. Much of the criminal activity is attributed to members and associates of the Orchard Park Trailblazers, who are involved in violent feuds with rival gangs across the city. These conflicts have contributed to increased violence in the area. According to court documents, 11 of the 12 defendants are affiliated with either the Orchard Park Trailblazers or the Vine Forest Street Gang. Between October 2015 and May 2017, 3 cooperating witnesses conducted 34 controlled drug purchases from the defendants in or near the housing development.
Dozens of members belonging to Boston's largest and most powerful gang have been arrested. Federal authorities said today members and associates of the Columbia Point Dogs were indicted on drug and gun charges. They say the gang started operating out of the Columbia Point housing project in the Dorchester section of Boston in the 1980s, eventually trafficking drugs from Boston up to Maine.
Which incidents are we talking about?
This operation didn't just dismantle a large-scale drug trafficking network. It focused on individuals who gang prosecutors believe are responsible for much violence in our city.
Over 500 federal, state, and local law enforcement officers carried out a series of arrests and executed more than 30 federal search warrants early this morning as part of a 2-year wiretap investigation known as Operation Rising Tide. This coordinated effort led to the unsealing of 6 federal indictments, charging 48 leaders, members, and associates of the Columbia Point Dogs, CPD, with drug trafficking and firearms offenses. According to court documents, the CPD, also referred to as the Point on the Streets, is recognized as Boston's largest and most influential gang. The organization began in the 1980s in the former Columbia Point housing development, now known as Harbor Point. Over the years, members of the gang expanded their drug trafficking operations throughout Boston and eventually extended their reach into Maine. Investigators allege that the CPD was responsible for distributing large quantities of drugs across Boston and Maine during the investigation. The CPD is also believed to have maintained its dominance in Boston's drug trade through a consistent pattern of violence and intimidation. Members of the gang have been linked to numerous shootings targeting rival gangs over the years. Most notably, within the last 18 months, the CPD has been engaged in a violent conflict with the Greenwood Street Posse and other gangs aligned with Greenwood. This gang war resulted in multiple shootings. During the investigation, law enforcement officers seized 14 firearms, some of which were intercepted after investigators, using court-authorized wiretaps, overheard conversations indicating an imminent attack.
Prosecutors are filing federal charges against more than 40 alleged gang members and their associates. Good afternoon. I'm Paula Eben. Now, the acting United States attorney says that the suspects are all part of the Heath Street gang, which has been operating for years near the Mildred C. Haley apartments in Jamaica Plain. Charges include racketeering conspiracy, drug offenses, firearms offenses, as well as $900,000 worth of COVID fraud and organized retail theft. During this morning's arrest, officers seized more than 60 weapons.
New this morning, 4 Mainers among a group of 41 people facing federal charges for being part of a violent gang in Boston. Amanda LaPointe of Ripley, Jacob Lyford of Milo, Michael St. Pierre out of Dedham, and Kayla Tasker of Dexter, all arrested earlier this week. They are accused of being part of what is known as the Heath Street Gang. Members of the
Breaking news, the U.S. Attorney's Office is holding a news conference right now to announce that more than 40 alleged local gang members have been arrested. Let's listen in.
Charging over 40 individuals with racketeering conspiracy, drug offenses, firearms offenses, and financial crimes, including COVID fraud and brazen organized retail theft. The defendants charged today are members and associates of the Heath Street Gang, which, as alleged in the court documents, has been operating for many years in and around the Mildred C. Haley apartments in Jamaica Plain. This morning, nearly 24 members and associates of the Heath Street Gang were arrested, and several other individuals who are in state and federal custody have now been charged in federal court with new offenses.
Over 40 members and associates of the Heath Street Gang in Boston were charged in federal court today with a wide range of crimes, including racketeering conspiracy, drug trafficking, firearms offenses, wire fraud, and financial frauds, such as COVID-related fraud. These charges come after a 2-year investigation into gang violence and criminal activities in Boston. According to court documents, the Heath Street Gang operates primarily out of the Mildred C. Haley apartments, formerly known as the Bromley Heath Housing Development, which is one of the largest public housing complexes in the greater Boston area. The gang, which formed in the 1980s, is believed to have over 150 members and has historically used violence to maintain its power, territory, and reputation. The gang is accused of engaging in numerous violent acts, including deletions, attempted deletions, and shootings, many of which targeted rival gang members from other Boston-based groups, particularly the Mission Hill Gang and the H-Block Gang. One notable incident occurred in October 2016 when a shooting aimed at rivals in Mission Hill territory resulted in a 9-year-old girl being severely injured. Additionally, a June 2021 deletion was allegedly committed by a juvenile member of the Heath Street Gang in Mission Hills territory. The Heath Street Gang is also accused of recruiting juveniles from the Mildred C. Haley apartments to join their ranks and carry out criminal activities, including shootings. Prospective younger members were allegedly required to commit acts of violence as part of their initiation into the gang. These juveniles were sometimes featured in Heath Street Gang songs or music videos, which the gang used to assert their dominance, boast about violent acts, and threaten rival gangs. In several instances, gang members or associates have assaulted law enforcement officers while they were performing their duties. The gang is also accused of using the Mildred C. Haley apartments as a hub for drug trafficking operations. Over several years, they allegedly built drug distribution networks extending across Massachusetts, Maine, and California. Heath Street members are known to use social media platforms to facilitate their drug sales. They use social media to advertise, negotiate, and arrange drug deals. In addition to their violent and drug-related activities, the Heath Street Gang is also implicated in various financial crimes. This includes an organized retail theft ring that has been stealing merchandise from stores across Massachusetts and New Hampshire since at least 2019. Gang members are also alleged to have engaged in widespread CARES Act loan fraud and unemployment fraud, exploiting financial relief programs during the COVID-19 pandemic.
On June 21, 2011, Boston police launched Operation Tanglewood, a warrant sweep targeting an open-air drug market around the Lenox Street housing development in the South End. The operation was sparked by residents' complaints that drug dealers had essentially taken over the area, brazenly conducting street-level sales and intimidating neighbors. Undercover officers made numerous buys, at one point trading a digital camera and a game console for a 20 bag of drugs, illustrating how boldly dealers operated. In the sweep, 21 alleged drug dealers were arrested in one day. Officials described the Lenox Street area as an open-air drug market that forced honest residents to walk a gauntlet of dealers whenever they left home. Boston Police Commissioner Edward Davis emphasized the timing. The first day of summer was intentional to get dealers out of circulation for the summer and reclaim the neighborhood. Suffolk County DA Daniel calmly said plainclothes officers could easily buy H and Coke on the street, showing how brazen these defendants had become. In January 2013, a massive interagency sweep known as Operation Concord targeted two warring street gangs in Dorchester's Bowdoin, Geneva area and the Roxbury Upham's Corner area. These were the Hendry Street Gang and Woodward Avenue Gang, whose turf feud had terrorized residents with gun violence and rampant drug dealing. The investigation began in mid-2011 and utilized wiretaps, controlled buys, and surveillance to map out the gang's operations. According to charging documents, Alexis Hidalgo of Dorchester, leader of the Hendry Street crew, and Jonathan Da Silva of Roxbury, leader of the Woodward of a crew, partnered to run a lucrative narcotics enterprise spanning Greater Boston. They trafficked various drugs, which they branded and sold for up to $5,200 per pound. Wiretap recordings captured Hidalgo joking about indictment risk. In one call, when a huge shipment was discussed, he quipped, "If they are listening, I sell weed, man." The investigation also revealed brazen violence. At one point in 2012, Da Silva allegedly ordered a hit on a rival in the lobby of a courthouse, forcing police to intervene covertly. Hidalgo, Da Silva, and 27 others were federally indicted on drug distribution, firearm, and RICO-related charges. Rather than face trial where they risked potential life sentences, the two kingpins ultimately pleaded guilty in 2015. Hidalgo agreed to a sentence of roughly 12-14 years in prison, and Da Silva to 10-14 years as part of their plea deals. Many lower-level co-defendants also pleaded out. For example, one associate who helped run the drug house received 6 years. By 2015, violent crime had resurged around the Lenox Street housing development, the same area targeted by Operation Tanglewood in 2011. In response, a joint task force of federal, state, and local law enforcement conducted a new investigation focusing on the Lenox Street Cardinals, an established gang based in the Lenox Street apartments. According to the Boston Regional Intelligence Center, the gang had about 100 active members and was at the epicenter of a surge in shootings and drug activity in the South End. Between 2012 and 2015, the Lenox Street area saw 30 shootings and over 75 shots fired reports, leaving residents in fear. Investigators even noted a YouTube rap music video posted in 2014, showing alleged gang members openly smoking marijuana in the neighborhood, which helped spark the probe. On March 24, 2016, the U.S. Attorney's Office announced a sweeping indictment of 27 individuals tied to the Lenox Street Cardinals and their associates. This included 19 defendants facing federal charges and 8 more facing state drug charges. Much of the evidence came from a cooperating witness who conducted dozens of controlled buys of drugs. From gang members, transactions covertly captured on audio and video. Data-driven maps from BRIC were included in the case, visually showing a tight concentration of shootings, robberies, and drug arrests around the Lenox blocks.
45-year-old Lamar Cook, the deputy director for the Healy administration's Western Massachusetts office, appeared before a judge at Springfield District Court Wednesday, facing drug trafficking and firearm charges. Cook's loved ones seen leaving the courtroom after he pleaded not guilty.
Somebody with no record, and I'm seeing some things in the case and a defensible case. We're looking forward just to getting some good facts out there and getting this gentleman back home with his family.
Investigators say Cook has been linked to multiple intercepted packages containing suspected cocaine. They were traced from Georgia and Florida, addressed to aliases at Hotel UMass and to the state office building in Springfield. Also shows Cook allegedly leaving a note that read, "Call if UPS comes, retrieve package." Law enforcement performed a controlled delivery earlier this month, leading to Cook's arrest. Police also searched his home and seized a 9mm pistol, ammunition, and cash.
On October 29, 2025, Lamar Cook, Deputy Director of Governor Maura Healey's Western Massachusetts office, was arrested and terminated after authorities seized several kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola. Officials stated that the seizure resulted from coordinated investigations into trafficking activity. Law enforcement highlighted the importance of accountability and enforcement, particularly when individuals in positions of public trust are involved. The arrest underscored ongoing efforts to prevent high-level facilitation of drug distribution and reinforce public safety standards in Springfield and surrounding communities.
3 people were arrested in Springfield for drug trafficking at an apartment complex on White Street. Springfield police spokesman Ryan Walsh told 22 News that Helpy Montero Martinez, Justin Ramos, and Luis Valentin were arrested after detectives found Ramos and Valentin transporting drugs on surveillance footage at the complex. When officers arrived, Martinez allegedly ignored their commands and sprinted to the 3rd floor, but he was eventually arrested.
Springfield police arrested 3 men after a search of an apartment building on White Street uncovered a trafficking quantity of heroin and cocaine. Law enforcement officials reported that the seizure included enough drugs to supply numerous users and potentially contribute to violent criminal activity. Authorities emphasized that the arrest was part of an ongoing effort to dismantle narcotics distribution networks operating in Springfield, targeting individuals who actively sell and transport illegal substances.
New at noon, 10 people have been arrested and nearly 750 packages seized from a home in Springfield's Brightwood neighborhood that police say was the center of a drug distribution ring. Springfield Police Sergeant John Delaney told 22 News that narcotics detectives had been investigating drug dealing activity operating out of 86 Washburn Street for about a month prior to the raid early Thursday afternoon. Sergeant Delaney said when police got to the house, they noticed several people trying to run away, but they were all arrested.
In Springfield, police conducted a raid on a property identified as a central location for narcotics distribution, leading to the arrest of 10 individuals. Officers seized nearly 750 bags of H, underscoring the scale of the operation and the potential impact on local communities. Authorities described the residence as a hub for ongoing drug activity, with individuals using it as a base to coordinate sales and distribution throughout the area. The investigation involved multiple law enforcement agencies and included both surveillance and community tips that helped identify the site as a key traffic.
3 people from Palmer and Springfield were arrested on Friday after police discovered a number of guns and drugs in their car. According to Springfield Police spokesman Ryan Walsh, officers observed Shondell Collins of Palmer with Kendrick Blackwell and Kirby Fotolis, both of Springfield.
A Palmer man and 2 Springfield residents were arrested after police discovered a loaded large-capacity firearm, narcotics, and cash in an idling vehicle. Officers reported that the seizure included drugs often associated with trafficking and overdose risks. The suspects were taken into custody and faced charges related to possession of controlled substances, trafficking, and illegal firearm possession. Law enforcement emphasized that the operation prevented potentially dangerous firearms from remaining in the hands of individuals involved in drug activity.
Wednesday, 16 people arrested and 23 trespass orders handed out in a day-long sting at the Main Street bus terminal. People who ride every day told 22 News they can spot the problem people.
There is security here, but I think
removing some of the people that just hang here. Sometimes I come through in the morning and then I come through after work at night, and those same people are still here.
Police recovered 112 bags of different labeled heroin, along with Suboxone pills, and more than $1,000 in cash. Peter Pan told 22 News they have 24-hour video surveillance, but riders should say something.
A drug bust at Springfield's bus station led to the arrest of 16 individuals, raising questions about the security of public transportation hubs. Authorities reported that the suspects were involved in selling controlled substances in and around the station, posing risks to passengers and the community. Seized drugs and other narcotics, along with paraphernalia and cash. Law enforcement emphasized the importance of targeting high-traffic areas for distribution to disrupt trafficking networks effectively.
Springfield police say they're working to crack down on recent open-air drug dealing near the railroad tracks in Springfield. They say nearly a dozen people are facing charges after a series of arrests near Taylor Street. Springfield police spokesman Ryan Walsh told 22 News police have been getting complaints from business owners nearby and have been watching the area.
Nearly a dozen individuals were arrested near railroad tracks in Springfield in connection with illegal drug transactions. Law enforcement officials described the arrests as part of a targeted effort to combat persistent drug activity in areas frequented by users and traffickers. The operation led to the seizure of cocaine, heroin, and other illicit substances, removing them from circulation and preventing potential public harm. Authorities noted that the arrests were the result of months of surveillance, community tips, and investigative work, highlighting the importance of citizen cooperation in law enforcement.
And a teenage boy as part of an ongoing effort to crack down on drug dealing in the city's South End. Around 6 p.m. yesterday, police witnessed a drug deal on Locust Street. The suspect, Daquan Wood, then walked into a Main Street restaurant with a 16-year-old boy and another man, Javon Gladden, and allegedly sold drugs to a third man, John Galarza. Police stepped in and detained all four.
On October 17, 2025, Springfield police arrested 4 suspects in connection with drug distribution in the South End neighborhood. Authorities reported that the arrests followed surveillance and prior complaints regarding narcotics activity in the area. Seized drugs and cash were documented, and officers emphasized that the arrests aimed to disrupt local trafficking operations.
Springfield Police Department arrested a man on Tuesday following a high-speed chase. According to police, 41-year-old Juan Correa of Springfield was under surveillance for drug operations out of his Armory Street home. Authorities seized over 100 bags of crack.
A Springfield man was arrested following a police chase that culminated in the seizure of drugs and cash, illustrating the dangers associated with trafficking operations. Authorities reported that the chase began after the suspect attempted to evade law enforcement while transporting narcotics. The seized substances included significant quantities of drugs, demonstrating the potential scale of distribution.
Thanks, Nick. And new this morning, 7 suspects are facing charges in over 100 grams. They tell us it was all the result of several weeks of investigation into a drug dealing operation. Officials say undercover police raided a building on High Street on Tuesday, finding the drugs in plain sight and making the arrest.
On September 18, 2025, 7 individuals were arrested in Springfield following a drug bust at a High Street apartment building. Officers reported seizing over 100 grams of drugs during the operation. Law enforcement emphasized that targeted operations at suspected distribution points are critical to curbing local trafficking activity and protecting community members from exposure to
Drugs
dangerous
and ammunition
drugs.
were all found at a home on Carew Terrace Tuesday, leading to the arrest of 13 people. The Springfield Police Firearms Unit has been investigating the home over the last several weeks for the illegal distribution of narcotics. According to Springfield Police, the residents at the home have become a problem in the neighborhood.
On November 27, 2024, a Springfield Carew Terrace home investigation led to the arrest of 13 individuals, revealing a substantial amount of narcotics and drug paraphernalia. Police reported that the suspects were operating a significant trafficking operation within the neighborhood, distributing drugs and other controlled substances. Law enforcement emphasized the risk posed by the network to the community, including increased potential for overdoses, violence, and criminal activity. The arrests were the result of coordinated surveillance, intelligence gathering, and tactical execution of search warrants.
A man from Springfield was arrested today for allegedly trafficking a large amount of cocaine. A joint task force, including Massachusetts State Police and Springfield Police, raided a home at 33 East Hooker Street in Springfield, seizing what they say was over 4 kilograms of cocaine, 93 bags of heroin, and over $4,700 in cash. William Arroyo, who police say was the target of the investigation, was arrested and charged with cocaine trafficking.
State and Springfield police executed a search warrant at a home in Springfield, leading to the seizure of a large quantity of illegal drugs. This operation involved multiple law enforcement units and targeted individuals suspected of being part of a drug trafficking network responsible for distributing narcotics throughout the area. Officers reported that the seized substances included Coca-Cola, and other controlled substances, reflecting the ongoing threat posed by organized distribution networks in residential neighborhoods.
Police seized a variety of drugs and arrested 5 men during a raid last week. Springfield Police spokesman Ryan Walsh told 22 News that police executed the search warrant at 117 State Street last Wednesday. They arrested these 5 suspects on drug possession and distribution charges. Walsh said
5 men were arrested in Springfield during a search of a property on State Street, which led to the seizure of illegal drugs. The operation aimed to dismantle an active local trafficking operation suspected of supplying narcotics throughout the community. Law enforcement officials noted that the seized substances included controlled drugs commonly associated with high-risk overdose events and criminal activity. Officers worked closely with state and federal partners to execute the search warrant safely and efficiently.
Saying that the operation coming out of this house was basically undetectable.
This was the perfect operation for a supplier. No traffic whatsoever. It wasn't suspicious at all. The house, you would have never been able to tell.
Residents reacted to a massive drug bust on Bay Street in Springfield, where police seized significant quantities of narcotics during a targeted operation. Authorities reported that the bust dismantled an ongoing trafficking operation supplying drugs and other controlled substances to local users. Multiple individuals were arrested, facing charges for possession with intent to distribute and other related offenses. Law enforcement emphasized that the operation aimed to disrupt drug activity, reduce associated crime, and improve public safety. Community reactions highlighted concerns over the impact of drug trafficking on neighborhood safety and quality of life.
Man and woman were arrested after police allegedly found cocaine and heroin at the River Inn in West Springfield. West Springfield police arrested Miguel Doñez and Autumn Riviere after they found 8 grams. Police said Doñez was the target of an investigation.
West Springfield narcotics officers, along with the Western Massachusetts FBI Gang Task Force, arrested 2 individuals after finding drugs in a motel room. Authorities reported that the operation targeted ongoing trafficking activity with seized substances. The arrested parties now face charges for possession with intent to distribute and other drug-related offenses. Law enforcement emphasized the importance of coordinated efforts between local and federal agencies to disrupt drug operations effectively.
A man and woman were arrested.
The 900 block of Worthington Street in Springfield is surrounded by homes and many local businesses. But Springfield police have caught on to more in the past several months. 8 suspects were caught by members of the Springfield Police Firearms Investigation Units, the Hampden County Sheriff's Department, U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, and Massachusetts State Police. 3 were arrested on Wednesday on Sackett Place, a dead-end street off of Worthington.
Individuals had prior convictions for drug distributions. Once they get released, they'll likely be out there again.
On September 3, 2025, 8 suspects were arrested in connection with open-air drug distribution in the Worthington Street area of Springfield. Police reported that surveillance and community tips led to identification of individuals involved in narcotic sales. Officers seized illegal drugs and confiscated cash and paraphernalia. Authorities emphasized that open-air distribution contributes to neighborhood crime and endangers residents.
New out of Springfield, 3 people were arrested yesterday for allegedly dealing drugs to individuals recovering from addiction. Police were called to Hayward Street for a drug complaint just before noon. Officers learned that multiple people in a pickup truck were allegedly selling drugs. The driver.
On February 6, 2025, 3 individuals were arrested in Springfield for allegedly selling drugs to people recovering from addiction. Authorities reported that the arrest followed investigations into predatory distribution practices targeting vulnerable populations. Seized narcotics included opioids and related paraphernalia.
According to police, on Thursday, July 3rd, detectives were conducting an investigation in the area of Worthington Street near the Friends of Homeless shelter in connection with open-air drug dealing. Police saw several suspected drug deals made by Merkin Andretti. He was detained after trying to run away. 2 more people were arrested shortly after. They have been identified as Swan Ponce and Glendale's Ramos. All 3.
On July 7, 2025, 3 individuals were arrested for allegedly dealing drugs near a homeless shelter on Worthington Street in Springfield. Police reported that the operation was part of ongoing monitoring of areas with high-risk populations vulnerable to drug exposure. Seized narcotics included opioids and stimulants, along with paraphernalia. Authorities emphasized that trafficking near vulnerable communities presents significant public safety concerns.
According to the West Springfield Police Department, officers were sent to the parking lot of a business on Riverdale Street around 6:40 p.m. Wednesday for a report of 2 people passed out in a vehicle. They found a Ford Escape with Vermont tags and the engine running. 2 people were inside, slumped over but breathing. When they got out of the vehicle, officers saw drug paraphernalia inside. They seized a loaded handgun, more than 285 grams, 59 grams of fentanyl, and nearly $1,900 cash. 48-year-old Sean Gregory Rainey of Victory, Vermont, and 51-year-old Pedro Jose Letty of Hartford face several charges, including...
On September 5, 2025, 2 men were arrested in West Springfield after officers discovered them asleep in a vehicle with various drugs and visible drug paraphernalia. Police reported that the suspects were taken into custody without incident and that the seizure prevented further distribution.
We begin tonight in Springfield, where police arrested 6 people in connection with illegal drug distribution. It took place in the area of Federal and Worthington Streets. According to authorities, over the course of the past few months, members of the Springfield Police Firearms Investigation Unit have been investigating illegal drug distribution based on complaints and concerns from residents and the business community.
On November 20, 2025, Springfield police arrested 6 individuals connected to illegal drug distribution in the area of Federal and Worthington Streets. Officers reported that the arrests followed extensive investigations into local trafficking operations. Seized items included narcotics, paraphernalia, and cash believed to be proceeds of drug sales. Law enforcement emphasized that the arrests were intended to disrupt organized distribution patterns and prevent further illegal activity in the area.
A Springfield man was arrested in connection with trafficking after hitting a cruiser during a traffic stop on Union Street. The suspect was identified as 24-year-old Shanti Jenkins. According to Springfield police, an investigation was being done in the area of Manchester Terrace into the sale of illegal drugs. Police...
On August 15, 2025, a Springfield man was arrested after ramming a police cruiser on Union Street during a traffic stop. While authorities discovered his involvement in trafficking, officers reported that the suspect resisted law enforcement before being taken into custody. Seized narcotics and cash were documented as evidence of his role in distribution.
Springfield narcotics detectives have arrested Jose Barbo, the man they've described as a notorious drug dealer. Springfield police spokesman Sergeant John Delaney showed 22 News the cash and pills that Barbo reportedly had with him when narcotics officers arrested him this weekend. $15,000 in cash, 580 pills, plus 60 grams of crushed pills. Sergeant Delaney said they arrested Barbo and his alleged customers. Delaney described Barbo as a frequent flyer in the world of drug dealing in western Massachusetts.
Police arrested a noted local drug dealer, seizing over $15,000 in cash, 580 pills, and 60 grams of crushed pills. Authorities described the suspect as a key distributor in the city, responsible for supplying drugs to numerous users and contributing to the local narcotics problem. The operation involved careful surveillance and investigation over several weeks, allowing officers to identify patterns of distribution. The arrested individual now faces multiple felony charges, including trafficking, possession with intent to distribute, and related offenses under Massachusetts law.
Gallooni says Operation 1 began in 2022 and continues to this day. He tells us for the last 3 years, his office has been investigating a drug trafficking operation out of Garcia's Market on Orange Street in Springfield, as well as in an adjacent building. Angels used appliances on White Street. Between October 2022 and October 2024, the Springfield Police Department has gotten 12 calls for an individual with a gun, 2 calls for gunshot victims, 24 shot spotter activations, and 46 calls from the public for shots fired, all in the area of these 2 businesses.
27-2025, local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies conducted extensive operations in Springfield, resulting in the arrest of dozens of individuals on drug and weapons charges. Officials stated that the coordinated investigations targeted multiple trafficking networks operating in the city and surrounding areas. Seized items included narcotics, firearms, and cash, highlighting the interconnected nature of criminal operations. Authorities emphasized the critical role of multi-agency collaboration in dismantling organized trafficking networks and protecting community safety.
Tonight, 2 people were arrested in Springfield on drug trafficking charges. Springfield police have been investigating an apartment suspected of narcotic distribution on the 100 block of Massachusetts Avenue for several months. They executed a search warrant on that apartment earlier this morning and found 2 suspects, Brandon Torres and Alicia Ferrier, in the apartment. They were quickly placed under arrest.
On December 30, 2025, 2 individuals were arrested in Springfield on drug charges following a focused investigation into local narcotics activity. Officers reported that the arrests resulted from evidence obtained through surveillance and prior intelligence on suspected distribution. Seized drugs were believed to be destined for local markets, posing potential public health and safety risks. Authorities emphasized the role of investigative operations in disrupting small-scale but impactful trafficking networks, reinforcing the city's commitment to reducing illegal drug distribution. Law enforcement officials highlighted that even a limited number of arrests can have a meaningful effect on curtailing local narcotics activity, preventing additional criminal incidents, and supporting ongoing prosecutions against offenders engaged in drug-related crimes within Springfield neighborhoods.
According to authorities, police saw a vehicle driven by 39-year-old Kevin Vega and 36-year-old Charles Sullivan leaving a residence on Wednesday. Police pulled that vehicle over. Vega, who was driving with a suspended license and an active warrant. Both suspects were arrested. Police then went to Vega's home on Monastery Avenue, where 47-year-old Christopher Heaton was arrested. All 3 are facing multiple charges.
On February 26, 2026, Springfield law enforcement responded to suspicious activity that led to multiple arrests in West Springfield related to drug offenses. Officers reported that investigations into unusual behavior and reported tips prompted surveillance and follow-up action. The arrests were linked to ongoing narcotics distribution in the area, with officers seizing drugs and paraphernalia consistent with trafficking operations. Authorities emphasized the importance of monitoring community-reported suspicious activity to prevent the spread of illegal substances. The operation reinforced Springfield police strategies of proactive enforcement and intelligence gathering to target individuals involved in illegal drug sales.
4 people are under arrest tonight after Springfield police say they attempted to pick up $100,000 worth of pure cocaine. Springfield Police Sergeant John Delaney told 22 News the investigation began after U.S. postal inspectors discovered the packages containing the drugs. The 4 suspects were arrested at the Main Street Post Office yesterday after signing for the 2 packages containing 6 kilos of pure cocaine.
4 individuals were arrested at a Springfield post office after police intercepted them picking up a shipment of Coca-Cola valued at approximately $100,000. The suspects were identified as part of a larger network involved in the transportation and distribution of narcotics across state lines. Law enforcement officials reported that the arrests disrupted the local supply of Coca-Cola and highlighted vulnerabilities in mail-based drug trafficking operations. The individuals now face multiple federal charges, including drug trafficking, conspiracy, and possession with intent to distribute, each carrying severe penalties.
Two men were arrested in Springfield for trafficking drugs and assaulting police officers. According to Springfield police, officers stopped a vehicle on Union Street around 8 Tuesday night. The driver and passenger, Roberto Gates Delgado and Jonathan Figuero, began to walk away from the vehicle after one suspect punched an officer in the face. The other suspect grabbed a fanny pack out of the car and ran away. They found him near Union and Stebbins Streets and recovered approximately 29 grams of...
On March 18, 2026, two people were arrested in Springfield following a traffic stop on Union Street that led to an alleged assault on an officer and the recovery of significant quantities of drugs and cash. Officers reported that during the stop, the individuals resisted law enforcement, prompting a coordinated response. Searches revealed narcotics, along with cash believed to be proceeds from illegal distribution. Authorities stressed the danger posed to both law enforcement and the public by such trafficking operations. The arrests underscored the continued risks of drug-related criminal activity in the Springfield area and highlighted the importance of tactical preparedness during routine stops.
New at noon, 3 people were arrested in connection to a drug distribution ring in Springfield. According to Springfield Police spokesperson Ryan Walsh, detectives have been investigating an apartment on Malden Street distribution. Walsh says officers searched the apartment and found 22 grams.
On March 6, 2025, Springfield authorities arrested 3 suspects connected to a drug distribution ring operating on Malden Street. Police reported that the arrests followed a targeted investigation involving surveillance and the analysis of prior complaints regarding narcotics activity. Officers seized quantities of drugs during the arrests, confirming the individuals' roles in supplying controlled substances to local markets. Law enforcement emphasized that disrupting such street-level networks reduces both community exposure to illicit drugs and associated criminal activity.
Trafficking weight of cocaine and hundreds of bags of heroin and fentanyl. According to Springfield Police, members of the department's Firearms Investigation Unit, along with members of the Hampden County Sheriff's Department, carried out the operation at around 12:15 p.m. on March 5th. Detectives had been investigating the alleged illegal distribution of cocaine, crack cocaine, and fentanyl from an apartment on Worthington Street in Springfield since June of last year.
On March 6, 2026, 5 individuals were arrested following a Springfield area drug investigation that resulted in the seizure of an illegal firearm, a trafficking quantity of Coca-Cola, and hundreds of bags of H and Fentanyl. Law enforcement officials reported that the arrest stemmed from coordinated surveillance and intelligence operations targeting a local distribution network. Authorities emphasized that the operation was aimed at dismantling organized narcotics trafficking and preventing further distribution of dangerous opioids and cocaine in the community. The seized drugs, given their potency, represented a significant public health risk.
Nick and Ciara, the 2 suspects, were allegedly manufacturing ghost guns. Along with distributing drugs.
It's always important to get guns off the street.
In the gun manufacturing operation bust on Wednesday.
On September 6, 2024, Springfield detectives seized machine guns, a ghost gun, and trafficking quantities of H, Fentanyl, and Coca-Cola during an investigation on Willard Avenue. Law enforcement reported that arrests were made of key suspects involved in organized drug distribution and weapons violations. Authorities emphasized the dangers posed by high-powered firearms and potent narcotics circulating in residential areas.
Warrant turned up heroin, cocaine, ammunition, and cash at a home in Springfield's Forest Park neighborhood. Springfield Police spokesman Ryan Walsh told 22 News this is what detectives found when they executed a search warrant at a home on Euclid Avenue around 6 Wednesday morning. 2 people were taken into custody. Jose Burgos Pinto.
2 people were arrested in Springfield following a search of a Euclid Avenue residence that yielded various drugs. Police reported that the suspects were actively distributing the drugs to local users and that the operation represented a significant threat to community safety. Authorities emphasized the link between open-air drug sales and other forms of crime, including theft and violence, making such busts critical for public protection.
Springfield police arrested over a dozen suspects during a search of an apartment on Orange Street. Police say officials have been investigating the apartment for illegal distribution. Detectives were granted a search warrant this week. When the search was conducted, detectives detained 14 suspects. One of them was later released and will receive a criminal complaint.
On November 6, 2025, Springfield police arrested 13 individuals in a large-scale cocaine trafficking bust. Officers reported that the operation involved surveillance, controlled purchases, and intelligence gathering to identify key players in the distribution network. Significant quantities of Coca-Cola were seized, disrupting the supply chain in the city. Law enforcement emphasized the dangers associated with large-scale cocaine trafficking, including potential overdoses and violence. Authorities highlighted that dismantling networks of this size requires strategic coordination and precise enforcement actions.
Started flying on the street.
The FBI says Michael Cacciatelli rose to the top of the organization even after he was charged and sent to prison more than a decade ago for his involvement in the Latin Kings. Michael Cacciatelli is the 40-year-old Italian man who's in charge of the almighty Latin Kings and Queen Nation. Known as King Merlin and based in Springfield, authorities say he's the supreme East Coast regional overseer of the Latin Kings, reigning over 14 states from Massachusetts to Florida. Cacciatelli has blood ties to the Italian mob, the Genovese crime family based in New York that also operates in Springfield, which may explain this.
We believe under Cacciatelli's leadership, the eastern region of the Latin Kings is currently structured, organized, and run like La Cosa Nostra. They have evolved from a traditional street gang to a large-scale criminal enterprise superimposed with mafia-style rule.
Of the gang's leadership and prevented at least 8 murders. Among those arrested, the alleged leader of the East Coast operations, Michael Cacciatelli, a Springfield man who the FBI says is connected to the Genovese crime family. 73 suspects in all are charged in the wide-ranging RICO indictment. The FBI...
More than 60 members and associates of the almighty Latin King and Queen Nation, commonly known as the Latin Kings, are now facing federal charges following a massive bust carried out by the FBI and other law enforcement agencies. Among those charged are members of the gang's East Coast leadership, authorities confirmed. Joe Bonavolonta, special agent in charge of the FBI's Boston division, described the operation as the largest takedown in the division's history. Massachusetts, U.S. Attorney Andrew Lelling referred to the Latin Kings as one of the largest criminal organizations in the world. The arrests come after a 4-year investigation in which law enforcement infiltrated the gang, using informants to record high-level conversations and monitoring social media for posts that implicated members in criminal activities. According to court documents, many of the individuals arrested were featured in YouTube rap videos, dressed in the gang's colors, black and gold, displaying gang signs, and rapping about drugs and violence. In one video titled Chronicles, a man raps about acts of violence, boasting and talking, put like 30 in the clip and let them bullets fly. In another scene, the same individual was seen packaging cocaine. Investigators also uncovered videos filmed at locations where Latin Kings members had been deleted, with some videos containing threats to rival gangs. Officials believe that certain lyrics may serve as confessions to shootings involving other gang members. The Latin Kings have 11 active chapters in Massachusetts, according to the U.S. The Eastern region's criminal activities were allegedly overseen by Michael Cacciatelli, also known as King Merlin, a 40-year-old leader who controlled operations in 14 states, from Massachusetts to Florida, while residing in Springfield. Cacciatelli's orders were often violent, with instructions to target anyone who questioned his authority or cooperated with law enforcement. Throughout the investigation, law enforcement uncovered numerous plans for violent acts, repeatedly intercepting plots for attacks. Bonavolonta emphasized that the operation prevented several violent incidents, stating, "Time after time, we uncovered their planning of brazen acts of violence against those who ran afoul of the gang's manifesto and constitution." In fact, Lelling confirmed that the operation had prevented at least 8 planned deletions. The arrests made in Massachusetts occurred in cities such as Boston, Lowell, Springfield, Fitchburg, Chelsea, New Bedford, and Worcester. Law enforcement seized dozens of firearms, including machine guns and sawed-off shotguns, along with 6 cars, 6 motorcycles, 3 jet skis, an ATV, various drugs, and approximately $38,000 in cash. During the operation, 2 missing children aged 14 and 16 were also recovered. Additionally, 3 houses in New Bedford were seized, which Bonavolonte described as trap houses used by the Latin Kings to store and sell illegal narcotics, stash firearms, and film music videos glorifying violence.
Also new this morning, a longtime member of the Sycamore Street gang is now in custody. Hampton District Attorney Anthony Gallooni's Safe Task Force arrested 44-year-old Eric Lumpkin after a months-long investigation. During a search of Lumpkin's home on Woodside Terrace, officers say they found 700 pounds of suspected cocaine, a loaded gun, over 2,000 grams of marijuana packaged for sale, and various items of drug paraphernalia. Lumpkin was arraigned in Springfield District Court yesterday.
Longtime Sycamore Street gang member Eric Lumpkin was arrested after a months-long narcotics and firearms investigation in Springfield, Massachusetts. Lumpkin, known to law enforcement as a mid-level drug trafficker with deep ties to the Sycamore Street gang, had been under quiet surveillance for several months as investigators worked to map his movements, drug distribution patterns, and access to weapons. According to the Hampton District Attorney's Office, Lumpkin became a priority target because of the gang's long history of gun violence, open-air drug sales, and its role in fueling addiction and retaliation shootings throughout Springfield. Based on the intelligence gathered, investigators obtained search warrants for Lumpkin's residence on Woodside Terrace and for his vehicle. When the warrants were executed, Lumpkin was taken into custody inside the apartment without incident. A full search of the home uncovered 794 grams of coke, 2,220 grams of Mary packaged for sale, a Glock 9 handgun loaded with 11 rounds, ammunition, and drug distribution materials. The amount of coke seized placed Lumpkin in the highest tier of trafficking charges under Massachusetts law. Prosecutors described Lumpkin as a dangerous and influential gang member who helped sustain the Sycamore Street gang's drug pipeline. They also emphasized that his access to firearms while trafficking narcotics made him a high-risk offender. The seizure of a loaded handgun inside his residence was especially concerning, given the gang's involvement in prior shootings.
New findings tonight on an operation aimed at tackling.
In December 2022, Springfield Police and the Hampton County District Attorney's SAF unit executed a major drug trafficking bust tied to the gangs known as the Knox Street Posse and the Sycamore Street Gang. The target was Alonzo Williams of Springfield, who was suspected of supplying large quantities of narcotics to both sets. On December 21 Steradians, investigators were granted search warrants for Williams' home on 81 Bessemer Street and his vehicle. The following day, a traffic stop of Williams' car uncovered approximately 136 grams of coke. A subsequent search of his residence revealed nearly 14,000 fent pills, about half a kilogram of raw Fendi, 30 pounds of coke, 1 firearm, and roughly 190,000 in counterfeit U.S. currency. Authorities estimated the street value of the seizure exceeding $2 million. Williams was arrested without incident and arraigned on December 23, 2022 on charges. In Springfield, Massachusetts, a Thursday evening raid on Fort Pleasant Avenue ended in the arrest of 4 individuals in connection with an illegal firearms and drug distribution investigation. Detectives had received intelligence identifying Jose Gonzalez Feliciano of Springfield, a known member of the Knox Street Posse gang, as illegally possessing a firearm. Around 8:30 p.m., officers located Gonzalez Feliciano along with 3 others on Fort Pleasant Avenue. One of the suspects, later identified as Santiago of Springfield, attempted to flee the scene but was captured shortly afterward on the same street. During the encounter, Gonzalez Feliciano allegedly refused to comply with police commands, reached into his pocket, and then tried to pull on a detective's holstered department-issued firearm, breaking the holster during the struggle. He was subdued and handcuffed. Upon search, officers discovered in Gonzalez Feliciano's pocket 40 small bags of H, approximately 6 small bags of a specific drug, and a loaded handgun with a defaced serial number. In total, police seized 3 loaded firearms, approximately drugs, and the machine gun assembly. Springfield taken.
For promos or any business inquiries, contact us on Instagram or by email.
And after that, all I felt was just a loud
Here inside Suffolk Superior Court, prosecutors say Reverend Sean Harrison Sr., a dean at Boston English High School, known for mentoring gang members and preaching peace, not violence, was also dealing marijuana and using Luis Rodriguez, then a sophomore at English High School, to help him do it. And on the night of March 3rd, 2015, Mr. Harrison tried to kill Rodriguez, shooting him in the back of the head, leaving him for dead.
Right. We are outside of Sean Harrison's apartment building. Inside the safe, police found ammunition, a loaded handgun, and they now believe he was trafficking cocaine. There was a lot of drug paraphernalia.
Sean Harrison raises an eyebrow to show how pleased he is to see family at his second arraignment this month. He shows no reaction as he was accused of drug dealing from his Roxbury Pompey Street apartment. Police found drugs, ammunition, and guns in a basement safe.
In a disconcerting case of a trusted educator's fall from grace, Sean Rev Harrison, formerly an academic dean at Boston Public Schools, has entered a guilty plea to charges of racketeering conspiracy. Harrison's dual life has stunned the community. In one role, a figure of authority and guidance within the educational system, and in another, a covert operative within the violent criminal organization known as the Latin Kings. His guilty plea casts a shadow on the reputation of a professional whose dual life has led to violent acts and the manipulation of the very youths he was expected to protect and educate. Sean Rev Harrison, a 63-year-old ex-academic dean from Boston Public Schools, admitted to his involvement in organized crime, affirming his guilty plea to RICO conspiracy charges announced by the U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. Harrison, who clandestinely operated within the Latin Kings, again notorious for its violent activities and extensive membership across the United States, confessed to participating in a criminal scheme that used racketeering to conduct its affairs. The Latin Kings are widely recognized for their illicit drug trafficking operations that generate revenue and their use of violence to intimidate witnesses and combat rival factions, consolidating their power and safeguarding their domains.
Everything up, Sean Harrison will spend up to 26 years behind bars, the judge choosing maximum penalties for the crimes. The young victim and his family very emotional today in this final step towards justice.
In a sweeping indictment by a federal grand jury in December 2019, numerous individuals, including Sean Harrison, were charged with participating in a racketeering enterprise. These charges encompassed allegations of engaging in a drug distribution network and the illegal use of firearms, all under the umbrella of the Latin Kings organization. According to the U.S. Attorney, Harrison, who joined Boston Public Schools as an academic dean at English High School in 2015, was entrusted with responsibilities including mediating between teachers and students, engaging with families of students facing difficulties, supporting at-risk youth, and leading an after-school anger management group for 10 boys. Despite his role in education, Harrison concurrently held membership in the Latin Kings. He exploited his position at the school to recruit vulnerable students into the gang, instructing them to distribute marijuana and other narcotics on school premises and then returning the proceeds to him.
And I'll begin to explain the pain I felt in my heart March 3rd, 2015, when I saw my nephew laying in a hospital bed.
Young Luis Rodriguez in the courtroom today, many say miraculously survived being shot in the head 3 years ago as a teenager. The gunman now convicted, 58-year-old Sean Harrison, a former dean at Boston English High School, who prosecutors say enlisted the 17-year-old student to sell drugs, then planned an attack when displeased with the sales.
In the spring of 2015, suspicions arose in Sean Harrison that a student involved in his illicit drug operations had misappropriated funds, expressed a desire to cease drug-selling activities, and posed a risk of exposing Harrison's criminal activities to law enforcement. On March 3 of that year, after arranging a meeting with the student at a local McDonald's, the situation took a violent turn. As they were walking, Harrison, unbeknownst to the student trailing behind him, drew a handgun and shot the student in the back of the head at close range. This heinous act was documented by a nearby surveillance camera. Miraculously, the student survived the attempt on his life. Following these events, on a recent Friday, the court mandated Harrison to compensate the student with $10 million in damages for the attack.
And after that, all I felt was just a loud bang.
A young man takes the stand describing the moment he was shot by a man he says was his trusted mentor. That mentor was a minister and a high school dean.
But prosecutors say he was also a drug dealer, and a slump in sales drove him to pull the trigger.
Testifying in court, the 20-year-old says it was Sean Harrison, a Boston minister and former English high school employee.
Who shot you in the back of the head in 2015?
Mr. Sean Harrison did.
The 55-year-old showed little emotion in court. He's facing drug and gun charges after prosecutors say he shot Lewis in the back of the head in 2015 on Magazine Street in Boston.
After that, all I felt was just a loud bang, and I hit the floor.
After the shooting incident, the student reported Sean Harrison to the authorities, revealing his involvement with the Latin Kings, has recruitment tactics targeting students, and the narcotics distribution within the Boston public schools. Following these revelations, law enforcement promptly detained Harrison, and he faced charges in Suffolk Superior Court connected to the attempted homicide. In 2018, a jury found Harrison guilty, resulting in a sentence of roughly 25 years in state penitentiary for his actions. U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, in a statement, condemned Sean Harrison for manipulating and ensnaring vulnerable minors in criminal undertakings, betraying his role as an educator and mentor. Despite his incarceration, Harrison maintained ties with the Latin Kings, utilizing prison phone systems to converse with fellow members, including co-defendants. These conversations often revolved around uncovering the identities of informants who played a part in his legal troubles. Throughout his imprisonment, the Latin Kings exhibited allegiance to Harrison, praising his steadfastness to the gang and his refusal to denounce accomplices, while also financially contributing to his commissary account, as reported by the U.S. Attorney's Office. The saga of Sean Harrison presents a cautionary tale about the perilous influence of criminal enterprises within community institutions. Harrison's admission to racketeering conspiracy not only closes a chapter on his own criminal activities, but also serves as a grim reminder of the vulnerabilities in our educational and societal systems. The betrayal of trust and the exploitation of at-risk youths underscore the urgent need for vigilance and integrity in positions of authority. As the legal proceedings come to a conclusion, it is hoped that the affected communities can heal and that measures are taken to prevent such a profound breach of trust from occurring again.
And they said that they found 8 bricks of, also a revolver and pills, and more than $11,000 in cash. Officers also searched a car where they said that they found 15 blocks of fentanyl.
In February 2023, Massachusetts State Police conducted an operation in southeastern Massachusetts that netted 47,000 Fentanyl pills worth $1.23 million. The bust also recovered $85,000 in cash believed to be proceeds from drug sales. The pills were seized during both an undercover buy which yielded 224 grams and a search warrant execution that recovered 1,224 grams with packaging. This is the scale of the Fentanyl crisis in Massachusetts. Nearly 50,000 doses that could have deleted 50,000 people.
Just take a look at what state police found after stopping a car on Brown Street for motor vehicle violations. Troopers seized more than 1,000 bags of hair, as well as several items with coke residue. State police arrested 3 Pittsfield residents.
Berkshire County authorities and state police dismantled a Fentanyl trafficking network in Pittsfield, resulting in 9 indictments. The operation was importing Fentanyl into western Massachusetts communities. 9 indictments represent a structured criminal organization, not street-level dealing.
General Maura Healey announced the huge opioid bust. Law enforcement agents worked together to hit 14 locations in Methuen and Lawrence yesterday. They say they recovered 24 kilos of heroin.
In July 2021, federal authorities and Boston police arrested 8 people connected to a Boston-based meth trafficking ring that shipped product across the country. The investigation began in October 2020 when federal authorities identified a large-scale meth supplier operating out of Boston. 8 months of investigation led to 8 arrests. This case demonstrates how Massachusetts doesn't just have a local drug problem, it exports drugs nationwide.
5 people have been arrested in a series of drug busts as part of a joint operation between Rhode Island and Massachusetts State Police. Authorities carried out search warrants at addresses in Central Falls, Woonsocket, and Bellingham, Massachusetts.
5 men faced drug and gun-related charges following a joint investigation between Rhode Island and Massachusetts State Police, involving cocaine and Fentanyl. 2 state police agencies running one case is the practical answer to a simple problem. The Massachusetts-Rhode Island border runs right through the Providence and Fall River metro areas, and traffickers cross it constantly. Enforcement that stops at the line doesn't work.
A months-long drug investigation in Hampden County has removed dangerous high-capacity weapons from the streets. But tonight, law enforcement is sharing a new message that they can't do these busts alone.
A month-long federal and local investigation unraveled a massive drug trafficking enterprise spreading H, coke, and Fentanyl across Chicopee, Holyoke, and Springfield. The operation earned its name from pink Fentanyl pills that dealers promised buyers, a marketing tactic that made it easier for undercover agents to track distribution. The FBI, DEA, and ATF combined forces with local police to execute coordinated wiretaps and undercover buys over weeks of surveillance. When they moved on August 2026, they arrested 28 individuals and seized over a dozen firearms. The drugs recovered H, coke, and deadly Fentanyl represented a critical removal of poison from the streets of western Massachusetts. This wasn't a single bust. This was a network dismantled.
A person involved in what's believed to be one of the biggest drug busts in New England has pleaded guilty. 41-year-old D.B. Felix of Lynn has pleaded guilty to drug trafficking and gun charges from a drug seizure in November 2023 that's estimated to be valued over $7 million. Police found millions of doses of laced pills that shaped to resemble heart-shaped candies. Felix was also charged with Emilio Garcia and Sebastian Bejan. Bejan also pleaded guilty last month, and Garcia is scheduled to plead guilty on February 7th.
A Fentanyl and meth drug lab was found inside a Massachusetts house, and the suspect pleaded guilty. This one is categorically different from everything else in this video. Every other case is about drugs arriving from somewhere else: Mexico, California, the Dominican pipeline. A lab means production happening here, and a guilty plea means it's resolved, not pending.
A 6-month joint investigation has resulted in the arrests of 4 people in Massachusetts accused of running a drug ring out of Lawrence. Manchester police say that ring trafficked drugs in New Hampshire. Authorities seized nearly 2,100 grams and nearly 3 significant measurements of meth. The investigation involved Manchester Police, Lawrence Police, Massachusetts State Police, and the Essex County DA's office.
A 6-month joint investigation ended with 4 arrests in Massachusetts, targeting people accused of running a drug ring out of Lawrence, with the operation tied to Manchester, New Hampshire. Lawrence is one of the 2 names that appears over and over in New England drug enforcement. Federal investigators have repeatedly identified it, alongside Lowell, as the source city feeding narcotics north into New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. This case is that route documented in a single investigation. The product organized in Lawrence. The market 90 minutes up I-93. A significant 2024 investigation in Lowell by Lowell Police and DEA resulted in a major takedown of a gun and drug trafficking organization. Multiple arrests and seizures of both firearms and illicit drugs dismantled a connected trafficking operation supplying the region. In October 2019, federal authorities and Revere Police intercepted 4 kilograms of fentanyl in a bus that dismantled a trafficking cell importing fentanyl from outside Massachusetts. The suspects were from New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut, indicating a regional supply network. 4 kilograms represents 4,000 grams, or roughly 8,000 lethal doses. The intercept prevented what could have been thousands of deaths. Line these cases up, and the pattern is unmistakable. Massachusetts isn't the end of the pipeline. It's the middle of it. Product arrives from Mexico through cartel supply lines, moves into Lawrence and Lowell and Springfield, and then flows outward in every direction north up I-93 to Manchester, into Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, east into Maine, south across the Rhode Island and Connecticut lines. A Massachusetts man charged in Belfast. Massachusetts residents arrested in a Hartford restaurant with 145 pounds of marijuana. A Lawrence ring tied to New Hampshire. 2 state police agencies running one joint case because the border runs straight through the metro area. The state lines are legal boundaries. Nobody in this trade treats them as operational ones. And the substance keeps changing underneath the enforcement. The Fall River ring in 2008 was a different world from the Fentanyl and counterfeit pills of today, where a pill pressed to look like Adderall might carry a trace amount or lethal dose, and the buyer has no way to tell which. But the case that should stay with you isn't about weight or dollar value. It's the 2-year investigation into a gang prosecutors say committed 15 murders across Essex County, ran on a written code that required a violent act to earn admission, marked rank with colored beads, and recruited its members out of high schools in Lynn and Lawrence. Children, as the U.S. Attorney put it. That's the recruitment pool at the bottom of all of this. So the question is the one this fight always returns to. Does any of it stem the tide? Or does the pipeline refill as fast as they can drain it? Every seizure is product that never reached a vein. Every indictment is a supply line cut. But the highways keep running in both directions. And the work is far from finished. If you made it this far, hit that like button. Drop a comment telling us which state we should cover next. And subscribe for more breakdowns from across America. Until next time, stay safe. New Hampshire's drug war. Let's get into it.
26-year-old Angelica Olivo faces 6 charges that include being a drug enterprise leader. She was arrested earlier this week in Laconia after a local and state police investigation. Police say during the course of the investigation, they seized a handgun, $16,000, and large amounts of fentanyl. Court records say that during questioning, Olivo told police that she was one of the larger drug dealers in Laconia and hasn't had a job in 2 years. Alan Hawley was in his apartment when police came.
I was in my house with a friend and the lights went out and we looked out the window and there was all kinds of cops in the driveway and they were out back searching one of the apartments.
Authorities say they were lucky to be able to get Olivo off the streets.
In April 2019, police said they hoped they'd made a major dent in the Lakes region drug trade after a raid resulted in the arrest of a woman they identified as a significant dealer. The Lakes region Laconia, Meredith, the towns around Winnipesaukee is Postcard, New Hampshire, and it has not been spared.
And this operation by the Attorney General's office, this investigation, was really massive. Back in September, 46-year-old John Santiago was found guilty by a jury of possessing and conspiring to sell half a kilo of fentanyl. Investigators say he'd been bringing drugs from the Merrimack Valley into New Hampshire. He's now been sentenced to 20 years to life in state prison on both charges. And this all started with a wiretapping investigation. The AG's office had been looking into a drug dealer running a big operation out of Haverhill, Massachusetts, and Santiago was working with him. The AG's office says they want this severe sentence to send a message to anyone in the drug trafficking community that this won't be tolerated.
The harshest sentence in this entire video. John Santiago, 46, was found guilty in September 2023 of possessing and conspiring to sell half a kilogram of fentanyl. That November, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison on both charges. Half a kilogram, 500 grams. Using the same lethal dose math from earlier, that quantity represents potential deaths in the hundreds of thousands, which is precisely why the sentencing exposure climbs into life territory.
Police say 23-year-old Dylan Maliska was already in jail for drug and parole violations, but officials say they listened to phone calls earlier this month that Maliska made to his grandmother, in which he told her from his home and then sell it to at least one person. 60-year-old Regina Minor now faces several drug charges after police say they found drugs in her home. She is free on bail.
Dylan Maliska was 23 years old and already behind bars, locked up on drug and parole violations. But according to Keene police, being in custody didn't stop his operation. It just changed who was running it. Maliska allegedly turned to the one person he could count on, his grandmother. Regina Minor was 60 years old. Investigators say her grandson directed her to go to his home on Woodburn Street and retrieve H and Fentanyl he had stashed there, and then get it moving. What Maliska apparently didn't account for is that in jail, the phone is never really private. Detectives monitored his calls to Minor, and those recordings, police said, revealed that she had gone and gotten the drugs and had distributed them to at least one other person. With the calls in hand, detectives obtained a search warrant for the Woodburn Street home and seized an estimated 20 grams of H and Fentanyl. Regina Minor was arrested and charged with possession of a controlled drug and conspiracy to distribute a controlled drug. She was released on $5,000 bail. Her grandson was charged with possession of a controlled drug with intent to distribute and criminal solicitation. The charge for directing someone else to commit the crime for you. a 60-year-old grandmother, a jail phone, and 20 grams of Fentanyl. That's what the opioid trade looks like when it reaches into a family.
Nearly 24 alleged members of what prosecutors call a violent transnational criminal street gang,
14 of which are charged in connection with 6 homicides.
Now facing federal racketeering conspiracy charges. From drug trafficking to deadly shootings, authorities say the Trinitarios gang had chapters and members operating in Massachusetts, Maine, and in Manchester. And the group's leader, or state supreme, Emmanuel Paula Cabral, who allegedly worked with Trinitarios in the Dominican Republic, too. Investigators allege the gang was behind 2 doubles in Lynn in 2023 and others in Lawrence in 2017.
In February 2025, dozens of members of a gang with ties to New Hampshire were charged with deletion and drug trafficking, a reminder that the trade running through this state isn't just loose networks of local dealers, but organized enterprises with the violence that comes attached.
Pam Willis wears a picture of her grandson, 22-year-old Thomas Drake, who died of a fentanyl overdose in September 2014. His best friend, Nicholas Austin, pleaded guilty to supplying the drug 2 years later. But now, finally in court, 44-year-old Felix Aguilar, the suspected dealer who fled to the Dominican Republic 4 years ago, the Dominican president signing an extradition order this week. Aguilar, who goes by several aliases, has a long criminal drug history. He was actually deported in 2010 after serving time in another state, but came back. In 2015, with this indictment pending, he was arrested in the Bay State on drug charges. They thought they had him.
And we close with a case that shows how far these investigations can reach. In July 2019, a suspected Fentanyl dealer was returned to New Hampshire from the Dominican Republic to face charges connected to the death of a man from Atkinson. Think about the machinery that requires. A local overdose death in a small New Hampshire town. An investigation that identifies the supplier. A suspect who has already left the country. And then an international extradition coordinated between federal authorities and a foreign government to bring him back to answer for it. That same spring, a traffic stop along Interstate 40 brought in a significant haul of its own. The interstates giveth, and the interstates taketh away.
28-year-old Shania Tripp and 42-year-old Krista Robinson, both of St. Albans, were inside the car. Deputies say Tripp was on probation and was subject to random searches. Robinson was also searched, and officials say they found more drugs in the vehicle and on the ground, which deputies believe were discarded by Robinson. Authorities say Robinson is being charged with drug trafficking, falsifying physical evidence, and unlawful drug possession. They say Tripp was also charged with drug trafficking.
In April 2026, 2 women were arrested in Canaan, New Hampshire, and charged with drug trafficking. Canaan is a town of roughly 4,000 people in the Upper Valley, a long way from Manchester, and proof that the pipeline reaches all the way into rural New Hampshire.
It's called Operation Granite Shield, a months-long anti-drug operation that culminated Thursday as 88 different law enforcement agencies made arrests and seized drugs, cash, and weapons during a 20-hour sweep.
Yesterday was a significant day, a huge step towards disrupting would-be drug dealers and drug organizations in the state of New Hampshire.
The operation was funded by a $1.2 million state grant, which paid for everything from gathering information and surveillance to undercover buys. The numbers look like this: 151 total arrests, the seizure of 24 weapons, and $37,000 in cash, along with about 18,000 doses of heroin and fentanyl, with a street value of more than $22,000.
Let's make it clear that, we have a major fentanyl crisis in the state of New Hampshire. That's not news to anybody. So that's obviously always the top priority. Everything we do is centered around that.
Authorities say they also seized a BMW with a secret hydraulic compartment for hiding drugs and money. All evidence officials say that this is an ongoing war with more battles left to be fought.
This is the biggest single day in New Hampshire drug enforcement history and one of the most comprehensive drug operations ever undertaken in New England. On February 15, 2018, 88 local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies executed a coordinated statewide sweep. In one day, they arrested 151 people. They seized more than 551 grams of heroin and fentanyl, roughly 18,000 doses, worth over $22,000, along with 24 weapons. over $37,000 in cash, and a quantity of oxycodone pills. The operation hit nearly every major population center in the state at once: Berlin, Concord, Franklin, Keene, Laconia, Lebanon, Manchester, Nashua, Portsmouth, Salem, Pelham, and more. In Manchester alone, 13 people were arrested in a raid that ran the entire day, the state's largest city, taking its share of the largest sweep the state had ever run. And the state police were emphatic about what kind of arrests these were. As the commander of the Investigative Services Bureau put it, they weren't out there just arresting people for possession. They were addressing the source, the people bringing H, Fent Y, and other narcotics into the state. Drug dealers accounted for at least half the arrests, and all but about 20 of the 151 resulted in drug-related charges. Granite Shield was a state-funded program, backed by $4.5 million in legislative funding approved in 2017. The state police colonel said New Hampshire was safer that day because of a months-long cooperative effort between state, local, and federal partners. Manchester, for its part, had already been running its own version for years. Operation Granite Hammer launched in the fall of 2015, short, intensive, roughly 8-hour operations targeting street-level dealers, run over and over again in partnership with state police narcotics investigators and the DEA. By early 2017, the department counted more than 120 arrests across those sweeps alone. And here's the detail that captures the regional reality. On that very same day, Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont carried out similar operations of their own. Because as the governor said at the press conference, New Hampshire law enforcement cannot let state borders restrict their efforts. The dealers certainly don't.
Those men were arrested after a months-long investigation, and police say they had enough to kill thousands of people.
Thousands and thousands of doses, just in that.
Thousands of grams of deadly now off the streets.
Every time that a user takes a single dose, it's rolling the dice as to whether there will be a fatal overdose.
Police tracking down those drugs after a months-long investigation through the state's drug trafficking enforcement effort, Operation Granite Shield.
The whole purpose of the Granite Shield operations is to work our way up the food chain, so to speak.
Arresting 2 men from Massachusetts, 28-year-old Ricardo Antonio Lara Guerrero and 24-year-old Jason Checo Severino, who investigators say were illegally trafficking the drugs into New Hampshire.
It starts.
In February 2025, 2 Massachusetts men were arrested after investigators said they brought a massive drug operation across state lines. This is the pipeline in a single case. The operation originates in Massachusetts. The product moves north, and New Hampshire is the destination market.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston says that 5 people are now charged and 3 of them are from New Hampshire. Those include Mackenzie Bimson from Berlin, Michael Miller from Littleton, and Ernest LaPlante Jr., also from Littleton. Bimson is already serving time in New Hampshire after he was convicted in 2024 on drug charges, but investigators allege he was the leader of this organization. Investigators add Bimson and Miller were allegedly the primary dealers for this group, selling.
This is the story of Mackenzie Benson, already serving time on a 2020 drug conviction. She was running a full-scale firearms and narcotics operation across New England while locked up. She coordinated from prison. Her co-conspirators Michael Miller in Littleton, Ernest LaPlante Jr. in Littleton moved product on the street. June 2026. 3 New Hampshire residents charged in federal court. The scope: fentanyl trafficking, coke distribution, Mary. But the twisted part, they weren't just selling drugs. They were manufacturing and distributing firearms. Ernest LaPlante Jr. was running a gun factory. 94 firearms recovered in federal searches. This is organized crime, not meth lab operation, not corner boy hustling. This is a multi-state enterprise moving tons of narcotics and manufacturing weapons. Federal charges, federal prosecution, federal sentencing coming.
Starting at 5 a.m., members of the Manchester Police Special Enforcement Division and SWAT team stormed into this home on Maplehurst Avenue. Police say the raid stems from an investigation into the distribution of illegal drugs and illegal possession of firearms. Inside the home, police made contact with multiple people. Not all of them lived there. Police leaving with some kind of long gun and a dog being taken out in a restraint. A chunk of the front door missing. 2 people with bench warrants were arrested. One of them, 29-year-old Robert Lyles, who's a convicted felon. He is now facing additional felon in possession of a dangerous weapon charges. Neighbors tell us this is not the first time police have raided the house. They say it's usually a quiet neighborhood in a school zone, but things have gotten worse over the last 6 months with people walking or biking to the house at all hours. News 9 Investigates has learned that the city took ownership of the home in September because of back taxes. The homeowners still have time to pay those taxes off to be in good standing with the city, which is why they're allowed to remain in the home.
In December 2024, Manchester police raided a home on Maplehurst Avenue as part of an investigation into illegal drugs and firearms. But the detail that made this story was uncovered afterward by investigative reporters. The property was technically owned by the city of Manchester itself.
It happened in Newport on 2 residential streets right off of North Main Street. Newport police say the long-term drug investigation started from neighborhood tips and complaints. Of the people arrested, these 4 included 3 from New Hampshire and 1 from Vermont. The other 4 all from Newport. Police were able to make the arrest after obtaining a search warrant following months of surveillance.
Sometimes the biggest busts start small. Newport police got tips from the neighborhood. Residents sick of dealers on their streets. August 2025. The investigation went for months. Surveillance. Intelligence. Then the warrant. 8 people arrested. David Party from Vermont. Jamie Long from Bradford. Cassandra Matthews. Arian Hess. Sean Willie. Daniel Chick. Casey Fernald. Shannon Martin. 30 grams of Fentanyl. 28 grams of drugs. Charges ranging from possession with intent to sell to maintaining a common nuisance, which means turning your home into a drug house. Probation violations came in hot for the repeat offenders. What makes this relevant? It shows how local intelligence networks can dismantle significant trafficking operations. Newport didn't wait for the DEA. They got tips, worked the case methodically, and took down 8 active dealers in one operation.
With the drugs and cash laid out before him, Police Chief David Mara said police have made the largest seizure in Manchester's history. The chief says these drugs are the cause of much of the misery in the city.
This is what fuels our crime problem in Manchester. This is what fuels our burglaries. This is what fuels our robberies. So this is a great opportunity for us. We were able to take a lot of drugs off the street.
In a raid at 325 Silver Street, police found 100 grams of heroin valued at $10,000 and more than $4,000 in cash. The residence was that of Monique Teal, who faces felony drug charges. Also arrested was John La Rochelle of Manchester. The chief says the heroin problem is a byproduct of another drug problem.
August 2013. This one made history. Manchester police announced the largest drug seizure in the city's history, and one of the largest in New Hampshire's recorded history. 4 people arrested. Large quantities. The announcement came with official credibility. The Manchester Police Department doesn't hype cases. When they said this was the biggest, they meant it. Over a decade later, this bust still gets referenced in law enforcement briefings as the high water mark for single operation heroin seizures in the state.
Tonight, police in New Hampshire investigating the death of a woman. Police tell us they responded to Sunapee Street on Tuesday for an unconscious woman in Newport. And when they got there, they found 33-year-old Mary Ann Baldoff had passed away. Her body has been taken to the chief medical examiner's office to determine the cause of death. The police investigation led them to get a search warrant of a home on Prospect Street in Claremont, as well as for 2 people. Police found illegal drugs inside the home. Lisa Janiti of Claremont was arrested, and police are still searching for this woman.
January 2024, a woman was arrested for drug trafficking following a death in Newport, New Hampshire. This is one of the most consequential shifts in how these cases get prosecuted. When an overdose death can be traced back to a specific supplier, prosecutors can pursue charges tied directly to that death, turning what would have been a distribution case into something far heavier.
Now, the drugs are those bath salts that we've been talking about recently, and they were just found in big quantities in the small community of Plastow, New Hampshire, a town of 9,000 people. Police seized more than $100,000 of the drug from a convenience store, this one, over the weekend. Since last October, America has seen a concerning trend of bath salt use. It's prompted the DEA to ban 3 of the chemicals found in the lethal drug. But bath salts are suspected in the horrifying assault in Miami. The man who ate off another man's face, that horrible picture, and in other, some of them cannibalistic attacks around the country. Detective George Wixon is an undercover agent who made the bust in Plastow.
June 2012. CNN's Aaron Burnett sat down with an undercover DEA agent who had just busted a major bath salts distribution operation in New Hampshire. The agent held evidence bags containing the crystalline powder that was destroying communities. Synthetic cathinones, bath salts, a drug that caused hallucinations, paranoia, violent behavior. New Hampshire got hit hard. The bust was significant enough that CNN sent national reporters to cover it. Years later, New Hampshire would add alpha PHP to its controlled substance list because the problem never went away.
The DEA and Franklin Police Department worked together to arrest 27 people this week, all with alleged ties to drug trafficking in the city.
That is a gigantic number by all accounts. It is one of the largest that I've seen in my 3 years here at DEA.
The DEA says 3 search warrants were executed. About $100,000 in cash was seized. Agents say this operation has ties to a notorious international crime group.
That organization is the Sinaloa cartel.
People in Franklin say they feel safer after this bust.
It's a big breath of relief for everybody in Franklin. I mean, 27 people in total is huge.
Officials say they will keep working to make sure that people in every New Hampshire community feel that way too.
Coos County, the North Country, rural, cold, economically struggling, and apparently completely overrun with fentanyl distribution. The New Hampshire State Police Narcotics Unit and DEA took 4 months to map out who was moving what. Then they moved. July 2025, 17 arrests. The state police director said straight up, these 17 people were responsible for the majority of fentanyl and meth hitting the entire North Country. That's not exaggeration. That's the official assessment from the top law enforcement officer in New Hampshire. The operation involved joint task forces across 5 agencies: state police, DEA, Colebrook PD, Berlin PD. They hit multiple locations simultaneously. Seized fentanyl, meth, cash. Charges ranged from conspiracy to distribute controlled substances to hindering apprehension. The DEA agent in charge made a statement. New Hampshire is in the midst of a devastating opioid crisis as deaths from fentanyl continue. These 17 individuals were specifically targeted as being responsible for the majority of the fentanyl and meth distribution in the county.
Hudson police say 2 people face charges in connection to an ongoing drug investigation. Jacob Mitchell and Alyssa Gutierrez were arrested yesterday after an investigation into a home that was believed to be associated with narcotics.
In July 2025, Hudson police announced that 2 people were facing multiple charges in connection with an ongoing drug investigation. Hudson sits directly on the Massachusetts state line, just across from Tyngsboro, which puts it on the front edge of the pipeline.
New Hampshire man is facing charges after police in Maine say nearly 4 pounds of meth was found in his car. Sherman, Maine police say they were notified about a car containing illegal narcotics that was traveling from Massachusetts. Police stopped it on 95 North and arrested the driver, Timothy Pinkham of Somersworth. Police say they also found over 3 grams of fentanyl. They say the meth found in the car has a street value of over $150,000.
In June 2024, a New Hampshire man was arrested after police in Maine found more than $150,000 worth of meth in the vehicle he was driving. 3 states, 1 region, 1 problem.
Officers received a report of 2 men arguing inside an SUV on Gate Street in Thorndike. During the argument, one of the men raised a firearm, then fired it. Officers later followed the SUV to Gate Street. Over $2,000 in cash, a shell casing from Gate Street, and drug materials were recovered upon the men's arrest. The 2 men, a 20-year-old and 18-year-old of West Lebanon, are facing charges including discharge of a firearm, resisting arrest, and possessing a Class E and Class D substance.
The traffic flows both ways. In October 2024, 2 men from New Hampshire were arrested in Palmer, Massachusetts, after a police chase ended with the seizure of a loaded firearm and drugs.
Police in Somersworth say a hit-and-run crash led to a large seizure. The crash happened on March 27th near Winter Street and Rocky Hill Road. Police say a vehicle hit a utility pole and then left. Officers later found the suspected vehicle and pulled over the driver, Kyle Levy. Police searched his vehicle during the traffic stop, and say they found nearly $7,000 worth of fentanyl.
Sometimes the biggest cases start with the smallest incidents. On March 27th, a vehicle struck a utility pole near Winter Street and Rocky Hill Road in Somersworth, New Hampshire, and drove off. Police investigated the hit and run, and what that investigation ultimately led to was a large drug seizure.
A Manchester man sentenced to 5 years in federal prison for trafficking meth. Michael Raish will have 3 years of supervised release once he gets out. The Department of Justice says a confidential source led them to Raish.
One with a documented ending. Michael Raish, 49, of Manchester, was sentenced to 60 months, 5 years in federal prison on drug trafficking charges. Federal time matters here for a reason worth stating plainly. There is no parole in the federal system. A 60-month federal sentence means serving essentially that sentence, unlike state time in many jurisdictions. That's why federal prosecutors get pulled into so many of these New Hampshire cases.
New on daybreak, Manchester police executed a high-risk search warrant early Wednesday morning at a house on South Lincoln Street. Members of several law enforcement agencies carried out the warrant as part of an ongoing drug investigation. 3 people were taken into custody. David Lusa was arrested on an electronic bench warrant. John Black was arrested on multiple fraud and stolen property charges. Troy Burpee was taken into custody on a probation violation warrant.
On a Wednesday morning in January 2026, Manchester police arrested 3 people during what the department classified as a high-risk search warrant. That designation isn't casual. It means investigators had reason to believe they'd encounter weapons, fortification, or violent resistance, and it typically brings in tactical teams.
A Salem man is facing a laundry list of charges that he was trafficking drugs in the Granite State. According to the Attorney General's office, 32-year-old Jose Beltre Castro. Authorities say the charges stem from 3 separate incidents that happened in February and March of this year. If convicted, Castro could face decades in prison and hundreds of thousands of dollars in fines.
Salem man faced several charges for trafficking drugs in New Hampshire. Salem sits directly on the Massachusetts border along Interstate 93, the main artery running north out of the Boston area, which is exactly why it appears repeatedly in state enforcement operations.
Suspected drug dealers are off the streets in Nashua following an undercover investigation into alleged meth and fentanyl sales. Federal prosecutors say 3 men have been charged with distributing controlled substances.
July 2026, Nashua police and the DE moved on 3 alleged drug traffickers. The operation was straightforward. Undercover buys, surveillance, then the hit. 3 suspects. Meth, Fenty, both drugs hitting the street-level market in a city of 90,000 people. WMUR reported the operation removed active dealers from city streets, meaning these 3 were actively selling, repeatedly, to customers. Charges: possession with intent to sell. The cases are pending, but the intelligence is clear these 3 were mid-level dealers moving volume into the Nashua market.
A Boston man will spend at least 4 years in prison for his role in a large-scale drug traffic conspiracy. Flemen Soten Baez pleaded guilty last year to conspiracy to distribute in New Hampshire. According to court documents, he distributed large quantities of those drugs, particularly in Manchester, between 2022 and 2023.
2026. Federal court. Fleming Soto Baez from Boston stood for sentencing on conspiracy to distribute Fenty and coke in New Hampshire. He got at least 4 years federal prison. The court found he had distributed large quantities. Prosecution described it as a conspiracy specifically targeting Granite State customers. This represents the pattern. Massachusetts-based traffickers using New Hampshire as a market. Federal prosecutors responding with sentences measured in years.
5 men are indicted in a drug trafficking operation in Manchester and in Seabrook. One of the suspects is from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. The other 4 from Lawrence, Massachusetts.
June 2026. Federal prosecutors indicted 5 men specifically for targeting New Hampshire customers. 4 from Lawrence, Massachusetts. 1 from Pawtucket, Rhode Island. Their conspiracy: distribute Fenty and meth into Manchester and Seabrook. Their scale: federal indictment level quantities. 3 were in custody. 2 fled. The Justice Department is still hunting the fugitives, but the message from prosecution is clear. Supplying New Hampshire from out-of-state manufacturing centers will get you federal charges and years in federal prison.
2 people in custody tonight in connection to a drug trafficking investigation in Salem. The DEA says it seized about 250 grams of. Our crew spotted agents working with Salem police earlier today. The DEA says one person ran from that scene. They were arrested along with the other person.
250 grams sounds modest until you convert it. The DEA's own guidance puts a potentially lethal dose of fentanyl at roughly 2 milligrams. At that measure, 250 grams represents on the order of 125,000 potentially lethal doses in a state with fewer than 1.5 million residents.
Now, police say initially they had stopped one of the vehicles for having a false inspection sticker. After searching that vehicle, investigators say they found more than 750 grams of heroin. That's worth about $80,000 on the street. They also found a large bag of crystal meth, and police say it was clear that both drugs are going to be sold in the area. Officers also found a lot of cash, evidence of drug sales, and a handgun reported stolen out of Boston. Now, police say
in September 2016, police in Tilton seized what was described as a major shipment of drugs coming into New Hampshire. Tilton sits on Interstate 93, roughly halfway between the Massachusetts line and the White Mountains, a natural interception point on the route north. Vermont, New Hampshire has fewer than 13,000 residents. And for roughly 5 years, prosecutors say one man supplied a significant share of his heroin. Christopher Fields was 40 years old, and on the street he went by V. He'd moved to Claremont about 6 years earlier for a woman he met through social media, hoping, his attorney said, to leave his past behind. He had 2 prior drug convictions, one in New York and one in Connecticut. What he found instead was a girlfriend struggling with addiction and a city awash in drugs. He tried to go straight, but without a high school education, work was hard to come by, so he went back to what he knew. The operation was disciplined. Fields kept 2 apartments in downtown Claremont, on School Street close enough to Stevens High School to matter, and used them to deal and to store weapons. About once a week he'd take a bus or a train down to New York, buy coke and H, and bring it back north to sell wholesale to Claremont's other dealers. He wasn't a corner dealer. He was a supplier to the suppliers. Prosecutors estimated he was bringing in around $10,000 a week, grossing roughly $1.5 million over the 3 years he ran those apartments. And the money showed. He was buying gold bullion, taking vacations to Mardi Gras in New Orleans. He also wasn't working alone. And Owen Tucker went by cuz he lived in one of the School Street apartments and ran the business whenever Fields was out of town. As the prosecutor recounted it, Fields told police plainly, "Tucker is my guy." Late in the year, police started hearing the street names V and Cuz, the men supplying Claremont and the towns around it. Investigators ran a series of controlled buys for large quantities of H. And in February, they moved. The timing was almost perfect. Fields had just returned from a buying trip carrying close to 600 bags of H laced with Fenty. Tucker had $13,000 in cash waiting for him. Inside one of the apartments, police found an assault-style rifle and 3 pistols. Fields pleaded guilty in Sullivan County Superior Court to being a drug enterprise leader, possession with intent to distribute, and 4 counts of being a felon in possession of a firearm. In court, he didn't dispute much of it. He told the judge he never set out to become Claremont's H kingpin. He just thought he could hustle to pay some bills. He said he got in over his head, and that he hadn't known he was making the biggest mistake of his life. Family and friends appeared by video to vouch that he was a good man who'd made a mistake. The judge accepted that he was a good person, and then said the part that mattered. Good people make bad decisions, and bad decisions have consequences. The prosecutor's assessment was sharper. Fields, he said, was a smart man with a lot of potential and at a fork in the road. He chose the predatory entrepreneurial path. Christopher Fields was sentenced to 15 to 30 years in the New Hampshire State Prison, with eligibility for release in about 12. The 4 firearm sentences 3.5 to 7 years each run concurrently. A 10 to 20 year sentence on the distribution count was suspended for 25 years, conditioned on good behavior. And Owen Tucker's case remained pending after a proposed plea agreement fell apart. This one reads like a modern crime manual. 12 defendants running a text message and social media drug empire across New Hampshire, Maine, and Massachusetts. They posted deals on encrypted apps. Customers texted orders. They delivered. The bust numbers are staggering. Initial seizures: 2.5 kilograms of Fentanyl, 250 grams of meth, 28 grams of coke. But here's what got darker. Follow-up searches found they were moving even more. 20 kilograms of Fentanyl, 1 kilogram of meth, guns. 6 customers actually tried to trade firearms for narcotics. Timothy Boston from Nashua got 30 months federal prison. William Willock from Maine pulled 50 months. The rest are still being sentenced into January 2026. The DE says this operation was responsible for trafficking deadly Fentanyl to hundreds of customers across 2 states. They didn't stop until federal prosecutors had every text message, every location marker, every controlled buy on the record. December 2009, Portsmouth police executed a coordinated all-day drug sweep targeting 7 individuals accused of selling to high schools and neighborhoods. This represents the operational template. Identify dealers, gather intelligence, execute warrant, make arrests, remove product from circulation. Line these cases up across 17 years, and you can watch the epidemic change shape. In 2009, it was a local sweep in Portsmouth, 7 dealers, working neighborhoods, and high schools. By 2012, it was synthetic drugs nobody had a name for yet. By 2013, in quantities Manchester had never seen. And then Fentanyl arrived. And the math stopped making sense. Quantities small enough to fit in a coat pocket, carrying enough lethal doses to wipe out a city. But the constant underneath all of it never changed. New Hampshire is a destination, not a source. The Fentanyl in Franklin came through Lawrence. The 5 men indicted for supplying Manchester and Seabrook came from Lawrence and Pawtucket. The Boston trafficker sentenced in federal court was targeting Granite State customers. Over and over, the same corridor, the same direction north. What did change is the response. Federal prosecutors got involved, and federal time means something, because there's no parole at that level. State and local departments built specialized narcotics units, and the enforcement stopped stopping at the state line. Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont ran their own sweeps the same day New Hampshire ran its biggest. And when a suspect fled to another country, they went and brought him back. The most encouraging cases here, though, aren't the federal ones. They're the small ones. Newport, where residents got tired of dealers on their street and called the police, and 8 arrests followed. A hit and run into a utility pole in Somersworth that unraveled into a major seizure. Ordinary people and ordinary police work, doing the unglamorous part. So the question is the one this fight always comes back to. Does any of it actually stem the tide? Or does the pipeline refill as fast as they can drain it? Every seizure is product that never reached a vein. Every sentence is a supply line cut. But the highways keep running north, and the work is far from finished. If you made it this far, do us a favor, hit that like button. Drop a comment telling us which state or city we should cover next. And subscribe for more true crime breakdowns from across America. Until next time, stay safe out there.
On the second floor, and cops said they got some tips from folks that live out here in this neighborhood, and that led to the end of this operation. Now, as many as 47 people are suspected in a large drug operation that included an around-the-clock delivery service. So far, 31 people are in custody, 16 people on the run. The oldest suspect, 70 years old. Authorities began investigating this ring about 8 months ago, and just last week they rounded up all the suspects, several of them involved in a secret social club on Monroe Street in the Ironbound section where illegal gambling and drugs were funding that operation. Cops also seized an assault rifle, shotgun, 5 other weapons, some cars, $300,000 in currency. Many of the suspects were part of the delivery operation, while others were just customers. Authorities say this was organized, where the customers called in their orders and the drugs were simply dropped off.
In late August 2019, Essex County prosecutors and Newark officials announced a large takedown they dubbed Operation Short Storm, saying an 8-month investigation uncovered a drug and gambling operation centered around a social club on Monroe Street in Newark's Ironbound neighborhood. Investigators allege the group sourced drugs from Monmouth and Ocean counties and then sold throughout the Ironbound, while also running illegal gambling tied to the club. Authorities describe the distribution model as a retail business on wheels. Customers would call in orders, and dealers allegedly used nondescript vehicles to deliver drugs to homes or meet-up spots to avoid attention. Search warrants were executed August 2019 across Newark's Ironbound plus Harrison, Kearney, and locations in Monmouth and Ocean counties. Officials said the raids resulted in 31 arrests, with 16 additional suspects charged but not yet apprehended at the time, and the seizure of about 23,000 grams of Mary and kilograms of Coca-Cola estimated at roughly $1.1 million, plus nearly $300,000 in cash, 7 guns, 12 vehicles, and some prescription pills and luxury jewelry. On the criminal charges, the announcement said defendants faced combinations of conspiracy and narcotics offenses, along with weapons charges. Some individuals were also accused of promoting gambling and related offenses tied to the Monroe Street Club.
They all worked together to take down the 19 men and 4 women allegedly involved in a drug operation that spanned 3 counties.
The message to the bad guys is, if you're going to commit crimes in Bergen, Passaic, or Hudson County, you can't hide anywhere in the state or out of state. We will find you and we will arrest you.
10 people were arrested in the first phase of the operation that started last May. Another 13 arrested in phase 2, and all but 4 who are charged with the highest level crimes are already out of jail. A frustrating reality for the investigators who spent hundreds of hours tracking them down.
Passaic County prosecutors say this 23 arrest, 3-county drug bust started with something small that grew into something much bigger. Complaints in May 2024 about Coca-Cola being sold in Pompton Lakes and other parts of Passaic County, which kicked off a long-term, multi-agency investigation led by the Passaic County Prosecutor's Office and Wayne Police. Authorities described the case as unfolding in 2 major phases. The first wave hit on when police executed 7 search warrants in Passaic and Bergen counties, arresting 10 adults and seizing about 64,104 cash, 13+ ounces of Coca-Cola, 2+ pounds of Mary, and 100+ oxy pills. Prosecutors say the investigation then expanded as they identified higher-level sources and suppliers, leading to a second, larger takedown. 18 more search warrants across Passaic, Bergen, and Hudson counties, producing 13 additional arrests and major seizures, about 244,205 cash, 4 kilos of Coca-Cola, 1.7 pounds of heroin, including 25,000 individually dosed packages, 1.2 pounds of Fentanyl, pills, packaging materials, and 8 firearms with ammunition.
Hackensack police have arrested 10 people for what they say was a, quote, open-air drug market run out of this house on Burden Place. Among the group arrested for their alleged involvement were 8 Hackensack residents, 3 of whom lived here, a man from Little Ferry and 1 resident of Milford, Pennsylvania. Police say they received many complaints about activity in the home, which was, quote, previously the scene of a shooting, assaults, and acts of criminal mischief, and on the corner, a children's playground. According to police, on Thursday they executed a Superior Court authorized search warrant before finding the drugs and making the 10 arrests inside the home. Police charged 6 defendants. Across the street is the St. Paul Lodge building, which has been on Burden Place for almost a century. Colloquially, it was a former turf club.
In August 2019, Hackensack police said they shut down what neighbors described as an open-air drug market operating out of a house at 181 Burden Place. The investigation started after repeated community complaints, and police noted the location had already been tied to prior incidents like a shooting, assaults, and criminal mischief, raising the pressure on investigators to act. According to authorities, detectives surveilled the home and said they observed hand-to-hand transactions consistent with street-level dealing. Investigators also conducted a series of controlled drug buys before moving in for the takedown, and that the Bergen County Regional SWAT team helped execute the warrant alongside local and county partners. When police served the search warrant, they reported recovering multiple drugs with common packaging processing items like scales, grinders, and plastic baggies. They also seized a loaded handgun. After the raid, police said residents thanked officers, a detail that underscored how long the alleged activity had been affecting the block.
Here are the people police say they caught in a nationwide sting. One California man in this poster is still on the loose. Investigators say the group was taking popular legitimate candy and turning them into illegal THC edibles. THC is the substance that creates most of marijuana's high. Police say they seized nearly 21,000 packages of candy, 1,100 pounds of marijuana, and more than 6,000 flavored vaping cartridges. The street value of the drugs was more than $2 million. Police also seized more than $10 million in assets from the suspects, including 21 exotic cars worth $3 million.
What investigators called Operation on the Ropes centered on a warehouse in Manalapan that, from the outside, looked ordinary, but prosecutors said it was being used as a production and staging site for illegal THC products, including counterfeit, brightly packaged edibles made to resemble popular store candies. Authorities said the group bought legitimate candy, then processed it into THC-infused products and packaged it in ways that could be confusing and potentially appealing to younger people. According to the Monmouth County Prosecutor's Office and reporting from the time, the investigation lasted about a year, involved arrests across multiple counties, and included a second location tied to the operation, described as a hangar at Monmouth Executive Airport in Wall Township. Officials said the takedown, with arrests announced in early January 2020, followed arrests made in late December 2019. During the raids, authorities reported seizing about 21,000 packages of THC-laced candy, around 1,100 pounds of Mary, and over 6,000 THC vape cartridges, with an estimated street value near $2 million. They also said they seized high-end assets, including luxury vehicles, as part of the case's alleged profits. Prosecutors said 24 people were charged. They publicly identified Dylan Advensky as the alleged East Coast leader and named Eric Karlovich and Niko Romanovsky as alleged suppliers, while noting one suspect in Los Angeles connected to shipments to New Jersey was still at large at the time.
4 people are behind bars after police say they found more than $500,000 worth of in Mercer County following a months-long investigation. William Adrove Rodriguez and Manuel Castro Velazquez, also 2 others, arrested March 21st. The Mercer County Narcotics Task Force acted on a tip from the DEA, leading them to a Motel 6 in Lawrence Township, New Jersey. All 4 are facing numerous narcotics charges.
A months-long Mercer County investigation sparked by a DEA tip led authorities to a Motel 6 in Lawrence Township, Lawrenceville, where detectives say they intercepted what looked like a planned Coca-Cola deal. According to the Mercer County Prosecutor's Office annual report, investigators watched William Adrove Rodriguez retrieve a large duffel bag from a Ford Expedition parked at the motel and then check into room 136. Police say they also observed Elvin Perez Medina and Jamie Acevedo Correa get into the Expedition and drive off, while Manuel Castro Velazquez arrived separately and parked near the room moves investigators interpreted as coordinated activity around the motel meetup. Detectives obtained search warrants, searched the room, and reported finding about 5 kilograms of powder Coca-Cola, valued by authorities at roughly $500,000. Leading to arrests and additional stops nearby.
Police say they arrested 7 people this week in Fort Lee. The Bergen County Prosecutor's Office says the suspects were involved in the distribution of the drugs in Bergen County and New York City.
In October 2019, Bergen County authorities said a Fort Lee investigation led to the arrests of 7 people accused of moving large quantities of Mary and THC hash oil vape cartridges between Bergen County and New York City. The suspects on October 16th and reported seizing about 81 pounds of Mary and roughly 6,000 THC hash oil vaporizer cartridges, valuing the haul at around $500,000. Authorities publicly identified the defendants as Candy Cheung, Staten Island, Wo Kyung Woo, Brooklyn, Sheng Dong, Brooklyn, Diying Li, Brooklyn, Luxia Chen, Brooklyn, Guanglei Zhao, Flushing, and Yang Liu, Brooklyn, and described 2 linked arrests, one involving a major marijuana seizure, Cheung, and another involving thousands of THC cartridges, Wu, followed by a second operation where additional suspects were found with more Mary and cartridges.
Heavily armed Homeland Security investigation agents, along with Plainfield police, were seen entering this house near Grant Avenue and West 3rd Street. Now, that's one location where HSI agents and police say that 9 suspects were selling. Federal prosecutors say the suspects are part of a blood subset known as the Sex, Money, and Murder Gang. HSI officials say this was a significant trafficking ring.
What federal investigators say was happening in Plainfield was an open-air drug market operating in and around West 3rd Street, where a crew allegedly sold various drugs day after day while using the neighborhood as its storefront. When the case was first announced on May 2, 2024, 9 people were charged by criminal complaint with conspiracy to distribute, and that the group was affiliated with the SMM subset of the Bloods. Agents describe hundreds of suspected hand-to-hand transactions observed since around April 2023, along with repeated buys and seizures where glass-lined envelopes and other packaging, plus extensive video surveillance capturing daily interactions and exchanges of suspected drug proceeds. By the later stages, authorities said search warrants and arrests led to the recovery of multiple firearms, controlled substances, and packaging distribution supplies.
This was the after scene outside the Kretschmer homes just off Frelinghuysen Avenue. Agents in full gear, they descended on the housing project during the early morning hours, taking 17 people into custody. The agencies say with their combined resources, they conducted wiretaps, followed informant tips, and used other crime-fighting tools to make the arrest, seizing guns.
Over the past year, the Bloods gang has terrorized the Kretschmer Homes public housing complex in Newark, New Jersey, using violence and fear to operate their drug trafficking business.
I don't think they've been terrorizing now, because if they was terrorizing, I wouldn't be here.
Federal authorities say the early morning raid at Newark's Kretschmer Homes, near the 900 block of Frelinghuysen Avenue, was the culmination of a long-running investigation into what they described as an open-air narcotics market operating in and around the housing complex. In public statements, the attorney's office said 30 people were charged for their alleged roles in the organization, while some early coverage described 25 members of the core drug trafficking group in the unsealed complaint. Investigators allege the group sold large amounts of various drugs in the complex, and that many members were tied to a neighborhood-based street gang structure associated with the Bloods, using intimidation and violence to defend territory. Authorities also allege firearms were used to protect drug supply and proceeds, one reason the operation was framed as both a drug and gun case. According to the DOJ, the arrests and charges grew out of wiretaps, controlled purchases, analysis of phone records, and physical surveillance. On June 11, 2025, agents took 17 defendants into custody during the sweep. Prosecutors said 7 more were already locked up on state charges. 1 was already in federal custody, and 4 defendants remained at large at the time.
19 alleged members of a Jersey City gang now face charges in a big drug trafficking conspiracy. Federal officials say the charges include conspiracy to distribute and other narcotics. Investigators say they observed and documented hundreds of narcotics transactions over a month-long
Federal prosecutors say this Jersey City case targets a drug trafficking organization tied to the Salem Lafayette housing complex, nicknamed Saw-Laugh, and alleges the group sold various drugs in and around that public housing area. Investigators documented hundreds of suspected narcotics transactions in and around the complex during a months-long probe and used a mix of tools, wiretaps, controlled purchases by confidential informants, phone record analysis, and physical fixed surveillance to build the case. Prosecutors also said the operation resulted in the recovery of suspected controlled substances and illegal guns. Court documents split the alleged roles into 2 lanes. Prosecutors say a group of defendants were members associates of the Saw-Laugh neighborhood street gang, while another set were alleged suppliers feeding narcotics into the organization.
Well, Eric, authorities say this violent street gang ran their organization in the Bradley Court housing complex in Newark. 18 alleged members and associates have been arrested, and 24 are being charged for conspiracy to distribute 400 or more grams of.
Several of these defendants used rap songs and music videos on social media to intimidate rivals, threaten witnesses, and promote their criminal enterprise. If you spread the poison or engage in this violent activity, we will use every resource necessary to find you, dismantle your operation, and to fully prosecute you.
Federal authorities say this Essex County, Newark case targets a drug and guns organization that operated out of the Bradley Court housing complex, and they describe it as a Bloods-affiliated street gang enterprise that used fear, social media, and firearms to protect an open-air drug trade. Prosecutors say many of the defendants were members or associates of SMM Bloods-affiliated group, and that the Bradley Court faction was also known as M Block or Tombstone Gang, aligned with another Bloods-affiliated group, Voorhees, together nicknamed Munhees. One detail officials highlighted as part of the intimidation narrative. Prosecutors allege the enterprise used social media, including the release and promotion of drill rap songs and music videos, to intimidate rivals and witnesses, and to promote the group. Authorities also tied machine gun possession charges to a June 17, 2025 shooting in Newark that prosecutors said occurred in rival gang territory. 3 defendants were charged with possessing the machine gun, and one of them was additionally charged as a convicted felon in possession of firearms ammunition. Atlantic County prosecutors say this case started as a drug distribution investigation and grew into a sweeping RICO indictment that named 30 people tied to a network operating roughly 2016-2020 across multiple parts of South Jersey. Authorities identified Stephen Martinez and Shiraz Khan as key suppliers-distributors, alleging the organization moved large quantities of drugs and used the proceeds to fuel more crime and maintain control. One of the most alarming allegations was that the operation didn't stop when members were locked up. Investigators said Khan kept directing trafficking activity while incarcerated at the Atlantic County Justice Facility by using contraband cell phones and allegedly relying on a corrections officer, Luis Mercado, to help smuggle contraband into the jail. Mercado was charged in a separate case with official misconduct tied to bringing contraband into the facility, and state records later listed him as terminated. The indictment also tied the racketeering enterprise to a deletion. Prosecutors charged Martinez, Shamar Scott, and Deshaun Hose in the February 10, 2019 shooting death of Damon Talley in Atlantic City. Police were alerted early that morning and Talley later died. Stephen Martinez received an aggregate 35-year state prison sentence. Shiraz Khan was sentenced to an aggregate 15 years, and Deshaun Hose was sentenced to 12 years. State officials said this case targeted a drive-through H-Market operating off I-78 in Newark, where motorists exiting the highway could pull into the area near Ridgewood Avenue and buy H quickly, like a curbside pickup. Investigators described it as a neighborhood-based distribution hub that mixed heavy narcotics trafficking with a serious weapons presence, creating a volatile setup for residents and responding officers. On December 12, 2018, detectives executed multiple search warrants at different Newark locations and arrested the core defendants. Officials reported seizing over 100,000 individually packaged bags decks of H, 13 firearms, cash totaling over $195,000, plus Mary and several vehicles, who was charged, and what they were accused of. In April 2019, the state announced a grand jury indictment of Dashan Coleman, Hashan Landrum, Lamont Thomas, and Quamir Elliman, alleging they ran the ring. Convictions/pleas and sentences. The outcome. By 2022, all 4 principal defendants had pleaded guilty, and at a sentencing hearing before Superior Court Judge Harold Fululovi Jr., the court imposed the following prison terms. Dashan Coleman received an aggregate 14 years, with 42 months of parole and eligibility, and also pleaded to unlawful possession of an assault weapon. Hashan Landrum received an aggregate 10 years, with 42 months of parole and eligibility, and also pleaded to possession of a firearm in the commission of a CDS offense. Lamont Thomas received 7 years, and Quamir Elliman received an aggregate 5 years, with 42 months of parole in eligibility, and also pleaded to unlawful possession of an assault weapon. After a 3-month Hudson County Prosecutor's Office Narcotics Task Force investigation, authorities announced the arrests of 5 men they accused of running a Jersey City narcotics network that distributed various drugs. The arrests occurred in June 2017, 4 on June 30th and Caldwell on June 19th. and the prosecutor noted Taylor was on parole after serving a long sentence for aggravated manslaughter, and Mabel was on probation at the time. Authorities said the search and arrest phase recovered a large 1,009 of suspected narcotics and other evidence. When you line these cases up side by side, a pattern jumps out.
Drug bust connected to Washington Square Park.
Federal prosecutors have filed charges against 19 people, accusing them of running an open-air drug market.
Well, Stephen, Natasha, 19 suspected heroin and fentanyl dealers from 2 different alleged criminal organizations have been arrested for deadly drugs they sold in and around Washington Square Park. The feds say the indictments are an attempt to hold drug dealers responsible for the overdose deaths they caused. One of the victims, the feds say, was the grandson of famous Hollywood actor Robert De Niro. Now, feds say the 2 criminal organizations, one a subset of the Bloods gang and the other run by a man who allegedly had been selling drugs in Washington Square Park for 25 years. The defendants have...
Federal authorities in Manhattan unsealed charges against 19 people they say were running around the clock, open-air drug market in and around Washington Square Park, Greenwich Village, since at least 2020. The DEA and NYPD said the group allegedly sold opioids and other drugs operating all day, every day, and coordinating in overlapping teams to maintain control of the area. Prosecutors allege the conspiracy was tied to at least 2 fatal overdoses in 2024 and 18-year-old, described as a recent high school graduate who came to NYC for a prestigious internship, and a 43-year-old unhoused man who frequently bought drugs in the area. Officials also said first responders and NYPD medical personnel have answered 65+ apparent overdose calls in the Washington Square Park area over recent years, one of the reasons they framed the park as an epicenter in the city's overdose crisis. The DE press release names Maliak Lug, Aka Scarface, as part of a Macballer subset of the Bloods and identifies John Levigny, Aka Johnny, as another central figure, with news coverage describing 2 main teams, a Bloods-linked group and a Levigny-led group, that allegedly coordinated territory and warned each other about police presence. Authorities said at least 14 defendants were arrested immediately around the unsealing.
Federal prosecutors and the FBI say they've shut down what they're calling an open-air drug market at a NYCHA complex in Harlem. 12 people were taken into custody. Investigators say the group ran its operation for years out of the Johnson houses, just a few blocks from Central Park. They say deals happened in the lobby and other public areas of the building, while empty apartments were used to store drugs and guns.
Federal prosecutors, the FBI, and NYPD say an indictment charges 12 people with running a drug trafficking conspiracy from at least 2022 through 2025. Using a building and its courtyard at the Johnson houses as an open-air market where customers allegedly came into the building to buy drugs. Prosecutors say the group allegedly worked out of lobbies, courtyards, stairwells, and even a children's playground, using stash apartments and utility boxes in stairwells to store drugs, paraphernalia, and guns. The DOJ release says 8 defendants were arrested. During the coordinated arrest searches, prosecutors said agents recovered firearms and narcotics, including 5 guns, 2 long guns, from a stash apartment, plus additional firearms ammunition from other locations and suspected narcotics and packaging mixing materials.
Drug bust in a Bronx apartment. Police recovered more than 26 pounds of and $3 million. Investigators say they arrested a major narcotics distributor in the Norwood section. They say he concealed the drugs and cash inside furniture. Got to be big furniture with hidden trap compartments. The 60-year-old suspect faces numerous drug charges.
On March 22, 2024, New York officials announced a major Bronx narcotics case after a 2-month investigation led to the seizure of about 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola and over $3 million in cash from an apartment in the Norwood section of the Bronx. Prosecutors said the money and drugs weren't sitting out in the open. They were packed into hidden trap compartments built into furniture, including dressers, nightstands, and a coffee table. Authorities said the defendant, Juan Rondon, was arrested on March 20, 2024 after investigators watched him enter and exit 3,405 Gates Place carrying a bag, then return again. They stopped him in the building lobby and alleged he had a quantity of cocaine and keys to apartment 2A. With a court-authorized search and help from a New York State Police K-9 unit, they said they found bundled cash labeled with dates spanning several years, at least 10 luxury watches, including Rolex and Cartier, and that the coffee table held approximately 12 kilograms of Coca-Cola along with some of the cash. Officials noted the apartment appeared nondescript, with no obvious fortified locks or security setup, despite the scale of what was inside.
Yeah, that's right. You can see the gates of this smoke shop down. Investigators say what was happening inside there was a pretty wild setup. They say it's connected to an apartment above here by a secret chute used to move illegal products without anyone noticing. This citizen video shows the scene Thursday. The sheriff, task force, Homeland Security, and NYPD taped off the sidewalk in front of the shop. K-9 units were out here as well as they executed 2 search warrants at the same time. Officials say this was all part of an ongoing investigation into illegal cannabis sales and deceptive practices at the shop and the apartment above it. The sheriff's office also releasing these photos of some of what they recovered. You can see brightly packaged edibles, vapes, some cannabis flowers, and THC concentrates. In total, they say they seized more than 1,000 pounds of products worth about $1.7 million, along with $20,000 in cash.
On November 13, 2025, NYC Sheriff Joint Compliance Task Force, alongside Homeland Security Investigations, executed search warrants in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn after investigators said a smoke shop was using a hidden connective chute, a concealed opening between the store and an upstairs apartment, to move and stash illegal cannabis products out of sight. Authorities said the warrants hit both the smoke shop and a second-story apartment used as storage, and the secret chute setup was the key feature that made this raid stand out in the city's broader crackdown. Officials reported seizing about 1,096.6 pounds of illicit cannabis and related products estimated at $1.7 million plus $20,320 in cash. The sheriff's office itemized the haul as including large quantities of cannabis flower, THC concentrate, THC edibles, THC vapes, and untaxed cigarettes. 3 people were arrested and charged with criminal trespass, criminal possession of cannabis, and criminal possession of a controlled substance, while FDNY Fire Prevention and the Department of Buildings issued violations and a partial vacate order tied to conditions found during the operation. This raid was also framed as part of Operation Padlock to protect NYC's ongoing effort to seal unlicensed smoke shops. City and media reporting has described hundreds to well over 1,000 shops being sealed since the initiative launched.
A police source says authorities took at least 1 man into custody after they found drugs in the apartment building at 780 Garden Street in the Belmont section of the Bronx, which also houses multiple daycare centers. Charges against the man are pending. According to the fire department, authorities initially responded to a report of a fentanyl spill. We saw first responders wearing hazmat suits. Police found 12 kilograms, or nearly 26.5 pounds of in an apartment in the building, according to News 12. Exposure to even a minuscule amount can be deadly.
On December 10th to 11th, 2024, a Fendi investigation in the Belmont section of the Bronx turned urgent because the stash was allegedly stored inside 780 Garden Street, a residential building that also housed 2 daycare centers. Investigators said they recovered over 12 kilograms of suspected Fendi, more than 26 pounds, in total, with at least 7 kilograms coming from a first-floor apartment, and that children in a daycare down the hall were evacuated as a precaution during the search. Prosecutors said ZX Cruz was arrested and arraigned in Manhattan Criminal Court, where a judge ordered him remanded. The complaint alleged a 2-month undercover investigation in which Cruz made multiple large Fendi sales to an undercover officer. A sale of about 225 grams for $4,000, a sale of about 1 kilogram for $18,000, and a sale of 4 kilograms for $72,000, after which he was arrested. During the apartment search, officials said Fendi powder was disturbed and released into the air, triggering a safety response. The first floor was evacuated, the daycare was alerted, and FDNY EMS and hazmat responded while officers were evaluated for possible exposure. Prosecutors charged Cruz with operating as a major trafficker, criminal sale of a controlled substance in the first degree, and criminal possession of a controlled substance in the first degree, plus additional possession counts.
We believe that these drugs that ended up here in Long Island are coming from the Mexican cartels.
Plus, at the home of Miguel Torres in Wyandanch, at least 3 kilos of suspected fentanyl. Torres found sleeping in his bedroom with a loaded handgun. Investigators tracking the drugs from the Bronx to the suspects in western Suffolk allegedly dealing from Bayshore, Lindenhurst, West Islip, and Wyandanch. But the drug trade reached all the way out to the East End.
Police and prosecutors say the case was built by Suffolk's East End Drug Task Force working with the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, NYPD, the city's special narcotics prosecutor, and a U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force, targeting a supply chain they said ran from the Bronx into Suffolk County. According to the DA's press release, investigators focused on John Collado, Luigi Peralta, Anthony Dominguez, Jorgenis Paulino, David Priest, and Michael Torres, alleging they conspired to distribute Fenty and Coca-Cola in Suffolk County. Prosecutors say a key part of the investigation involved undercover buys. They allege 13 sales to undercover officers, totaling 7,441 Fenty pills made to look like Oxy M30 pills and 2.8 kilograms of Coca-Cola, with an estimated street value over $245,000 for the purchased drugs. The DA says the investigation was conducted between April 2025 and October 2025.
At first glance, this is what DEA agents saw when they stopped a tractor-trailer in Brooklyn. Boxes and boxes full of papayas. But they say that's not the only thing the semi was carrying.
How much is all of this worth? So this is, in totality, approximately $1 million.
Special agent in charge of the DEA's New York division says the smugglers sawed these holes in the wooden pallet. Agents say they've traced the drugs from where they were discovered in Brooklyn all the way down to Mexico, where the Sinaloa drug cartel operates, the same one formerly run by the now infamous Joaquin El Chapo Guzman,
which is one of the 2 most dominant cartels.
In Brooklyn in early December 2025, DEA agents said they made one of the biggest drug seizures New York City has seen in recent history, after stopping and searching a tractor-trailer that looked like a papaya delivery. When agents opened it, they found the load wasn't just produce. Officials said the drugs were hidden inside modified wooden pallets beneath the boxes, a concealment method DEA leadership called unusually ingenious compared with what they'd been seeing lately. Authorities publicly described the haul as about 300 pounds of meth valued in the reporting at about $1 million and said they traced the shipment's origins back towards Sinaloa, Mexico, pointing to cartel-linked supply lines feeding the Northeast. Investigators also said loaded firearms were recovered in connection with the seizure. The driver was arrested and, according to the report, is facing federal narcotics and weapons charges, while agents believe the shipment was intended for distribution across the wider tri-state Northeast market.
Down a sophisticated drug trafficking operation across from a school.
Yeah, police say it was so large it had the potential of supplying drug networks throughout the entire Northeast.
Here in the Soundview section of the Bronx, where authorities say this man, Guandancio Perez, was the mastermind behind a sophisticated drug operation inside this pizzeria. Had you ever been in there for food?
Yeah, I got me a couple of slices out of there.
The small, now shuttered business is at 553 Soundview Avenue, 42 kilos. Workers allegedly stored that near the counter for easy sales and samples for customers. All of this right next to a community center and across the street from an elementary school, PS 69. Perez allegedly ran the operation inside Mezzarella Pizza with his wife Zulima and this man from Connecticut, Alexander Samboy. Police maintained Thursday morning they spotted the couple transferring a large bag from a car and into the pizzeria. Samboy shows up and leaves in a car with a backpack.
This is New York, baby. Anything possible, but it's sad by the school, but anything is possible.
A Bronx pizzeria in Soundview Mezzarella Pizza on Soundview Avenue, across from PS 69, became the center of a major narcotics case after investigators said it was being used as a stash and distribution spot, not just a restaurant. Authorities announced the bust, saying they recovered 100+ pounds of suspected narcotics with an estimated street value around $4 million. including large quantities of suspected Coca-Cola plus other drugs, along with cash and equipment used to package drugs. Investigators described a surveillance-driven takedown. They said they watched Gaudencio Rosendo Perez, Zulema Cardenas Espinoza, and Alexander Samboy moving items in and out of the pizzeria, then stopped Samboy's vehicle and allegedly recovered 5 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola. After that, authorities executed search warrants at the pizzeria and said they found about 42 kilograms of suspected Coca-Cola in the basement, approximately 1 kilogram of other drugs, around 1,000 glassine envelopes containing suspected drugs and a kilo press, additional suspected packaging, and about $40,000 in cash.
After the takedown of a massive drug ring, it involved 3 interconnected groups responsible for sourcing and selling across 7 counties. The investigation first began nearly 3 years ago, centered around Michael Danzy and his brother Terrence Rags. From there, authorities say they traced this drug peddling web to a second operation involving resellers who lived on a small section of Avenue D in Rochester.
They all lived within a few yards of each other, making Avenue D a major drug hub.
On June 13, 2023, New York Attorney General Letitia James announced a major narcotics takedown across the Rochester Finger Lakes region, saying investigators had arrested 48 people and filed 177 charges tied to a trafficking network operating in Monroe, Wayne, Cayuga, Ontario, Orleans, Seneca, and Yates counties. According to the Attorney General's Organized Crime Task Force, the case began in Wayne County and expanded as investigators identified what they described as 3 interconnected groups moving large quantities of drugs through the region, including a Wayne County-centered supply stream and a Rochester distribution hub. Officials said the investigation relied on extensive surveillance and wiretaps and resulted in the seizure of more than 10 kilograms of Fendi, more than 10 kilograms of Coca-Cola, additional narcotics, over $440,000 in cash, and 19 firearms, including ghost guns, with authorities valuing the overall haul at more than $9 million. In a later update, the Attorney General's office reported that by September 2025, 47 people connected to the broader investigation had been convicted and sentenced, with penalties ranging from probation to lengthy prison terms, including a 25-year sentence for Michael Danzy.
A major crackdown on what authorities describe as a $1 million drug and gun trafficking ring. Several men were arrested following a 1.5-year-long investigation resulting in numerous drug and gun seizures in Brooklyn, Queens, and Nassau County. The arrests stem from long-standing violence and drug sales in and around Rufus King Park in Jamaica. Officials say the accused leader of this drug and gun ring, identified as Adrian Escobar,
This Queens $1 million drug plus gun trafficking ring case was announced June 13, 2023 by the Queens DA and NYPD, centered on alleged violence and open-air drug sales around Rufus King Park in Jamaica, 103rd Precinct area. Prosecutors said a 1.5-year investigation used wiretaps, plus dozens of undercover buys, including about 40 drug purchases and 5 handgun buys from at least one defendant before search warrants and arrests. According to the Queens DA's press release, 8 men were charged: Adrian Escobar, King Mango, Junior Escobar, Jose Escobar, Juan Escobar, Manuel Gomez, Jonathan Fernandez, Joseph Fernandez, and Jonathan Suarez. The DA said 3 defendants were charged as major traffickers, and the indictments included a mix of high-level narcotics counts, conspiracy counts, and firearms-related charges.
This bust was 3 years in the making, and officials say was carried out in 3 Washington Heights apartments on Wadsworth and Audubon Avenues. The DEA says trap doors were built into the apartment walls to conceal the stash, nestled between unsuspecting neighbors. There, agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine,
pressing hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution throughout the New York City area, but throughout the Northeast.
The DEA's New York division announced what it described as a multi-million-dollar drug bust tied to an alleged operation producing counterfeit pills in Manhattan's Washington Heights. According to officials quoted in the CBS report, agents seized more than 40 pounds of meth, along with Coca-Cola and Fendi, which the DEA said were being used as ingredients to manufacture pills that were advertised online as MDMA. Special Agent in charge Frank Tarantino said the powders recovered were enough to make roughly 120,000 fatal pills, and warned that what many people think of as MDMA has shifted in recent years. He said the product they're seeing can be meth laced with Fentanyl. The report also says the pills were designed to appeal to younger buyers, including tablets described as resembling marshmallow shapes like those in Lucky Charms. Investigators said the stash was hidden inside a crowded apartment building near Wadsworth Avenue and Audubon Avenue, where drugs were allegedly stored behind trapdoors built into the walls of 3 apartments. Agents also seized an industrial-scale pill press machine, which officials said could be used to press hundreds of thousands of pills for distribution across NYC and the Northeast. The DEA said the investigation was 3 years in the making.
Investigators in New York State execute a massive drug bust, seizing 11 kilos. The drug bust happened in a neighborhood in Ardsley, north of New York City. The Drug Enforcement Agency executed a search warrant on that home on Friday. That's when they found all of those drugs. Neighbors say they would see a lot of cars coming and going at that house, but no one had any idea they were living next to a drug den.
I think they came into a quiet neighborhood and just figured this might be a safe place for them, but I guess not. Shocking. It's shocking and kind of scary and awful all at the same time.
At this point, 5 people have been arrested. Neighbors say 3 of them lived in that
In
home.
early March 2019, federal and local agents raided a quiet residential home in Ardsley, Westchester County, that they described as a Fendi and H mill, a processing and packaging location rather than a street corner deal. Authorities said they seized 5 kilograms of Fenty and 6 kilograms of H, and a DEA official emphasized the Fendi alone was potent enough to be lethal at a massive scale. Investigators said the search turned up more than just bulk drugs. Reporting described cutting agents, grinders, baggies, and other packaging materials, plus furniture with hidden compartments used to conceal powdered substances. Authorities announced 5 arrests: Braulio Mata, Jose Garcia, Ramon Aracena Alf, Diana Duarte Hernandez, and Yarly Mendoza de Lorby. Follow-up reporting said the charges varied by defendant. Several were described as facing conspiracy and possession charges, while others faced possession, and one was also reported as charged with resisting arrest.
38-year-old Michael Harper of Corning and 28-year-old Anthony Medina of Painted Post are charged with conspiracy to distribute and possess with intent to distribute controlled substances. According to federal prosecutors, both Harper and Medina got shipments of kilos of that they then distributed across western and central New York through contacts in Rochester and Syracuse. Authorities say the men used programs like Signal to send pictures and negotiate drug deals.
Federal and New York State authorities were talking about an 18-month investigation into a New York City-based drug trafficking organization that prosecutors said moved bulk drugs from the West, including California, to NYC, then out to upstate New York. The enforcement phase hit on June 12, 2025, when agents executed 24 searches across New York and New Jersey, made arrests, including in Georgia and Pennsylvania, and seized almost 250 kilograms of Coca-Cola, Fendi pills, other drugs paraphernalia, a firearm, and more than $1 million in cash. Officials said that was on top of earlier seizures during the same probe, totaling 240-plus kilos of Coca-Cola, 185 pounds of meth, and almost 700 pounds of Mary, which is why some outlets summarized it as one of the biggest NYC-linked drug rings in decades. What made this case stand out wasn't just the weight, it was the alleged logistics pipeline. Court documents and reporting describe shipments moved cross-country using trucking warehouses and legit-looking freight loads. One major example described in reporting: law enforcement stopped a tractor-trailer in NYC and found 240 kilograms of Coca-Cola hidden inside chest freezers, plus 686 pounds of Mary in boxes. Investigators say they captured large volumes of text, encrypted chats, tracked stash locations, and followed how bulk loads were broken down into smaller deliveries to upstate dealers. In late March 2017, The Brooklyn District Attorney's Office announced a sweeping takedown of what prosecutors described as a Brooklyn-based drug distribution network that allegedly moved Dryax. The DA said a 357-count indictment charged 34 people, accusing them of operating a structured ring that sold narcotics across New York City, reached into some upstate New York counties, and connected to Phoenix, Arizona, during the period June 2016 through March 2017. Prosecutors laid out what they said was a clear hierarchy. Jerome Horton allegedly ran the Brooklyn distribution side, with Willie Billingsley directly beneath him, and a layer of redistributors who bought and resold drugs in amounts ranging from 5 to 800 grams. On the supply end, the DA alleged that Nigel Maloney, based in Phoenix, mailed Agent Coca-Cola to Warren Apollon in Jamaica, Queens, who then supplied Billingsley for Horton's Brooklyn operation. When demand outpaced that pipeline, investigators said the group allegedly turned to secondary suppliers, naming Joseph Raffoni and Christian Cruz as sources for drugs received in bulk through the mail. On Wednesday, March 15, 2017, authorities said they carried out coordinated early morning raids in the Bronx that led to the arrest of about 40 people described in news coverage as suspected gang members, with charges that included drug trafficking, gun, and robbery offenses, and initial court appearances set for federal court in Lower Manhattan. Investigators said the alleged drug dealing involved Coca-Cola and was concentrated mainly in the Bronx, and prosecutors tied one alleged transaction to the December 11, 2016 demise of Jose Morales, also known as Benny White, near East 175th Street. According to the SDNY release, the East 175th and Monroe group involved 15 defendants, while the Weeks Avenue and East 176th each group involved 34 defendants. The indictments alleged conspiracies to distribute, plus firearms offenses. On March 12, 2024, members of the New York Drug Enforcement Task Force, Group T43, were conducting surveillance at 550 West 54th Street in advance of a court-authorized search of apartment 27F. Investigators said they watched Giovanni Salas leave the apartment, took him into custody in the lobby, and recovered a wallet containing identification for Sergio Betancourt Peralta plus a key that allegedly opened the apartment door. Agents entered and searched the apartment, arrested Peralta inside, and recovered roughly 30 pounds of meth and 4 kilograms of coca packed inside a suitcase in a bedroom closet. They also seized about $27,880 in cash from a backpack and reported recovering Peralta's Mexican passport and an expired Visa border crossing card, along with Salas's Mexican voter registration, Colorado driver's license, and U.S. passport. Authorities estimated the narcotics' value at over $1.1 million and said the case was handled with the NYC Office of the Special Narcotics Prosecutor alongside the DEA, NYPD, and New York State Police. In court, both men initially faced New York felony charges of criminal possession of a controlled substance and were arraigned in Manhattan criminal court. Report states that both defendants ultimately pled guilty to criminal possession of a controlled substance in the third degree and were sentenced to 4 years in prison. And it adds that
their investigation lasted a little over a year and shared this photo of the players allegedly involved in the ring. Sunday says there were several drug packaging sites in the city. Jimmy Torres is the alleged ringleader. He's not yet in custody. Police say he runs between Philadelphia and Puerto Rico. However, his son Matthew Torres was one of the 15 people arrested yesterday in Philadelphia. One person was picked up at a home in Levittown, Bucks County, also seized several vehicles that investigators say were used for the illegal enterprise.
In Philadelphia, authorities announced the dismantling of a large-scale drug trafficking ring described as a significant criminal enterprise operating within the city. The investigation, carried out by a coalition of local, state, and federal agencies, led to multiple arrests and the seizure of substantial quantities of illegal drugs, including fentanyl, cocaine, and heroin. Officials stated that the organization had been distributing narcotics across various neighborhoods, contributing to ongoing issues related to addiction and violent crime. Law enforcement used a combination of surveillance, undercover operations, and coordinated raids to build their case and bring down the network. Authorities emphasize that shutting down this operation represents a major step in reducing drug-related harm and restoring safety to affected communities.
Also tonight, we have new details of a major drug bust in Montgomery County. Millions of dollars worth of drugs and more than 24 weapons were seized during a multi-agency operation spanning from the Philadelphia region to Los Angeles, California.
This drug trafficking organization is believed to have been responsible for illegally trafficking more than 800 pounds of meth. That's since 2019.
Authorities arrested the organization's alleged 5 leaders, 29-year-old Tyrone Baker of East Lansdowne, 27-year-old Shaquem Johnson of Philadelphia, 31-year-old Joshua Quiles of King of Prussia, 21-year-old Jameer Winans of Exton, and 28-year-old Ricky Evans of Los Angeles. It all unraveled after 29-year-old Chase Smith of Upper Darby allegedly sold more than 2 pounds of methamphetamine to an undercover officer in Lower Marion Township.
This intensive investigation revealed that Baker, Quiles, Winans, Johnson, and others connected to their drug trafficking organization were acquiring large amounts of methane from a supplier, Ricky Evans, in Los Angeles, who was obtaining this meth from Mexico.
In the Philadelphia region, authorities dismantled a major drug trafficking operation following a year-long investigation that uncovered a network moving large quantities of meth across multiple states. Investigators revealed the organization had connections stretching from Los Angeles to Pennsylvania, using shipping services like UPS, FedEx, and the U.S. Postal Service to transport drugs. During coordinated raids, multiple suspects were arrested and authorities seized approximately 83 pounds of drugs, firearms, and more than $135,000 in cash. Officials say the group is believed to have trafficked hundreds of pounds of meth over several years.
Well, new at noon, a traffic stop on I-95 in Ridley Township turns into a drug bust. Take a look here. Pennsylvania State Police say they found 40 pounds of marijuana. Troopers initially pulled the car over last Thursday night for what they described as multiple traffic offenses. State Police K9 Ivan signaled that he smelled narcotics in the vehicle, and the driver was taken into custody.
In Ridley Township, a routine traffic stop on Interstate 95 led to a significant drug seizure after Pennsylvania State Police discovered approximately 40 pounds of Mary inside a vehicle. Troopers initially pulled the driver over for multiple traffic violations, but the situation escalated when a K9 unit named Ivan alerted officers to the presence of narcotics. Following the alert, authorities conducted a search of the vehicle, uncovering the large quantity of Mary. The driver was taken into custody and is expected to face drug-related charges.
Arturo Avila, Alex Zaragoza, and Anthony Gonzalez, as well as Ramon Caro, each face several drug-related charges. They were caught with around 40,000 fentanyl pills, 11 pounds of meth, and $5,000 in cash.
In Philadelphia, federal and local authorities carried out one of the largest drug busts in recent history, targeting a major trafficking network operating in the Kensington area. The operation, led by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, resulted in the indictment of 33 individuals connected to the Weymouth Street drug trafficking organization, with most suspects taken into custody following coordinated early morning raids. Investigators revealed that the group had operated for nearly a decade, distributing large quantities of drugs through a structured, business-like system involving leaders, dealers, and lookouts.
But says after about 4 years of investigation, 10 people are being charged for their alleged involvement, 7 of those with felony drug charges.
Attorney General Dave Sunday says cocaine were all brought into the Johnstown area by the drug ring that they say has been operating since at least 2022. Officials say the investigation took several years because of their surveillance tactics of the drug ring.
In Johnstown, authorities dismantled a sophisticated drug trafficking network that had been operating between Philadelphia and Cambria County following a multi-year investigation. The case resulted in 10 individuals being charged, with several facing felony drug offenses tied to the distribution of Coca-Cola, H, and Fentanyl throughout the region. Officials identified Callel Henderson and Hayes Kelly as key leaders of the operation, which had been active since at least 2022.
Investigators revealed that the group used tactics such as surveillance avoidance and spotters to detect law enforcement activity.
The streets of places like Arnold and New Kensington, Pennsylvania are quiet today after federal agents and state law enforcement officials descended on neighborhoods all over western Pennsylvania looking for and finding suspected illegal drugs and arresting those who allegedly dealt them.
More than 60 individuals have been charged federally, 57 here in the Western District of Pennsylvania, and 8 by the Western District of Washington. They learned here it was a street-level violent gang from Cleveland that had set up shop.
Agents say most of the drugs came via Arizona but originated in Mexico. Those arrested spanning from the suppliers at the very top to local dealers. All of those arrested face numerous felony drug and weapons charges.
In western Pennsylvania, federal and state authorities dismantled a large-scale drug trafficking operation as part of a years-long investigation known as Operation Lake Effect. The case began with a routine drug purchase but quickly expanded into a multi-agency effort involving wiretaps, surveillance, and coordinated raids across multiple neighborhoods, including Arnold and New Kensington. More than 60 individuals were charged, with 57 facing federal charges in Pennsylvania alone. Investigators seized massive quantities of narcotics, including hundreds of pounds of meth, Fenty lace pills, Coca-Cola, and Fenty powder, along with over $600,000 in cash, vehicles, and dozens of firearms. Authorities traced the operation's origins to a gang from Cleveland, with drug supplies linked to Arizona and ultimately Mexico, highlighting a vast and highly organized interstate trafficking network.
After months of investigation, a major drug trafficking operation has been broken up in Berks County.
This is just another example of the difference they are making in putting a stop to this drug trafficking war.
On Friday, county, state, and federal officials announced the arrest of 17 people during Operation Postal Storm. The suspects, led by Jonathan Pagan Vega, are accused of shipping cocaine and methamphetamines from Puerto Rico through the U.S. Postal Service. District Attorney John Adams estimates the group shipped roughly 3 kilograms per week into Berks County.
We were able to observe kilos being shipped. We have video from the post office in Puerto Rico.
In Berks County, Pennsylvania, authorities announced a major drug trafficking takedown known as Operation Postal Storm, an investigation that began in January 2025 after detectives identified suspicious packages containing kilogram quantities of Coca-Cola being shipped from Puerto Rico into the Reading area through the U.S. Postal Service. Investigators say the organization was also distributing meth, and the case was built through undercover drug purchases, surveillance, and court-authorized wiretaps. On October 20, 2025, law enforcement carried out coordinated raids at multiple locations in Reading, including homes and businesses, later expanding the operation with additional warrants. Officials said the investigation led to the arrests of 17 people, while 5 more suspects remained at large, and authorities seized bulk quantities of narcotics, 12 firearms, and cash.
In our state of addiction coverage, the Pennsylvania State Police says that it seized nearly $14 million in illegal drugs during the second quarter of 2023.
Across Pennsylvania, the Pennsylvania State Police reported a major crackdown on illegal narcotics during the second quarter of 2023. Seizing drugs with an estimated street value of nearly $14 million. The operation resulted in the confiscation of large quantities of substances, including Coca-Cola, meth, Fenty, and thousands of pounds of processed Mary, along with over 74,000 narcotic pills. Authorities also collected more than 1,200 pounds of prescription medications as part of ongoing enforcement efforts. Officials emphasized that these seizures reflect the widespread scale of drug trafficking across the state, as well as the continued demand for illicit substances.
According to the Attorney General's office, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling are facing separate charges for their roles. The investigation started when officers pulled over a car in Clearfield County and arrested the driver under suspicion of DUI. Woodling was the passenger of that car. Officers then searched the vehicle and found the drugs. It was that stop that led officers to discovering Krause was her supplier. He was found at the Relax Inn Motel near Bellwood and was taken into custody after being pulled over a short time after leaving his room.
In central Pennsylvania, authorities charged 2 individuals following a drug trafficking investigation that led to the seizure of nearly $50,000 worth of illegal substances across Blair and Clearfield counties. The suspects, Jeff Krause and Melissa Woodling, were arrested after a traffic stop in Clearfield County initially conducted for suspected DUI. During this stop, officers searched the vehicle and discovered drugs, leading to further investigation. Authorities later identified Krause as the alleged supplier and located him at a motel near Bellwood, where he was taken into custody. In Johnstown,
Attorney General Dave Sunday has announced that law enforcement has seized 41 pounds of fentanyl worth more than $6 million and disbanded a cross-state trafficking network based out of North Philadelphia. This week, 7 people were caught packaging the drugs and were arrested. Officers also seized $185,000 in suspected drug profits.
In Philadelphia, authorities dismantled a cross-state drug trafficking ring responsible for distributing fentanyl valued at approximately $6 million, marking a major breakthrough in efforts to combat opioid distribution in the region. Investigators revealed that the organization operated across state lines, coordinating the movement of large quantities of narcotics into North Philadelphia and surrounding areas. The operation led to multiple arrests and the seizure of significant amounts of fentanyl, a drug widely linked to overdose deaths. Law enforcement officials highlighted the complexity of the network, which involved coordinated roles among suppliers and distributors. They stressed that shutting down the ring removed a substantial source of dangerous drugs from the streets and represented a critical step in addressing the broader opioid crisis. In Allentown, a man was arrested as part of a broader series of raids led by the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office that resulted in the seizure of approximately 6 kilograms of fentanyl, along with 5 firearms. Officials say the operation targeted a drug trafficking network believed to be distributing large quantities of narcotics throughout the region.
Dante Griffin, 20-year-old Sidney Pack, and 23-year-old Richard Kelly, all facing federal racketeering charges. Prosecutors say the 3 young Hill District men were members of a violent street gang called 1100.
The gang has effectively been dismantled. We have taken out its leadership.
Federal court papers say the most prominent leader of the 1100 gang was Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, whose real name was Trevone Smart.
Out of the Hill District's housing projects and tight-knit blocks, a new generation of crews emerged in the 2010s. One of the most feared was 1100, founded around 2012. Made up mostly of young people from the 800 block of Memory Lane, The Lane, and the 300 block of Burroughs Street, The Rack. The crew's name simply came from the math. 800 plus 300 equal 1100. According to federal indictments, the crew originally formed after a split involving a H-drug theft. One side became 1100, while the other called itself the Wavy Boys, setting off a bitter war marked by shootings, armed robberies, and deadly retaliations. Prosecutors say this rivalry reached a turning point when the Wavy Boys deleted an 1100 member known as Lumber, sparking years of bloodshed across Allegheny County.
Jimmy Wapo, and yes, he released his latest single while here inside one of the cells at the Allegheny County Jail. We can't talk to 20-year-old Jimmy Wapo for this story because he's sitting inside the Allegheny County Jail. But that doesn't mean people all over the country aren't watching him.
Our total revenue stream has been $17,000 just alone in the last 16 months just off of YouTube.
$17,000 earned from ads playing during each of the 12 million views his music videos have received. His breakout hit Elm Street came out last summer with over 4 million views to date. Wapo's real name is Trevone Smart, born and raised in the Hill District's Bedford dwellings. He's been shot more than 4 times, taking bullets to the stomach, arm, and leg. Currently, Smart is jailed on probation violations stemming from a trip to New York to meet with record labels, failing to meet with his probation officer, and some unpaid court fines. He was originally arrested on multiple drug charges in 2015.
As 1100 Street reputation grew, one figure emerged as both a rising rapper and alleged shot caller, Traven Jimmy Wapo Smart. Wapo exploded onto the Pittsburgh rap scene in 2016 with his hit Elm Street, racking up millions of views. He was closely affiliated with Wiz Khalifa's Taylor Gang, and industry insiders called him the next big thing out of Pittsburgh. But while Wapo's music projected a vision of hope amid hardship, his ties to the streets ran deep. Despite his fame, he remained connected to 1100, a fact not lost on law enforcement. By 2018, federal investigators described Wapo as a de facto leader of the gang. Though he was never officially charged, prosecutors claimed Wapo played a central role in encouraging violence, rewarding shooters with appearances in his videos, money, and weapons. What once served as artistic expression quickly turned into propaganda. Investigators allege 1100 used rap videos as tools for intimidation, boasting about robberies, naming enemies, and flashing illegal firearms. In federal court, members admitted that appearing in a Jimmy Wapo video was a badge of honor, often granted only to those who had put in work for the gang. These videos, now publicly available online, were described by prosecutors as evidence of a RICO conspiracy blending music with organized crime.
Here's a picture of 21-year-old Jimmy Wapo, posted on Instagram by Wiz Khalifa, a Pittsburgh rapper turned household name. Wiz wrote, "Rest up, bro, with a broken heart." Point Breeze native and musician Mac Miller took to Twitter, posting this picture with no words, but also just a broken heart. Here's what the crime scene looked like late Monday night on Wiley Avenue. 2 bullet holes pierced the driver's side window of this white Mazda SUV. Police say that shooter hit Wapo and another man from close range. Wapo died as soon as he got to the hospital, and the other victim is in stable condition.
Rapper Jimmy Wapo was laid to rest this morning. His given name is Trayvon Smart. Family and friends said their final goodbyes during a private burial at Wesley Center AME Zion Church in the city's Hill District.
On June 18, 2018, Jimmy Wapo was shot and met his demise in a drive-by in the Hill District. He was just 21 years old. The ambush happened while he was sitting in an SUV just blocks away from where he once performed. His deletion shocked fans and devastated a city that had seen him as its next rap star. Police never made any arrests. To this day, Wapo's demise remains unsolved, clouded by speculation and rumors tied to his alleged gang affiliations.
22-year-old Deontay Griffin, 20-year-old Sidney Pack, and 23-year-old Richard Kelly, all facing federal racketeering charges. Prosecutors say the 3 young Hill District men were members of a violent street gang called 1100. Federal court papers say the most prominent leader of the 1100 gang was Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, whose real name was Trayvon Smart. Wapo was not charged in the new indictment. He was identified in the court papers by the initials TS.
He directed an attempted.
The 1100 gang, according to prosecutors, was responsible for the deaths of at least 3 rival gang members, including 20-year-old Christopher Richardson, who was shot in 2015.
Just weeks after the tragic death of Pittsburgh rapper Jimmy Wapo, federal prosecutors unsealed a sweeping RICO indictment targeting key members of the street gang known as 1100. On August 7, 2018, attorney Scott Brady announced that Deontay Griffin, Sidney Pack, and Richard "Rackboy" Kelly were among those charged in the racketeering conspiracy. Although not named directly, Wapo, identified in court documents only by his initials, was described as one of the gang's leaders. The indictment detailed numerous shootings and many targeting rival gang members, as well as armed home invasions and large-scale drug trafficking operations. According to prosecutors, 1100 funneled proceeds from robberies and narcotics sales into the purchase of firearms and to maintain their influence in the streets. The indictment also revealed that gang members were required to put in work to maintain their standing within the organization, often meaning they had to commit acts of violence, including shootings, to prove their loyalty and worth. By 2021, The key members of the 1100 gang indicted under the federal RICO conspiracy had all pleaded guilty and been sentenced in federal court.
The Drizzy gang allegedly trafficked firearms and narcotics in the Hill District and operated an open-air drug market on Watson Street.
Investigators say more arrests could be in the offing, and they're encouraging people to try to help law enforcement in any way they can.
For those of you living in the neighborhoods hardest hit by violence, I encourage you to reach out to us with any information that could be useful.
The Drizzy gang is a relatively new but dangerous crew based in Pittsburgh's Hill District. In June 2023, federal agents unsealed a 24-count indictment targeting a large-scale drug trafficking ring connected to the gang. Authorities allege the Drizzy gang ran an open-air drug market on Watson Street, distributing drugs throughout the East End and surrounding areas. Federal investigators say the gang used violence, including robberies and shootings, to maintain control of their territory. An FBI official described them as being responsible for extremely violent acts aimed at asserting dominance over the local drug trade. These acts, including several attempted deletions, were used to intimidate rivals and protect their operation. According to the indictment, a longtime supplier named Kevin Rucker funneled bulk quantities of drugs to Anthony Coker. Coker then distributed them to various street-level dealers, many of whom were identified as Drizzy gang members. The charges named 24 defendants in total, including Rucker, Coker, and several other key figures from the Hill District. The conspiracy allegedly ran from 2019 through 2023, with a major uptick in drug distribution during spring 2023. In addition to drug charges, several individuals were hit with firearm-related offenses due to prior felony convictions. Law enforcement also tied the group to gun trafficking and other forms of organized violence in the community.
A sound all too familiar for some people living in the Hazelwood neighborhood.
Because its fortunes were tied to the steel industry, when the steel industry declined, unfortunately, Hazelwood did as well.
Police say the members of the Hazelwood mob had neighbors living in fear.
It's through intimidation, it's through violence, it's through that persistent presence.
We've had shootings in that area. I think just the gun violence and intimidation is enough to kind of hold the neighborhood hostage.
Police say they have arrested the leaders, members, drug suppliers, and associates, 24 people in all. Officers raided 10 places and found guns in some locations. Now there's 25 people facing charges in all. One person is still on the loose. Their ages are between 19 and 57 years old, with the majority living in Hazelwood.
The Hazelwood mob was a violent neighborhood-based gang operating in the Hazelwood section of Pittsburgh. In September 2021, federal authorities announced a sweeping indictment charging 25 individuals tied to the group with a variety of drug and weapons offenses. The bust came after a multi-month wiretap investigation that exposed the gang's operations and violent tactics. Federal agents described the Hazelwood mob as a group that had terrorized this neighborhood for years. According to the FBI, the crew was linked to a significant rise in violent crime, including deletions, retaliatory shootings, and widespread drug distribution throughout Hazelwood. The indictment focused on members suspected of overseeing drug corners and carrying out acts of retaliation against rivals and perceived threats.
The federal indictments follow a 5-month wiretap investigation headed by the U.S. Attorney's Office into trafficking and gun violence in the city of Pittsburgh, East Hills, Homewood, and Wilkinsburg. Investigators say the distribution spanned as far as Verona and Latrobe. Agents alleged the defendants named in the first indictment conspired to possess and distribute at minimum 400 grams of over the past 5 months. The second charges one man, a convicted felon, with firearm possession.
The people at the top would be procuring supplies of illegal drugs, typically from out-of-state suppliers, for distribution.
The Shot Boys were a feared and violent gang based in Pittsburgh's East End, with territory spanning Wilkinsburg, Homewood, and the East Hills. Known for their aggressive presence in the area, the gang's run came to an end in August 2020, when a major federal wiretap investigation led to multiple arrests. As part of the takedown, the U.S. Attorney's Office filed indictments against 26 individuals, charging them with drug trafficking and weapons violations. Authorities said the group had terrorized the community with unchecked violence and illegal activity for years. FBI officials linked the Shot Boys to a wave of deletions and shootings across the East End. The indictments revealed that members conspired to distribute large amounts of drugs throughout the area, maintaining a network that fueled both addiction and violence.
Today's takedown is the most recent victory in our fight to disrupt and dismantle violent drug gangs that operate in Western Pennsylvania.
31 people accused of being members of Pagan's Motorcycle Club and Associates face charges of trafficking drugs through Western Pennsylvania. U.S. Attorney Scott Brady says Pagan's used violence to control across 5 counties. Search warrants led to the seizure of 12 guns, $28,000 in cash and jewelry.
The Pittsburgh chapter of the Pagan's Motorcycle Club, an outlaw 1% biker gang, was at the center of a sweeping federal investigation in 2020. The probe, which had begun 2 years earlier, led to the indictment of 30 members and associates on drug trafficking and firearm charges. Using wiretaps and coordinated raids on clubhouses, law enforcement uncovered a drug distribution network that had operated across Western Pennsylvania for decades. Federal prosecutors described the Pagans as a violent organization that maintained control over the trafficking of drugs. Among those charged were several high-ranking figures, including Bill Rana, known as Pittsburgh Billy, along with Eric Knuckles Arms and Jason Shaheed Evans. Investigators intercepted communications revealing the club's involvement in moving kilograms between members and to outside street-level dealers. In a separate but related case, Bill Rana pleaded guilty in 2023 to distributing large quantities of drugs. He was sentenced to 4 years in federal prison. At the time of his arrest, Rana was the Pagans' Pittsburgh sergeant at arms and had been caught purchasing over 1 kilogram, 140 grams, and illegally possessing ammunition as a convicted felon.
Corbett today announced the arrests. According to Corbett, Gerald Clemson was the center of it. He would bring the drugs from Mexico to Atlanta and then sell them to Mitch Mitchell and Stephen Wade, Pittsburgh residents who would bring them back here.
Mitch Mitchell and Wade also lived in Atlanta part-time and would travel to Atlanta on a monthly basis and obtain 10 to 15 kilos of each month.
Corbett says the rest of the people on this board were responsible for distribution. These individuals are now out of business, but Corbett says he knows there is always somebody ready to take their place.
In 2010, Pennsylvania State Police announced the results of a major narcotics bust known as Operation Hoodtown, which exposed a large-scale drug pipeline stretching from Pittsburgh's north side to Atlanta, Georgia. 17 individuals were charged in connection to a gang known as the Hoodtown Mafia, which had allegedly purchased more than $15 million worth of drugs from suppliers in Atlanta. The operation relied heavily on wiretaps and surveillance, ultimately revealing that the group had moved approximately 400 kilograms over several years. The gang was primarily based in the Brighton Heights neighborhood, but its leadership had deep ties to the South. Authorities identified Mitch Mitchell and Stephen Wade, both of whom split time between Pittsburgh and Atlanta, as major figures in the operation. Their network was reportedly linked to Mexican cartel sources, signaling how deeply entrenched the group was in national-level trafficking. One local figure, Linnell Hughes, was accused of being the head of the Hoodtown Mafia in Pittsburgh. Investigators seized H stamped with the label Big Smile, as well as firearms and large amounts of cash from his home, which they described as a stash house for the organization's drug operation. While several members of the ring were arrested, others remained fugitives at the time. Hustlers Don't Sleep was a drug trafficking organization that operated primarily in Pittsburgh's eastern suburbs, including Penn Hills, Wilkinsburg, and Monroeville. The group came under federal investigation around 2019, with prosecutors filing charges against approximately 18 individuals connected to the gang. According to federal court records and Justice Department press releases, HDS members were deeply involved in distributing throughout suburban neighborhoods, contributing to the region's growing opioid crisis. The Department of Justice emphasized that Hustlers Don't Sleep was not just a loose group of dealers that operated as a coordinated and structured drug ring. Investigators used wiretaps, undercover surveillance, and search warrants over an extended period to take down the organization. In court documents, the Hustlers Don't Sleep name was referred to as the gang's moniker and was central to their branding and communication network.
Across Pennsylvania, authorities announced charges against 27 individuals connected to a large-scale drug trafficking organization following an extensive, multi-agency investigation. Officials say the network was responsible for distributing significant quantities of narcotics, including Fentanyl, and Coca-Cola, across multiple communities within the state. The operation involved coordination between local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, who used surveillance, controlled purchases, and other investigative techniques to build the case. Prosecutors allege that the organization operated as a structured network with suppliers, distributors, and street-level dealers working together to move drugs efficiently. In Philadelphia, a coordinated effort between the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office and local law enforcement led to the removal of approximately 11 pounds of Fentanyl from the streets of Kensington, an area heavily impacted by the opioid crisis. Officials say the operation targeted street-level drug trafficking and aimed to disrupt the supply of one of the most dangerous narcotics fueling overdose deaths. Investigators used surveillance and enforcement actions to identify individuals involved in distributing.
In February 2022, federal investigators raided this home on Imera Avenue in Providence. Court documents show the DEA says the home was at the center of a large-scale ring run by this man, Jasdruel Perez, who goes by Josh. A federal judge described Perez as the principal leader of a robust, long-running drug distribution operation. Prosecutors say the drug trafficking organization was lucrative for Perez. Investigators say he boasted about owning 12 houses, 5 trucks, 2 apartments in Columbia, as well as 2 nightclubs under his mother's name in Providence. Using a camera hidden in Perez's truck and tapping his cell phone, federal agents heard Perez tell an associate he has 10 men that work for him, stating, "Dude, I sell drugs because I like this expletive." Perez is the nephew of Providence Police Colonel Oscar Perez and Sergeant Andre Perez, who works in the Intelligence Bureau of the police department where he works drug cases. Providence Police was excluded from the years-long investigation into Josh Perez. Target 12 has confirmed the city police department is the focus of an adjacent federal investigation examining whether Josh Perez benefited in any way from his uncles at the department.
This case landed harder than a routine narcotics bust because investigators said the operation touched someone connected to Providence police, turning it into a public trust story as much as a drug case. Reports framed it as shocking because the alleged link suggests one of the hardest problems in local drug enforcement. When the people tasked with policing a trafficking problem are connected directly or indirectly to the same networks being targeted.
I think that's really kind of wild, right?
A Providence police officer new to the job arrested Friday morning after police say she was involved in a drug raid in Pawtucket. This is Destiny Vieira, now a former Providence police officer. The police won't tell us where in Pawtucket the raid happened.
He tells us this was her salary, just over $72,000, and she started as an officer here back in September.
Right after graduating from the 72nd Training Academy. When she was arrested, she was still in her year-long probationary period. Vieira faces multiple drug charges, including distribution or manufacturing of drugs in or near schools. 4-year-old Jalen Lopez of Pawtucket was also arrested and faces the same charges.
In June 2025, 25-year-old Destiny Vieira, who had been a probationary officer with the Providence Police Department since graduating from the city's police academy in September 2024, was arrested as part of a joint drug investigation involving Providence and Pawtucket police. Vieira was charged with multiple felonies, including manufacturing or possessing with intent to distribute controlled substances, conspiracy to commit drug trafficking, distribution near a school zone, and maintaining a common nuisance. The co-defendant, 24-year-old Jalen Lopez of Pawtucket, was also taken into custody on the same charges. Because of the gravity of the allegations, Providence's police chief stated she would not be retained by the department, emphasizing that this conduct did not meet the organization's standards for integrity.
It was a 3-month-long wiretap investigation that led to the arrest of what police are calling a group of very violent criminals. 2 recent shootings in Providence are linked to the arrest of 21 people in a sting dubbed Operation Heat. The first was outside Club 7 on Spruce Street, where 2 people were shot in May. The second shooting was outside a bar on Public Street, where 1 person was injured. Police allege the group was also involved in dealing drugs and transporting firearms. They identify the ringleader as 32-year-old Jancy Touset of North Providence, who has a lengthy criminal record. This video is from 2018 of Touset in court on an unrelated case. Police say Touset orchestrated and conspired to execute shootings of rivals and directed the distribution of illegal drugs. 45 search warrants and nearly 19,000 calls and text messages were intercepted by police, which helped in the arrest of the alleged criminals, ranging in age from 18 to 49 years old.
In 2019, the Rhode Island State Police High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Task Force and multiple local, state, and federal partners executed a long-term wiretap and surveillance investigation dubbed Operation Heat, resulting in 21 arrests tied to narcotics distribution, firearms offenses, and violent crime in Providence. Over the course of the probe, authorities intercepted nearly 19,000 calls and text messages, executed dozens of court-authorized search warrants on homes, vehicles, and electronics, and seized 4 firearms, 13 vehicles, more than $48,000 in cash, and illegal drugs. Officials identified Jancy Touset as a central figure alleged to have directed both narcotics distribution and related violence, including 2 nightclub shootings that wounded several people, with multiple co-defendants facing counts ranging from conspiracy and firearm possession to drug distribution and assault.
Top story this noontime, 3 people hauled into court today in Providence after several Providence college students were found having overdosed on drugs over the weekend. Besides the drug charges, these 3 suspects also facing firearms charges. Sheena Losciuto joining us live in Providence right now with the very latest developments.
Well, Providence police say they were able to make pretty quick work, leading them to those 3 suspects. Plus, they searched an apartment also in the city on Hawkins Street. Now, we saw those 3 suspects in court today. This is brand new video. Police really making those arrests only hours after the response. The 2 men in the case are facing more charges. Angel Williams in the white hoodie facing 27 counts. Patrick Patterson in the winter coat facing 21 charges. Both men are being held without bail as co-defendants. Patterson is a Superior Court violator. The 3rd suspect is Kim Shuri Simino. She's facing 1 charge, a gun charge, and was offered bail at $10,000 surety. Now, a lot of the circumstances right now are still unclear, like how exactly those students got the alleged drugs, but police say these suspects are tied to the overdoses of those 7 students.
Providence police say this case moved fast after 7 people were treated for overdoses connected to a home on Hawkins Street. Detectives worked the scene, tracked leads, and reportedly made 3 arrests within hours tied to suspected drug distribution from an apartment. The reason this one hit so hard is the timeline. It wasn't just drugs found. It was an emergency response first followed by an investigative response aimed at identifying who allegedly supplied what was taken.
Of 9 months of investigation into what the acting police chief calls high-level drug trafficking and dealing. Inside 6971 Bellevue Avenue, police seizing 9 kilos of 3 kilos of and a firearm, and they arrested 2 individuals at the scene who they say are part of this operation, but they're not the ringleader. They identify him as Juan Martinez, who goes by Angel Zapata, currently in jail in New Jersey. Police say the team was very good at what they did, going so far as to rig secret compartments inside the house, like a dresser in the bedroom, to hide the drugs.
Our canine narcotics dog, Vader, was actually able to hit on this. Our trained officers here were able to actually locate 2 hydraulic pistons on both sides.
In early 2023, Providence police said a suspicious package intercepted during their investigation led them to uncover what authorities described as a sophisticated drug operation. A Providence couple was arrested after the package, flagged by postal or police screening, was traced as part of a months-long narcotics trafficking investigation, ultimately resulting in charges tied to possession and distribution.
Thank you. Now that breaking news we just told you about, 3 dozen people arrested in an alleged drug ring. Providence police telling us they rounded up suspects from the Providence area and several towns.
Rows of faces, 36 in all, 30 now in custody in southeastern Massachusetts. Providence police say these 6 were at the top of the trafficking organization. 26-year-old Johan Jimenez of Providence, Mario Hernandez, 28 of Cranston, and Yosio Vargas, 19 of Providence.
In a major enforcement push in May 2017, Providence police announced 36 arrests in what was described as a large-scale H and Fentanyl trafficking ring disruption. The operation reportedly lasted about 10 months and targeted individuals believed to be moving large amounts of controlled substances through Providence and surrounding areas. Law enforcement officials connected many defendants to organized distribution activity, meaning they weren't just isolated street sellers. Authorities said they were part of a broader network moving H and Fendi.
When federal agents busted 2 out-of-staters with 6 pounds of crystal meth under their car hood. Court documents obtained by NBC 10 reveal brothers Americo and Fausto Llerena Jimenez drove from New York to Providence Monday, planning to sell more than $12,000 worth of meth. Agents say a canine sniffed out the stash, bags of meth hidden under the hood of their car, wedged near the engine. The drugs weighed nearly 3,000 grams. The Drug Enforcement Administration says the pair had been under surveillance for months. Accused of trafficking, investigators say it was a confidential source who helped connect the dots, alerting agents to Detroit Avenue ahead of the drop.
In this investigation, federal agents allege they disrupted a delivery run where meth was hidden inside a vehicle's engine compartment area, a concealment method meant to beat casual traffic stops. According to the report you shared, the DEA arrested Americo Llerena Jimenez and Fausto Llerena Jimenez, alleging they drove from New York to Providence to deliver the meth to a location on Detroit Avenue.
I have no comment that he's an idiot. That's my comment. Moron.
Custodian taken into custody, a local school janitor arrested after he allegedly had fentanyl on school property. The arrest of this janitor is caught on police body cam at an elementary school in Cranston. Thank you for joining us on this Friday night. I'm Patrice Wood.
And I'm Dan Janik. Police say his co-workers found him passed out by the school loading dock. The night team's John Perrick spoke with parents and got reaction from the janitor's sister. He joins us live from the Garden City Elementary School. John?
Well, Dan and Patrice, 42-year-old Anthony DeSimone worked as a janitor at Garden City Elementary School in Cranston until Thursday evening. Police say his co-workers found him passed out by the school loading dock and that he appeared to have overdosed. According to authorities, DeSimone refused to go to the hospital and later passed out again in the break room. He was told to leave the school. Officers then arrived.
Are you Anthony? Anthony? Yeah, you're Anthony. Okay, get off the scooter.
Police cuffed DeSimone and patted him down. They found multiple syringes and a spoon with a burn mark on it.
Did you OD in the school today? Yes, no, maybe.
Officers also recovered a pack of cigarettes left behind in a school bathroom. Authorities say inside the pack were small bags of 1.7 grams in total.
Cranston police said a school custodian was arrested after officers found suspected Fendi connected to him on elementary school property, a detail that immediately escalated the case because of the setting and the safety risk. Local reporting identified the suspect as Anthony DeSimone and described the arrest as part of a police response after the discovery on school grounds. Authorities framed it as a serious incident because it brought an opioid into a place designed to protect kids, triggering both criminal charges and community alarm.
A sweeping drug bust in Kennedy Plaza over several months, leading to 25 people charged for the possession and sale of illicit drugs, 19 apprehended. 6 more arrest warrants await. But for those who use the transportation hub, they say it's no surprise to hear what was going on. Were you surprised to hear that there was that much drug dealing in this part of the capital city?
Not really. I have literally seen people shooting up into their neck in broad daylight.
As some believe Operation Kennedy Plaza sweep might just be the turning point the area needs.
In August 2023, Providence police concluded a months-long undercover narcotics operation focused on Kennedy Plaza, the city's downtown transit hub. The operation targeted illegal drug distribution, and police announced that 25 individuals were facing charges related to unlawful cocaine and other drug dealings at the plaza. The charges stemmed from undercover purchases and surveillance, part of a recurring strategy by law enforcement to disrupt drug activity in this high-traffic area. Previous similar operations had also resulted in multiple arrests and drug-related charges in the plaza area over the years.
And a Providence man was also arrested on gun and drug charges in Fall River. Police say they arrested 27-year-old Ronnie Yanas Picardo yesterday during an apparent drug dealing. Detectives allegedly found almost 2,000 bags. After a house search, they found another 182 grams of fentanyl in a semi-automatic firearm and other packaging and distributing materials. He faces charges both in Fall River and in Rhode Island.
Specific web search results for the 221 grams Fentanyl and gun case were limited in direct news outputs. Rhode Island has seen similar large drug seizures and federal prosecutions. For example, federal prosecutors announced in February 2025 that a Providence man was charged with Fentanyl distribution after a search uncovered mixtures of Fentanyl and other controlled substances with digital scales and firearms as part of an FBI Safe Streets task force investigation.
In a quiet Taunton neighborhood,
not a clue.
Police say is a stash house.
Wow.
Catching residents on Ashland Street by surprise. How long have you lived here?
42 years.
I've never seen anything like this. Massachusetts State Police opened the investigation last fall, looking into a drug trafficking organization that was allegedly selling large quantities of high-potency. Investigators identified their primary target as 31-year-old Wilmer Tejeda Cruz from Pawtucket, who allegedly oversaw the operation. Investigators searched Tejeda Cruz's Pawtucket home and the stash house in Taunton. Residents say they remember seeing the search just recently.
So I saw a lot of cars in the yard, probably 7 or 8 in the yard.
State troopers and undercover cars. Didn't look good.
Both properties turned up drugs and guns. 2 runners were also arrested, 39-year-old Jose Bello of Dedham and 31-year-old Jose Martinez of Boston. 50-year-old Richard Johnson of Nashua was arrested and identified as a high-level customer of Tejeda Cruz's. A warrant is out for a 4th suspect believed to be outside of the U.S. Tejeda Cruz was arraigned in late March on a charge of trafficking fentanyl over 200 grams. He's awaiting another court date. Neighbors say they never expected it.
Massachusetts State Police described this as the result of a nearly year-long investigation into an alleged trafficking pipeline, ending with 3 arrests that investigators framed as a major disruption to supply moving through the region. Public reporting indicates the case involved surveillance and coordinated enforcement, with charges centered on trafficking distribution-level conduct rather than simple possession.
More than 140,000 fentanyl pills have been seized by Rhode Island State Police and the DEA. Now, this is the result of an investigation into a Dominican drug trafficking organization operating in Providence and Lawrence, Massachusetts. Authorities carried out operations in Johnston, Warwick, and over in the Bay State. They say the drugs were being moved in cars when they were recovered. 4 people were arrested. At least 3 of them are not from Rhode Island.
This investigation was described as a large-scale Fentanyl pill trafficking case involving Rhode Island State Police and the DEA, with authorities alleging it connected to a Dominican trafficking organization operating across Providence, Rhode Island, and Lawrence, Massachusetts. The number attached to this case, 141,000 pills, matters because pill-based Fentanyl distribution is usually treated as a high-volume retail pipeline built for repeat sales at street level, not just one-off transport.
State Police have charged 2 Providence men found with 5,000 pills of fentanyl. Police arrested 53-year-old Jose Santiago Torres and 43-year-old Jesus Carreras Castro on Tuesday as officers were executing court-authorized search warrants.
In this case, police said 2 Providence men were arrested after investigators seized roughly 5,000 Fentanyl pills, and authorities framed it as a possession with intent to deliver situation, meaning they believed it was distribution ready, not simple personal possession. What makes this kind of case stand out isn't only the pill count, it's the enforcement logic behind it. Pill quantities at that level often point to a local supply node, the kind of stash that can keep a neighborhood market moving for days or weeks, depending on how it's sold and by whom.
The Cranston police chief says the officer knew something was off after pulling over Teddy Lopez for not wearing his seatbelt. Inside, the officer found a trash bag with about 10 ounces of mainly in candy form, but then he noticed parts of the rental vehicle were off. which led them to find a hidden compartment.
There's a sequence of things you have to do in the vehicle to make that compartment pneumatically open up. We got really lucky to be able to find this compartment and get it open and make that seizure. And you can imagine the excitement that the officer had when he was able to see what he had in there as he kept pulling out 1 kilo after the next. I mean, that's something you remember for the rest of your career.
Lopez is now in the ACI facing several drug charges, including a felony. The Cranston police chief says he was a Providence College senior with no criminal history. On Thursday, police arrested Jerry Taylor after executing a court-authorized search warrant.
Cranston police described this as 3 separate narcotics investigations that all reached the enforcement phase around the same time, ending with 3 men charged across 3 different cases, the kind of announcement departments make when they want to show sustained pressure, not a one-off stop. These trio roundups usually mean different targets, different addresses, and different fact patterns, but they get bundled together because they reflect the same strategy. Build the case quietly, then hit with warrants arrests when enough evidence is stacked.
Tonight, 3 men are facing drug and gun charges after Providence police executed a search warrant at an apartment and business on Atwells Avenue this morning. Police tell us the warrant was carried out in an effort to disrupt illegal activity involving firearms and narcotics. The building is home to Lucia's Mexican restaurant on the 1st floor and apartments on the 2nd. Now, police say both floors were searched, and we did reach out to the restaurant for comment, but the woman who answered the phone hung up on us. 19-year-old Orlando Orlena, 19-year-old Charles Smith, and 20-year-old Gary Maddox were arrested, gun and drug charges.
Providence police say a search warrant led to 3 arrests tied to alleged illegal firearm possession and drugs, one of those cases where the real story is what the warrant was based on and what police say they recovered once inside.
53,000 pills, 9 kilograms of powder, and an industrial-grade pill press worth over $10,000, all of which Judge John McConnell wrote were seized from a massive drug lab in September of 2023. Court documents show Jorge Pimentel of Cranston, a.k.a. Big Head, ran the operation out of a storage unit here on Harris Street in Pawtucket.
Federal prosecutors say this wasn't a street corner case, it was a production and supply operation. Investigators tied Jorge Pimentel from Cranston to a Pawtucket-based Fendi pill press lab setup, alleging it was capable of turning bulk Fendi into thousands of counterfeit pills for distribution. In later court proceedings, prosecutors emphasized the scale and the danger of counterfeit pill manufacturing, and reporting on the case notes Pimentel ultimately received a federal prison sentence tied to drug distribution charges.
State police say they've busted a drug and gun trafficking operation spanning the state. State police say they arrested 6 suspects last week, 3 from Providence, 2 from North Providence, and 1 from Johnston. State police say they searched 9 locations.
Rhode Island State Police said their HIDTA task force investigation led to 6 arrests tied to narcotics and firearms offenses, which is a common HIDTA pattern. Build a case using surveillance plus controlled buys intel, then hit the target locations with coordinated arrests and searches. The public messaging around HIDTA cases usually emphasizes network disruption, removing key suppliers, seizing drugs and guns together, and cutting off the pipeline feeding street-level dealing.
Now on the night team, drugs, guns, and alleged child endangerment. West Warwick police arrest these 2 people after a lengthy investigation.
With a search warrant in hand, officers busted into this house and quickly found a lot of drugs.
We knew what kind of house it was, and now we're glad that they're not going to be here anymore.
Officers arrested Julio Rivera and Cecilia Gallucci on drug, firearms, and child endangerment charges. The investigation took months, but the raid wasn't just here in West Warwick. Investigators also searched a rental unit in a garage in Gloucester belonging to Rivera. They seized a stolen landscape dump trailer.
They had couches that were set up in the landscaping trailers, and they had people coming in 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Absolutely disgusting.
A months-long investigation description usually signals the case built through surveillance, controlled buys, informant tips, and search warrants, not a single incident stop. When you see drugs plus guns plus child endangerment in the same headline, it often means investigators believed there were children present or at risk where narcotics and firearms were being stored handled, and that tends to push the case into a more serious public safety framing in court.
This is just stunning that it's happening
right here.
Wanda Miglis never expected a major drug bust to happen around the corner where she's lived for the last 20 years. At this home off Winthrop Avenue, that Providence police made their biggest bust in a months-long investigation across the city. Across the city, officers with the Narcotics Bureau and Intelligence and Organized Crime Bureau found over $1 million in cash and millions of dollars worth of drugs. Providence Police Chief Oscar Perez says all suspects have a criminal history and their recent arrests should serve as a message.
The drug trafficking in our city will not be tolerated, and you will be apprehended and held accountable.
Providence police said a multi-investigation push led to 10 arrests and the seizure of a high-value mix of alleged drug proceeds and property, including cash, vehicles, jewelry, and drugs, with totals described publicly at around the 1.2 million range depending on how agencies counted the combined value. In at least one publicly reported part of the operation, officers executed a search warrant on Winthrop Street in Providence and arrested Jose Antonio Parareyes, with police reporting seizures that included more than $200,000 in cash, over $40,000 in jewelry, 4 vehicles, and drugs, plus additional cash recovered during the arrest.
A record-breaking bust by Rhode Island State Police. A year-long investigation by the High-Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Task Force ended with a search of 2 homes in Cranston and 1 in Providence, where detectives found all of this. 3 people, Angel Camillo, Miguel Jimenez Cruz, and Luz Jimenez Regalado, were arrested on narcotics and weapons charges.
This was one of those system-level seizures. 41 kilograms is not neighborhood supply. It's the kind of weight tied to high-level trafficking logistics. Reporting described detectives finding the Fendi while searching residences and arresting 3 people, which suggests the case likely relied on a prior investigative thread. Large Fenty weight seizures also tend to come with broader evidence sweeps: phones, cash, packaging material, and sometimes additional controlled substances, because prosecutors aim to show not just possession, but the structure of distribution.
Eyewitness News cameras were rolling on Friday as federal agents executed a search warrant at this apartment on Public Street in Providence. We've learned it's one of 10 locations allegedly linked to an international trafficking ring in the greater Providence area. U.S. Attorney Peter Nerona says 11 people have been arrested and detained in connection with the drug ring. On Thursday, agents swarmed this apartment in West Warwick, arresting 4 people. We're told there was more than 2 kilos at that location. And at this house in Providence, the feds arrested 2 more suspected drug dealers.
This case fits the pattern of a coordinated takedown built over time, multi-agency style, with arrests clustered close together as warrants are executed. A related federal enforcement action in Rhode Island around that period publicly described 11 defendants charged in a large heroin trafficking conspiracy and a major seizure, which reflects how these older, major bust cases are often the end of long investigations rather than sudden breakthroughs.
Federal, state, and local law enforcement brass all together in Providence Thursday, much in the way they conducted an 18-month-long undercover drug and weapons op in the city's Hartford Park section. Of 27 mugshots, all men, 1 woman, ages 20 to 54, many said to be mid-level drug dealers with lengthy records. FBI, DEA, and ATF, all part of this urban crime initiative. We're told 2 men were nabbed running guns from North Carolina to Rhode Island.
In early 2015, Providence law enforcement announced a widespread drug and firearms enforcement operation that led to at least 35 arrests across the city. Police described the action as a coordinated dragnet, with officers serving multiple warrants and targeting suspected drug dealers and traffickers who were also believed to be connected with illegal guns in local neighborhoods.
Only Eyewitness News was there as Providence police walked out Antonio Riverdis, one of 2 men arrested in a cocaine bust at Tel Aviv Bar and Tapas on Bridge Street in Providence. Police say Riverdis is considered a regular at the bar. They also arrested Tel Aviv's manager, Theo Spiridis. Along with the bar, police searched this boat docked in the Providence River, as well as this luxury car parked outside. We watched as detectives searched for evidence. They walked away carrying this box with stacks of $100 bills inside. Detectives say this alone looks like a few $1,000s.
In August 2016, investigators executed a search warrant at the Tel Aviv Bar on Bridge Street in Providence. along with 2 parked vehicles and a boat anchored nearby, as part of a targeted drug raid. Police described finding illegal substances during the search and arrested 2 individuals connected to the case.
Now at noon, it was one of the biggest busts in the history of Rhode Island. A Providence man now sentenced to 7 years in federal prison for preparing to deal more than 24 kilos. 50-year-old Jose Figueroa Rosales entered a guilty plea back in April to charges of possession with intent to distribute and distribution of more than 100 grams of heroin. A judge issued Rosales' 7-year sentence Monday. In the November 2018 bust, police found the dope in an apartment on Jewel Street, stuffed in school bus seat cushions, valued at more than $1 million.
In October 2023, a Providence man was sentenced to 7 years in federal prison in connection with one of the state's larger trafficking cases. The case also tied to operations like the broader Hitler investigations around Stratford Street and other Providence neighborhoods involved federal prosecutors demonstrating that the defendant played an active role in distributing heroin mixed or laced with fentanyl, a dangerous combination that has contributed to overdose spikes across the region. Beyond.
Dan Patrice, here are the 11 suspects tied to a violent gang ring investigators say spanned streets, cell phones, and social media. Investigators calling it Operation Brickhouses. More than 100 pages of court documents and more than 100 search warrants tell the story of how Rhode Island State Police say they cracked open a sprawling tech-fueled criminal network. The case centers around Enrique Miranda, an alleged known member of the Cutthroat Committee, a faction of the Chad Brown gang. Miranda is accused of opening fire on I-95 near the Providence Place Mall in October 2023. Court documents reveal just 3 days earlier, Miranda was negotiating the price of this P938 pistol with Benjamin Garcia of North Providence. In a series of text messages, Garcia sends a photo of the gun. Miranda replies, "It's nice. What's the number?" adding that the firearm is small. Garcia responds, "I want 9, but it's whatever if it's gone today." 3 days later, police say Miranda used a 9mm pistol in the highway shooting. That firearm has yet to be found. This shooting launched a multi-agency probe. 130 warrants executed, searching homes, phones, Facebook accounts, and even emails. The digital trail led investigators to an organized network for violence, gun deals, fraud, and drugs. Miranda's arrest leading to 10 more suspects and the seizure of 5 firearms, 6 high-capacity feeding devices, more than 700 grams of illegal drugs, and $42,000 in cash.
Rhode Island State Police said Operation Brickhouses wrapped a multi-year investigation into what they described as a highly organized network with gang affiliations tied to shootings and other violent offenses in the Providence area dating back to October 2023. Investigators said they executed about 130 search warrants, many focused on cell phones, social media accounts, emails, and residences, and that the investigation produced seizures of 5 firearms, 6 high-capacity feeding devices, about 738 grams of narcotics, and around $42,000 in cash. State police reported the probe began after a highway shooting on I-95 on October 21, 2023, near the Providence Place Mall. Police say that investigation then led to evidence of a broader organization, and they linked 2 additional targeted shootings, one on the Moshasek Industrial Highway in Pawtucket, and another on John Street in Johnston. Investigators allege GPS tracking devices were used to locate intended victims in the Pawtucket and Johnston shootings. Court records describing Enrique Miranda as a known member of the Cutthroat Committee, described as a faction of the Chad Brown gang, and alleged he fired a 9 pistol in the I-95 shooting. That report also describes texts allegedly showing Miranda negotiating to buy a firearm from Benjamin Garcia days before the highway shooting, with cell site data placing both phones near Garcia's residence around the time of the alleged transfer. Police said the gun pictured in those messages has not been recovered.
This is the single largest takedown in its history. They say it's the result of a year-long investigation called Operation Patched Out, which focused on 2 motorcycle gangs operating in the northwestern part of the state.
This investigation revealed that over the past year, there have been several violent confrontations between these motorcycle gangs operating in Rhode Island. And these confrontations do not get reported to law enforcement. They were just discovered as a result of this investigation.
Took place in several communities. State police telling us they were concentrated in Woonsocket. We captured the aftermath Wednesday morning. The front door of 213 High Street shattered. Tonight, this front door has already been replaced. And neighbors here on High Street tell me they're not surprised something like this would happen in their area.
I kind of expected it on this street. This street's hot.
John Patnode was woken up.
Alleged president of the Rhode Island chapter of the Pagans motorcycle gang, Derek Tuna McGuire, started off the arraignments in Providence District Court Thursday morning. McGuire was ordered held without bail, expected as a violator in Superior Court this afternoon. The judge said he faces 221 counts. The few charges she read aloud before McGuire's lawyer stopped her were all drug-related. Apparel, all seized in their early morning raids. State police said they had been tracking the Pagans and Cripman gang since they started establishing chapters in Northwest Rhode Island about a year ago.
In 2018, the alleged leader of Rhode Island's Pagan motorcycle gang was charged with 221 counts related to drugs, firearm, and fraud. In court Thursday, Derek Tuna McGuire pleaded guilty to 9 of those counts.
Rhode Island State Police said Operation Patched Out began after investigators received intelligence in 2017 that violent outlaw motorcycle gangs were establishing a foothold in northwestern Rhode Island, and that a local shakeup, patching over from one group to another, raised the risk of retaliation and gun violence. After a year-long probe, police said more than 150 investigators executed 29 pre-dawn raids across northern Rhode Island and nearby Massachusetts communities on May 23, 2018, arresting about 4950 people tied to the Pagans and Cripmen, plus alleged weapons suppliers, drug dealers, and customers. Authorities said the raids produced one of the biggest seizure lists in state history. 53 illegal guns, including a rocket launcher, plus large quantities of various drugs and other weapons-related items. Investigators also described uncovering additional criminal activity beyond guns and narcotics, such as trafficking in stolen ATVs and equipment, lawn tractors, snowblowers, and fraudulent mortgage bank activity, which they said helped finance the broader operation. Derek Tuna McGuire, identified by police as the leader of the Rhode Island Pagans chapter, later pleaded and was sentenced to 20 years with 10 years to serve at the ACI, plus a suspended portion and probation.
An investigation that started into Rhode Island led to a big drug bust in another New England state. DEA New England said in a social media post today that the investigation took them to Portland, Maine, and led to half a dozen other arrests.
In early September 2025, the DEA's New England division said a Rhode Island-based investigation led to an enforcement operation in Portland, Maine, where agents arrested 6 people the DEA said were in the U.S. illegally and had alleged ties to MS-13. Authorities said the operation resulted in the seizure of about 8 kilograms of Coca-Cola and roughly $100,000 in cash. Operation Zombie was an 18-month, multi-agency gang and drug probe in Providence that officials announced in June 2015 as part of the Rhode Island Urban Violent Crime Initiative. Authorities said the investigation targeted members and associates of 3 South Providence gangs and focused on trafficking, firearms offenses, and related violent crime. At the press conference, officials said the sweep produced 30 suspects total, with 24 arrested in custody and 6 still at large, and they displayed 5 seized handguns as evidence of what they called the Guns Plus Drugs 1009 driving. Operation Royal Flush was an 11-month, multi-agency crackdown in Providence, Rhode Island, targeting alleged drug dealing by members and associates of the almighty Latin King Nation. Announced in November 2004, officials said the probe began in late 2003 after Providence police developed information that Latin King members' associates were trafficking significant amounts of various drugs. At the enforcement stage, authorities said 26 people were charged through a mix of federal indictments, and that agents had already arrested 21 defendants while seeking additional suspects. Officials also reported seizing $100,420 in cash and 4 vehicles valued around.
Barbara Gyron have been arrested in the state of Nebraska. Last time, 60 pounds of marijuana allegedly found in their pickup truck after being pulled over Tuesday morning. The sheriff's department in Lancaster County, Nebraska, became suspicious again.
As the deputy was conducting his enforcement stop, he thought that there was criminal activity afoot. A dog was called in, sniffed the vehicle and indicated to the odor of narcotics within that vehicle.
Lancaster Sheriff Terry Wagner says the vehicle was searched and $18,000 was found. The money was found in several locations. It was tested for narcotics and trace amounts of marijuana were allegedly present. Now, some of that currency was also rubber banded and sorted out in different amounts. Notes consistent with narcotic sales were also allegedly found. Then the two were taken into custody. Their driver, the Giron's daughter Mariah, was released. Their son Justin Giron is, of course, the Chief Deputy State's Attorney for Chittenden County. The office previously stated that Justin has no connection to the allegations and will remain on duty. Vermont Attorney General T.J. Donovan had this to say about the case.
Let me be clear. Justin Giron is an honorable public servant who did nothing wrong, who serves the people of Chittenden County day in and day out. He's a military veteran. He's a community member. He's a father. He did nothing wrong here. His parents did something out in Nebraska. It's an embarrassment to him, but he shouldn't be held accountable for their actions.
Neither of the two have entered a plea yet. This is for their felony charges of possession of currency believed to have been used for a drug deal. Both are.
This is the strangest case in the entire video, and it made national headlines twice. On December 19, 2017, sheriff's deputies in York County, Nebraska pulled over a pickup truck on Interstate 80 for a traffic violation. When they approached, they caught a strong scent of marijuana. In the back, packed inside Home Depot moving boxes, were roughly 60 pounds of high-grade Mary and several containers of concentrated THC, a street value estimated at over $300,000. Estranged names were written on each individual bag. The people in the truck were 80-year-old Patrick Giron and his 70-year-old wife Barbara of Clear Lake Oaks, California. They told police the Mary was for Christmas presents. They were driving from California to distribute it as gifts to relatives in Vermont and Boston. They also said they hadn't realized it was illegal to transport Mary through Nebraska. They were charged with possession with intent to deliver and having no drug tax stamp. Nebraska requires dealers to buy a stamp from the Department of Revenue proving the state's drug tax has been paid. And then came the detail that turned it into a national story. Their son is Justin Giron, the Chief Deputy State's Attorney for Chittenden County, Vermont, a prosecutor with 15 years in that office who had handled some of the state's most high-profile deletion cases. His boss, State's Attorney Sarah George, moved quickly to separate him from it, saying he was in no way connected other than by relation, that he loves his parents and is concerned for their welfare, but that he was extremely disappointed in their behavior and actions as reported. He continued handling criminal prosecutions throughout. The executive director of Vermont State's Attorney Office said he didn't believe Justin knew anything about what his parents were carrying, and that it was as much a shock to him as to anyone. The Girons were released on bail pending arraignment. 3 weeks later, they did it again. On the morning of January 9, 2018, the Lancaster County Sheriff's Department pulled over a pickup on Interstate 80 outside Lincoln for following another vehicle too closely. Same interstate, same truck, just 2 counties east of the first stop. This time the Girons were passengers. With a female family member driving, she was not charged. A K-9 alerted on the vehicle. Deputies found no drugs. What they found instead was a duffel bag containing roughly $18,000 in cash, an oversized garbage bag with raw Mary residue inside, and notes consistent with Mary's sales. The cash allegedly tested positive for Mary residue. Investigators believed it was money intended to buy more product. Reports indicated they were traveling from Vermont back to California. They were charged with possessing currency believed to have been used in a drug deal and released on $2,500 bond. Their attorney told reporters he hadn't decided how they'd plead and was examining whether the search had been legal. The ending. In September 2018, nearly a year after the first stop, Patrick and Barbara Giron were sentenced in York County District Court after pleading no contest to a single felony count of possessing more than a pound of Mary. Prosecutors dropped the other 2 charges, including the intent to distribute count. They faced up to 2 years in prison. They received 3 years of probation instead. The judge explained his reasoning directly to Patrick Giron. He was 80 years old, a veteran, retired, and had no prior record.
From the outside, it's a fairly unassuming home. But to neighbors, what transpired inside on a daily basis was no mystery. The firearms found inside the house included a ghost gun, 2 sawed-off shotguns, multiple rifles, a grenade launcher, and 3 pistols with extended magazines. A total of 9 people were arrested in the raid. 5 are from Vermont, and the other 4 are from Connecticut. They face a slew of charges, including drug trafficking and gun-related offenses. The Windsor County Sheriff's Department took part in the raid, which was carried out by Vermont's Drug Task Force. Sheriff Palmer tells us that the home had been on their radar for quite some time.
February 2025, Vermont's Drug Task Force and Windsor County Sheriff's Department executed one of the most heavily armed takedowns in state history. Officers arrived at a residential home in East Bethel and discovered an arsenal that belonged more to a militia than a drug ring. A military-grade grenade launcher, 3 pistols with extended magazines, 2 sawed-off shotguns, multiple rifles, and a ghost gun. Alongside the weapons, they seized over 1 kilogram of coke and fentanyl. 9 suspects were arrested, including primary suspect Anthony Gunn, who was held on a $100,000 bail. The same location also operated as a puppy mill, with animals seized and placed in protective care. This case represents the intersection of drug trafficking and weapons smuggling at the highest level.
During a raid prompted by suspected drug activity at this home in Rutland, Vermont State Police say they and a special team from Homeland Security made another discovery, that people might have been held captive inside.
It surprised me big time.
Troopers and special agents then freeing 3 women from behind a padlocked door and finding another possible indicator of human trafficking, several indoor chain-link storage areas. The women were checked by medical experts and interviewed, while an advocate specializing in human trafficking was on scene.
In October 2021, a drug raid in Brattleboro uncovered a darker enterprise. 3 women discovered locked in a room. The discovery triggered a human trafficking investigation, revealing the operation involved not only drug distribution, but also exploitation and trafficking, uncovering a far more expansive criminal enterprise.
A Colchester man sentenced to 4 years in prison on drug charges. 37-year-old Carl Martin was convicted last summer. You may remember he was one of the men police say was involved in a shooting outside of Nectar's Bar on Main Street in Burlington back in 2018. They say before the shooting, he punched another man, Rashad Nasheed, in the face and pointed a gun at him. Investigators say Nasheed then fired at Martin, but his bullet hit and seriously wounded a bystander. Martin was never charged for his involvement in that shooting, but authorities did charge him for selling coke to an undercover officer on several occasions in 2019.
Hunt man was sentenced to prison on drug charges. Worth noting the shift this represents in the video's arc. Most of what you've heard so far are arrests, seizures, and indictments the front end of the process. Sentencings are the back end, and they typically arrive 1 to 3 years after the arrest that produced them. Every sentencing in this video is the closing chapter of an investigation that began long before the news cycle that reported it.
48-year-old Ronald Aldrich, seen here as a younger man, was sentenced in 2007 to 14 years in federal prison. At the time, the judge called his marijuana smuggling scheme the largest he'd seen. Prosecutors described literally tons of pot brought from Canada into Vermont, sometimes hidden in shipments of grain. That includes, the U.S. Marshal Service says, laundering profits from the pot smuggling by investing in this property relatives had built. Court records show a sale price of $200,000 to Aldrich, or Ronnie Cash, as he was known on the streets. After his conviction, prosecutors say the smuggler forfeited well over $1 million in assets, including the estate. It goes up for bids next Wednesday, with a minimum price of $70,000. Bill Hill remembers his stepson claimed he got the money through an insurance settlement for an injured ankle.
I guess I'm gullible. Somebody tells me something, I believe them.
For however long he wants to be here, Hill, not the buyer, will have to maintain the property and pay the taxes and insurance. Hill says he never suspected his home was funded with drug money.
30 acres in Hardwick, Vermont could be yours. It looks out at farms and mountains. On it sits a large home, complete with a fountain, a swimming pool, and pens and barns outside for animals. It was seized from a major Vermont drug smuggler, and the federal government put it up for auction. This is the part of the story that rarely makes the news. What happens to everything afterward? Federal asset forfeiture lets the government seize property bought with drug proceeds, and eventually that property goes on the block of farmhouse, a pool, 30 acres of Vermont hillside, sold off to whoever bids highest. The dealer is gone. The land stays. And a stranger gets the mountain view.
New tonight, Vermont State Police have identified 6 people arrested after a drug raid Friday. It happened around 6 a.m. at 160 Moses Lane in Royalton. Police say they found a felony amount of cocaine, firearms, and ammunition during the search. Police initially detained 18 people, but ultimately made 6 arrests.
6 people were arrested following a drug bust in Royalton, Vermont. Royalton is a town of roughly 2,700 people in Windsor County, sitting along Interstate 89 in the White River Valley. 6 arrests in a community that size represents a significant share of an entire local network, and its position on I-89 puts it directly on the corridor traffickers use to move product through central Vermont.
The arrest operation was conducted by the Vermont Drug Task Force in conjunction with federal and local partners, and arrested 19 people on a variety of state-level criminal charges and an additional 10 on federal-level charges. The defendants charged with federal-level crimes will go in front of the U.S. Attorney's Office, while those arrested for drug crimes against Vermont laws have all been cited to appear in Bennington and Rutland Superior Court at later dates.
In February 2016, a major drug sweep coordinated by the Vermont Drug Task Force resulted in 19 arrests across Vermont for drug trafficking.
Morning, St. Albans police searched homes on Lower Gilman Street in St. Albans and Marie Drive in Highgate. They found narcotics, guns, and drug packaging materials. 5 people were arrested on drug charges. 2 are from Vermont, Christopher Kirby and Courtney Burns. 2 others are from New York, Demetrius Warner of the Bronx and Lord Creighton of Woodhaven. The last suspect, Tyree Canty from Philadelphia.
In June 2026, St. Albans police executed a month-long investigation resulting in a multi-location raid across Franklin County. 5 suspects were arrested, 2 from Vermont, Christopher Kirby and Courtney Burns, 2 from New York, Demetrius Warner from the Bronx and Lord Creighton from Woodhaven, and 1 from Philadelphia, Tyree Canty. Officers seized narcotics, firearms, and drug packaging materials at Lower Gilman Street in St. Albans and Marie Drive in Highgate. This case exposed a regional trafficking network with East Coast connections.
2 Western Massachusetts women were arrested for possession over the weekend in Vermont. Vermont State Police said 23-year-old Melissa Rojos of Springfield and 24-year-old Shelby Sear of Chicopee had 650 bags of heroin.
Vermont State Police arrested 2 Western Massachusetts suspects found with 650 bags of heroin. 650 bags. And note the phrasing in the report, not Massachusetts, but Western Massachusetts. That's Springfield, Holyoke, Chicopee, Northampton, the Pioneer Valley, sitting at the bottom of the same interstate that runs straight up through Vermont. By this point in the video, the pattern has stopped being a coincidence. Springfield, Worcester, Holyoke, Western Mass, over and over. From 2013 through 2026, the same region supplying the same state along the same highway.
A dozen people have been arrested as part of a drug sweep in Rutland and Bennington counties. Vermont State Police say these 12 Vermont men and women were arrested between September and December this year. It follows investigations into distribution. 3 of the 12 are facing federal charges.
People were charged in a coordinated Vermont drug sweep. Sweeps like this one are the signature move of the Vermont Drug Task Force. Months of controlled buys and surveillance. Then a single coordinated day of arrests that takes an entire distribution network off the board at once. December 2017 sat at the peak of Vermont's H era, right before fentanyl overtook it as the primary driver of enforcement.
Milton police say they found the drugs and nearly $200,000 in Stephen Bowles' home. Authorities say they started looking into Bowles after a DUI arrest earlier this year.
One man woke up in jail after the Drug Enforcement Administration and local police found 10,000 bags of heroin inside his home. 10,000 bags. To put that in perspective, a single glassine bag is a street-level dose. 10,000 of them isn't a stash for personal use or even small-time dealing. That's inventory. That's a distribution operation with a supply chain behind it. Sitting inside a residential house, in one of the least populated states in America.
In Rutland say 3 people were arrested following a drug investigation in a downtown apartment complex. Rutland City Police, along with state police narcotics investigators, executed a search warrant Friday at Sheldon Towers on Sheldon Place. The warrant covered 3 units and stemmed from an ongoing investigation into narcotics distribution. Police arrested Daniel Rabtoy and Lei Lenko of drug possession charges, including...
Police arrested 3 individuals following a drug investigation at Sheldon Towers, with charges including drug possession and unlawful trespassing. The trespassing charge is the detail worth pausing on. Sheldon Towers is a residential building, and unlawful trespassing alongside drug charges typically signals a pattern police call takeover. Outside dealers moving into a resident's apartment, often of vulnerable tenants, and running an operation out of it. The resident isn't always a participant. Sometimes they're a victim.
All right, new tonight at 10 o'clock, 5 men in custody after a major drug bust in southern Vermont. They are from the Springfields, Massachusetts, and Vermont, and they are all facing charges. Vermont State Police had a search warrant for a home on Reed Street in Springfield, Vermont.
A drug bust in southern Vermont led to the arrests of 5 people. Southern Vermont, Windham, and Bennington counties. The towns closest to the Massachusetts border carries a disproportionate share of the state's drug enforcement activity for one obvious reason. It's the first thing traffickers reach coming up I-91 and Route 7.
According to the Justice Department in Vermont, 20-year-old Kenyal Santiago pleaded not guilty to 5 charges, involving 3 counts of lying about information to receive a firearm, possession of a firearm during a trafficking crime, and conspiracy to distribute. He allegedly conducted these crimes between September of 2020 through March of 2021 in the Bennington, Vermont area.
Springfield man was arraigned on drug and firearms trafficking charges in Vermont. The guns and drugs combination is the pattern federal officials have described for years along this corridor. Narcotics move north into Vermont, and firearms move south in return. Vermont has some of the least restrictive gun laws in the Northeast. Massachusetts has some of the strictest. That gap creates a trade in both directions along the same highways.
42-year-old Scott Racine of Middlebury and 36-year-old Jonathan Gallagher of Rutland were arrested and charged with trafficking and importing 1,400 bags of heroin. Police say they were bringing in the drugs from Holyoke, Massachusetts. Both Racine and Gallagher appeared in court today pleading not guilty. The state's attorney told the court the crime was extremely serious.
January 2017, federal and state law enforcement coordinated to stop Vermont men charged with trafficking and importing 1,400 bags of H. This significant seizure prevented massive drug quantities from hitting Vermont streets.
More than 4 departments, 100 officers, and 6 months of planning. That's what it took to execute one of the largest single-day drug busts in Green Mountain State history. Troopers called it Operation County Strike. Investigators swept across Bennington County, plucking more than 45 people from homes, work, and downtown suspected of selling. Officers add that those arrested dealt in and out of state, some connected with gangs, others trafficking guns.
In January 2013, the Vermont Drug Task Force targeted more than 60 suspects in Bennington County suspected of selling drugs in and around southern Vermont. This large-scale investigation targeted street-level and mid-level distributors.
They started in the early morning.
We're looking for Miles Rice.
80 law enforcement officers out searching for and arresting suspected drug dealers.
We're here to tell you you're under arrest for selling narcotics. Okay, so all we gotta do is turn and face the house, put your hands behind your back for me.
They found Rice and 34 others. Everyone is now charged with at least 1 felony.
Most all are the sale of narcotics.
In September 2013, the Vermont Drug Task Force conducted the 3rd major drug roundup in Franklin County during that year alone, targeting suspected drug dealers across the region.
2 men from Springfield were arrested in Vermont after police allegedly found 400 bags of marked poison during a car search. 24-year-old Michael Sinquel-Gainey and 28-year-old David Vaz are charged with possessing and trafficking drugs. Newport police said the men were pulled over Saturday on I-91 for erratic driving. Police said they found the drugs in a hidden compartment of the car that was glued shut.
This one is fully documented, and the details are better than the headline. An officer in Newport spotted a car entering a gas station the wrong way and driving erratically, and pulled it over on Interstate 91 over the weekend. The driver gave police permission to search the vehicle. Inside, officers found something that told them exactly what they were dealing with. A hidden compartment, glued shut. They also smelled Mary. Detectives seized the car and obtained a search warrant. When they opened it up, they found 40 bundles containing the bags of H and Fenty, and the bags carried a stamp the dealers had branded their product poison.
Lebanon Police Chief Richard Mello says trafficking of this magnitude isn't unusual. At the same time, he thinks not enough arrests are made. Monday afternoon, Vermont State Police received a 911 call about a vehicle operating erratically while driving north on Interstate 91. Police found the car at a Springfield, Vermont gas station. During a search of driver Timothy Sepka's vehicle, police say 520 bags were found in the vehicle's headliner or interior roof. Mello says these kinds of arrests are a victory in combat.
In June 2016, Vermont State Police received a 911 call reporting a vehicle driving erratically northbound on Interstate 91. During a traffic stop, officers discovered 520 bags of H. This highway interdiction caught a major trafficker attempting to move product through the state.
Shelley Sutra is one of the latest people to be charged with heroin trafficking in Vermont.
We enter a plea of not guilty on all 4 counts.
She pled not guilty, but state police say they seized more than 500 bags of dope at the time of the 37-year-old's arrest in Colchester just off I-89. This following a 3-month-long investigation where troopers say they bought heroin from Suture in the same area at least 3 times. Suture's arrest comes just 1 day after Vermont State Police say they found about 2,600 bags of heroin in a car they stopped on Interstate 89 near Williamstown. 25-year-olds Densley Boston and Samantha Frieda, as well as 25-year-old Willie Mayo and 28-year-old Thomas Savard, are all charged with conspiracy to distribute heroin.
March 2013. Vermont State Police made 5 H arrests in 2 consecutive operations, demonstrating systematic street-level enforcement against heroin distribution networks.
According to Vermont State Police, around 12:30 p.m. Thursday, a trooper observed a motor vehicle violation on I-91 in Westminster and conducted a traffic stop. They found the passenger, identified as 48-year-old Kenneth Pillar of Los Angeles, California, was wanted for drug-related offenses. The driver, identified as 21-year-old Chance Dudley of Springfield, was also detained. Troopers seized the vehicle
At approximately 12:37 in the afternoon on a Thursday, a Vermont State Police trooper observed a motor vehicle violation on Interstate 91 in Westminster and conducted a traffic stop. The passenger turned of Los Angeles, California, already wanted for drug-related offenses. The driver of Springfield, Massachusetts. Both were detained and taken to the state police barracks. Troopers seized the vehicle and executed a search warrant. Inside, they located suspected drugs. Pillar was turned over to Rutland City Police custody. Dudley was sent to the Southern State Correctional Facility in lieu of $30,000 bail, charged with possession of coke over 1 ounce, Fendi trafficking, and the charge that defines this entire video transporting Fetty into the state. A 21-year-old from Massachusetts, a 48-year-old from Los Angeles, and a Vermont interstate. That's the supply chain in a single traffic stop.
Vermont State Police say 55-year-old Shane Farrell was selling fentanyl and cocaine out of a residence on Garfield Drive in Brattleboro. Vermont's Drug Task Force used confidential informants to buy from Farrell 6 different times over the course of months.
A Brattleboro man was jailed following a drug bust executed on a Wednesday. Brattleboro sits in the far southeast corner of Vermont, right where Interstate 91 crosses in from Massachusetts, the first Vermont town northbound traffickers reach. Federal officials have described it as a community hit hard by the opioid crisis, and it appears repeatedly in Vermont enforcement actions for exactly that reason.
A woman from Vermont is facing multiple charges after police allegedly found drugs and cash during a traffic stop in Greenfield. State police told 22 News that a trooper pulled over a car on 91 just before 9 Tuesday night. The trooper noticed that the driver, 28-year-old Jessica Speed, had a small child in the back. The trooper also saw a clear plastic bag containing a substance. Asked what was in the bag. Speed allegedly picked it up and attempted to throw it out of the car's window. Troopers arrested Speed.
A woman faced multiple criminal charges after police allegedly found bags of drugs and cash during a traffic stop late on a Tuesday evening with a small child inside the vehicle.
Local police, alongside Drug Enforcement Administration agents, searched the house Friday following investigation into alleged narcotic sales in the area. Evidence of drug dealing was found inside, leading to the arrests of these 2 men on your screens here.
Men from Springfield were taken into custody after Vermont police found narcotics inside a Burlington, Vermont home. Burlington is Vermont's largest city, and even so, its population is only around 45,000. That's the scale of this entire state. The biggest city in Vermont would be a mid-sized suburb almost anywhere else. And it is the northern endpoint of a supply route that starts hundreds of miles south.
Chicopee Police Officer Mike Wilk told 22 News Colleen Rodriguez, Monique LaPointe, and James Bradley, all from Vermont, were in a car in the parking lot. Wilk said an officer ran the plates on that car and found the registration belonged to a different car in Vermont. One of the passengers, Bradley, said the car belonged to him. Police searched him, and Wilk said it appeared that he was trying to hide something. When police searched the car, they allegedly found a pipe, needles, a cigarette pack with rocks.
3 people from Vermont are facing gun and drug charges after Chicopee police noticed a suspicious vehicle parked at a closed Wendy's parking lot.
In all, 29 people were arrested.
Investigators are still looking for 9 others. NBC5's Renee Wunderlich joins us live in the newsroom with details on the investigation.
All-day undercover operation in quiet Orleans County.
Just happened to see the cops surrounding the man and arresting him. Allegedly, he was cleaning off his car right here, and the cops just came in and swarmed him.
Operation Borderline had undercover officers working for 7 months, buying illegal drugs in controlled purchases 79 times. On Tuesday in Newport, Vermont State Police executed over 20 arrests like this one.
In February 2017, a coordinated sweep of the Newport area in Orleans County resulted in the arrest of 29 suspects on heroin trafficking charges. Vermont State Police Drug Task Force, FBI, Homeland Security, and multiple state agencies worked together to dismantle one of the largest trafficking networks in northern Vermont.
This man locked up in Rutland, Vermont on drug trafficking charges. Police say they had a warrant for Ishani Williams of Worcester, Massachusetts. According to police, he had 94 grams and 362 bags of heroin on him. They say they found more than $13,000 in cash inside the home.
This is one of the most detailed cases in the entire video, and it's a textbook example of the pipeline. On a Friday in March 2013, Vermont State Police executed a search warrant at a residence on Park Street in Rutland City. 2 men bolted out the back door. They didn't get far. Officers caught both of them quickly. One was 32-year-old Eshon Williams of Worcester, Massachusetts. When police searched him, they found 19 grams of various drugs. Then they searched the house and found more drugs. Williams was processed at the Vermont State Police Barracks in Rutland and taken to the Marble Valley Correctional Center. He was held on $500,000 bail, a figure that tells you exactly how seriously the court viewed him as both a flight risk and a trafficker. State police were assisted by the Rutland County Sheriff's Department and Rutland City Police. Worcester to Rutland, another Massachusetts city, another Vermont town, the same route.
Capping off a months-long investigation. People you see here on your screen, all from St. Johnsbury, were arrested for the sale of, along with 23-year-old Cameron McCain of Hartford, Connecticut. Detectives also recovered suspected narcotics and firearms during the search.
The Vermont Drug Task Force and Vermont State Police raided a home on Higgins Hill Road on a Tuesday, following a months-long investigation into drug activity in the area, and arrested 4 people on drug charges. St. Johnsbury is the largest town in Vermont's Northeast Kingdom, the remote, rural, economically struggling northeastern corner of the state. It shows up in federal drug enforcement announcements repeatedly, including a month-long operation that produced 16 arrests and roughly 700 bags of Fentanyl H, announced in St. Johnsbury itself, with the U.S. Attorney, HSI, DEA, FBI, ATF, the Marshals Service, and even Border Patrol present.
37-year-old Reverend Jones of Barry, Vermont was pulled over on I-91 North Friday after numerous marked lane violations and driving without a vehicle registration. Troopers later found 42 grams in the car, along with drug paraphernalia and $2,300 in cash.
A Vermont man was arrested for allegedly trafficking coke after police conducted a traffic stop on Route 91 in Bernardston on a Friday. Note the direction here. It runs opposite to almost every other case in this video. Bernardston is in Massachusetts, sitting on I-91, just a few miles below the Vermont line. So this is a Vermont man arrested by Massachusetts authorities heading south, rather than a Massachusetts man caught heading north. That's worth stating plainly, because it complicates the simple version of the story. The corridor isn't a one-way street. Product moves north, money and guns move south. and people move in both directions constantly. The state line is a legal boundary, not an operational one.
A dozen people have been arrested after multiple drug busts this weekend. Berry City police say they executed the search warrant on Saturday at houses on Averill Street and Hooker Avenue. 10 people were arrested and are facing drug-related charges. Here's a picture of what they found: multiple grams and more than $1,300 in cash. Another person was arrested during a traffic stop related to those search warrants, with police seizing another $6,500 in cash.
Police arrested 11 people on charges of drug possession and trafficking on a Saturday following a large operation in Barr. And that name should sound familiar. That indictment came down in December 2018. This crackdown happened in April 2026, nearly 8 years apart. Same city, same problem. Take down one organization, and the market it served doesn't disappear. It just waits for someone new to fill the gap.
We start tonight in Vermont, where state police arrested a Westminster man on possession of a number of illegal narcotics. Yesterday, around 10:30 p.m., 24-year-old Jesse Morey was arrested after police pulled over a vehicle in the parking lot of the 99 restaurant in Brattleboro. During the stop, police observed drug paraphernalia in the car, and after searching the vehicle, troopers found Morey to be in possession.
Vermont State Police arrested a Westminster man on drug charges. Westminster is a Windham County town of roughly 3,000 people, and it's a name worth remembering because the Vermont State Police Westminster Barracks turns up repeatedly in these files. It's the unit responsible for patrolling the stretch of I-91 that carries most of what comes into southern Vermont.
Arrested in Rutland after a drug bust months in the making. Vermont State Police say it happened today at a home on South Main Street. 33-year-old Elizabeth Capon and 38-year-old Daniel Robtoy were arrested. Investigators say they used confidential informants to buy drugs from the pair. During the search of the home, 2 guns were found. One was loaded. 2 kids were also there at the time. Capon is currently on furlough.
2 people were arrested following a months-long drug investigation.
The U.S. Attorney's Office said Daphne Moore and her daughter and 6 others were part of an organization that was trafficking from Springfield to Vermont, where drug prices are much higher. Moore is employed as an assistant clerk magistrate in Hampden Superior Court.
This is the case that explains the entire pipeline and is fully documented by the Justice Department. 8 people were charged in a 24-count superseding indictment connected to a H trafficking conspiracy. Every defendant was charged with conspiracy to distribute drugs. According to court documents, the organization trafficked drugs based from Springfield, Massachusetts to central Vermont. 2 of the defendants obtained narcotics in the Springfield area and transported them to Vermont, sometimes personally, sometimes by courier, and distributed the product in the Barr area. And here is the reason the whole thing existed, stated plainly in the federal filing. Drug prices in Vermont are much higher than in Springfield. That's it. That's the economics driving nearly every case in this video. Buy in Massachusetts, sell in Vermont, pocket the spread. But it went further than distribution. 6 of the 8 defendants allegedly laundered the proceeds through bank accounts. 2 allegedly conspired in the unlicensed dealing of firearms. And 1 defendant, an employee of Hampden County Superior Court, was charged with making false statements to federal agents in connection with the investigation. 4 defendants were already in federal custody from arrests in January 2018. 3 were arrested the day the indictment was unsealed. 1 was a fugitive.
Hartford police announced that they have arrested 45-year-old Rom Clambert after seizing over a kilogram, all 12 firearms, and large sums of money on a search warrant.
In June 2025, Hartford police executed a search warrant on Ram Clampert's apartment and uncovered one of the largest narcotics and firearm caches in Vermont history. Clampert had stockpiled over 1 kilogram of meth, more than 1.5 kilograms of coke, 75 grams of Fentanyl, and 12 firearms. Homeland Security joined Hartford police in the operation. Clampert faced multiple felonies, including drug trafficking and use of a firearm in furtherance of a drug crime. He was held without bail pending trial. The sheer volume of both drugs and weapons indicated a major regional trafficker operating from central Vermont.
Investigators with the Royalton Barracks say they recovered large quantities of cash from a residence. Police also seized 2 handguns equipped with large capacity magazines. Officials say the weapons had been modified for fully automatic fire.
In June 2026, Vermont State Police executed a search warrant in Orange County that yielded large quantities of Fentanyl and coke, along with cash and firearms. The operation targeted a known trafficking location in central Vermont. Line these cases up across more than a decade, and Vermont's drug crisis stops looking like a Vermont story at all. It's a geography story. Springfield, Worcester, Holyoke, Chicopee, Northampton, over and over. From 2013 to 2026, the same western Massachusetts cities feeding the same Vermont towns along the same interstate. And the reason isn't complicated or hidden. Federal prosecutors put it in writing. Vermont prices are higher. That's the entire business model. A state small enough that its largest city would be a suburb anywhere else became a premium market. And the traffickers noticed. But it never ran one direction only. Product moves north. Guns and cash move south. A Vermont man arrested in Bernardston heading down. Massachusetts men arrested in Rutland heading up. The state line is a legal boundary, not an operational one, and the people working this corridor have never treated it as anything else. What's changed over these years is the substance. The early cases are H bags counted in the hundreds, then the thousands, then 10,000 at once. Then Finney arrived, and the arithmetic broke, and with it came the weapons. A grenade launcher, body armor, 12 firearms in a single apartment, ghost guns. The trade got deadlier on both ends. And behind the seizure totals are the things that actually stay with you. 3 women locked in a room in Brattleboro. Line up 11 states, and the picture stops looking like 11 separate problems. It looks like one system. The product arrives from Mexico and the southwest border, lands in the big supply cities, and then radiates outward north into New Hampshire and Vermont and Maine, east into Rhode Island. A Massachusetts man arrested in Belfast. A Connecticut woman caught retrieving drugs from a Vermont Airbnb. Fendi pills traced from Rhode Island back into Massachusetts. A Bronx to Suffolk pipeline. Coke shipped through the mail into Hartford. The state lines on the map are legal boundaries. Nobody in this trade has ever treated them as operational ones, which is exactly why the enforcement stopped treating them that way too. With joint task forces, cross-border wiretaps, and federal prosecutors coordinating across districts. What changed underneath all of it is the substance. The older cases in this video are H and coke, counted in bags and bricks. The newer ones are Fenty, counted in lethal doses and increasingly, pills pressed to look like something safe, a tablet stamped to resemble Adderall or Oxy, where one might carry a trace and the next a fatal amount, and the person buying it has no way to know the difference. So the question is the one this fight always comes back to. Does any of it stem the tide? Or does the pipeline refill as fast as they can drain it? Every seizure is product that never reached a vein. Every indictment is a supply line cut. But the highways keep running in both directions. And the work is far from finished. If you made it this far, hit that like button. Drop a comment telling us which state or city we should cover next. And subscribe for more documentaries covering drug busts, gang investigations, and federal takedowns from across America only on All Scoops Media.